Hello and welcome to Brands Hatch. This unique amphitheatre has hosted so many incredible races over the years. And on the second weekend of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, we're in for some epic races. Now, we had the season opener just 3 short weeks ago, and it was a special one.
Season 2026 is about to get underway.
It is a very exciting new season.
The racing's going to be first class.
Lights out, it is blast off, and there's a drama at the chicane because Josh Kirk is off the road. Mikey Doble goes through, great drive. Tom Ingram wins round 1, Mikey Doble second.
Breaking news, Tom Ingram disqualified for a misuse of the power boost.
It's tough to take, but I'm old enough and ugly enough to deal with it.
Brilliant for Mikey Doble, little promotion there.
It's round 2 of the championship. Tom Ingram down the pit lane. Clearly he knew there was a problem.
Just feels like it's one of those days.
Rainford leads the way, but Sutton gets right into the back of him, and he's going to lead coming out of the corner. It's a win in round 2 for Ash Sutton. Fantastic racing. Sutton looking to attack Collard. A tighter line, Collard goes wide, Sutton leads. Race 3, Ingram up the inside, through he goes. Ash Sutton wins at Donington. Tom Ingram from 21st on the grid to 2nd. I think we're in for a pretty good season, don't you?
Definitely.
4-time champion Ash Sutton, 2 victories and a 2nd place finish in the opening rounds. That puts down an early marker in the title race. It was a fairy tale start for Mikey Doble, capturing his 2nd BTCC race win in the season opener at Donington. However, that win was inherited because of a disqualification for Tom Ingram, pulled up due to a boost infringement in race 1. The defending champion endured a frustrating opening weekend, but he did salvage a 2nd place finish in race 3. That means Ingram just creeps into the top 8, and it's rival Ash Sutton who leads the way at the top end of the standings. Rising star Charles Rainford is 2nd after a brilliant first weekend. In 3rd spot, it's Aidan Moffat, who's also top of the independent drivers. His teammate Dexter Patterson is in 6th position, and he's the early leader in the Jack Sears Trophy rookie competition. After the opening 3 rounds, the reigning champions Napa Racing UK topped the teams competition, and Powermax Racing are the front runners in the independent teams after a glorious start to the season. So for rounds 4, 5 and 6, we're in Kent on the Brands Hatch short Indy circuit, 1.2 miles long with some fearsome corners and dips. Perfect for a thrilling ride. So who will come out on top today? Hello and welcome to Brands Hatch. I'm delighted to say that 3 experts that know a thing or two about fighting at the top. Tim Harvey, Jade Edwards and Paul O'Neill. Welcome, guys. Now, it was the opener in Donington just 3 short weeks ago, and it felt like there was a lot of pent-up energy that had been bottled up in the off-season because the cork kind of popped, and it was a very lively weekend, Tim, wasn't it?
To be honest, that's normal for touring cars. They race like that every weekend, but it was a typical ups and downs weekend of BTCC. Fortune favouring one or another. Throughout it all, though, the pace of the 2 top contenders, Ingram and Ash Sutton, was stupendous, and they showed their class. But lots of others popped up on the scene, and it was a great weekend's racing.
Indeed, it was. I mean, you had Mikey Doble there, with his first win of the season. Rainford there finishing 2nd in the standings. Jade, who caught your eye? Who had a solid weekend, you think?
Aside from Tim and Paul, obviously. Like Tim's just said, the 2 names we expected to be up there were, and they had the weekends that we thought they would. One of the names I think that stood out for me was in race 3, Ricky Collard, who had a lot less testing than everyone else, was jumping into a car. I think he really set the cat amongst the pigeons, and that's what he's here to do. And I really enjoyed that race 3 of, elbows out. The car wasn't underneath him, so he impressed me. But also Rainford, just scoring points consistently all day and coming out in a really good position in terms of championship. I know it's very early days, but I said it at Donington. It was very Colin Turkington-esque, didn't really feature massively all day, but he was just scoring those solid points. So I was impressed with those 2.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on those over the course of this weekend as well. And then, Paul, we had that trio of new cars, the new Mercedes A35, the Audi A3 and the Ford Focus Saloon, all taking wins over the weekend.
Yeah, exactly, and it just shows you, what those kind of tweaks and aerodynamic things can happen with the cars and how good they can be. I just thought it was is the best start to a British touring car weekend I think I can remember.
Which isn't that far long, is it?
But it was amazing, and it was great to see those new chassis actually do so well. And obviously, you know, Jason being Jason, and it had all the right ingredients.
Yeah.
Was it going to work? Yes, it did.
Yeah, it did. And we've got to talk, you touched upon it already, Ash Sutton. It was an absolutely flying start for him. I think it's the biggest points lead he's had at the start of the season before, so things are looking super positive for him. But, you know, he's coming into this weekend with a solid weekend behind him, but he's got to carry on pushing forward.
Well, they push every race. You know, you race in British touring cars one race at a time, because you know that you can go from hero to zero in an instant, and both Ash and Tom Ingram and everyone else racing in this championship knows that. So nobody is complacent for one moment, because it's just ups and downs throughout the year, and his good luck at the first weekend could be his bad luck in another weekend.
Yeah, in his, I think it was his 300th race where he took that win, which was phenomenal in Donington. And now he's looking for his 50th win, Jade.
Doesn't seem old enough to have 50 wins, does he?
It's cheating having 30 races a year. It's absolutely cheating.
Yeah. All right, Tim, do you want to talk about it a bit more? There's some trauma there somewhere, I think. But yeah, you know, he's one of the big names of the championship now. He's successful in everything that he does, and every year he comes back and he just proves more and more, you know, his reason as why he's, you know, multiple champion and one of the big names. So yeah, impressive.
Yeah, going for that 5th title, exciting stuff. And we have to talk about Tom Ingram. You know, it was just a really tricky start for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. You know, the car though was so fast, and that's what's an amazing thing for Tom. He'll know that he's got a car to compete for this championship. But the overboosting problem, I would be very surprised if we see that again for Tom, because there would have been some people that were very annoyed about what happened there. One of those things, he's grown up enough, and yeah, he's a champion. He knows the score. He knows what the pitfalls are of this championship.
He's grown some facial hair now as well,
and at the back
bit like
as well.
you. Yeah. He's got it all going on.
Oh, lovely
Thanks, Tim.
stuff. Well, we got 3 epic races to look forward to, but we've already had some racing over the course of this weekend. Yesterday, of course, it was our qualifying race to pole. It was Dan Camish alongside Tom Ingram on pole position, and here is the best of yesterday's action.
The race to pole is go. Good getaway by Darryl de Leon, and he's going to be able to get past Camish. Is he going to be able to jump ahead of Tom Ingram? No, not quite. On the run up towards Paddock, he's standing his ground on the outside. Ingram on the defensive. Darryl de Leon on the outside. It's Sutton, I think, up into 2nd place already. They drop down the hill. Sutton's on the attack. De Leon dives up the inside of Ingram, clatters through, forces Ingram wide, and Ash Sutton could well be in the lead at the end of Cooper Straight. Here he comes. 1 second of booster lap. Sutton leads. More drama there involving Charles Rainford. Tom Chilton is on the grass and sideways. Rainford gets involved again. He's clearly picked up damage. Rowbottom is under attack now from the recovering Rainford, who is getting roughed up again. Darryl de Leon is on his final warning for track limits at Graham Hill Bend. He's running 2nd.
Cookie's got a puncture left front. That's a typical problem here at Brands.
He avoids the gravel, but he's heading for the pit lane, and he's heading for the back of the grid. Ash Sutton is going to become seemingly our 2nd race to pole winner. Darren de Leon meant to go, runs out of road. Is he going to be able to hang on to 2nd place? Has he got a problem? Because he seemed to go so deep into the corner, up towards the line. He's being reeled in by Camish, but Ash Sutton wins the race to pole at Brands Hatch. De Leon survives to be 2nd over the line. From Camish, Collard, Ingram, and then Adam Morgan is going to be 6th, is he? Yes. Mikey Doble 7th, then it's next to Patterson, with the top 10 set to be rounded out by Aaron Taylor-Smith.
That was mega. We knew we're strong in Sector 1. We actually just maximised that every single time. Yeah, I can't keep with a BM in the last sector, but it was just enough to just counteract that. But the car is in an amazing place at the minute. I'm in a good place with it. We're singing in harmony.
So after yesterday's lively qualifying race to pole, this is how the grid looks today for round 4. It's Ash Sutton who takes pole and the 10 points for it. But you are clearly back on form, and it's Adam Morgan for Plato Racing who's going to line up on the 3rd row there in P6. If we take a look at 11th down to 20th, so Dan Rowbottom is going to be starting P17 there for Caterham Plato Racing. He, of course, took pole in that first quali race last time out at Donington. And you can see Josh Cook down there, starting from P21. His struggles, unfortunately, continue after suffering a puncture in that qualifying race. Let's take a look now at the moment that Ash Sutton took the lead. He basically took advantage, I think, of a bit of a tussle between Darrell DeLeon and Tom Ingram. Tim, just talk us through this move here.
Well, there's a lot going on here, but basically what happens is Ash Sutton has a look at the left-hand side of Darrell DeLeon coming down the hill from Druids, and it's enough to make Darrell DeLeon blink to defend. He's on board with Sutton now. He moves to the left. DeLeon goes to block it and ends up making a move on Ingram. I don't think he initially intended to do that, but he locks up, runs wide, runs Ingram wide. Ash Sutton laughs all the way to the bank and cuts back and goes through into the lead. Great.
Yeah, well, great for some, not for others. I mean, do we think Darrell DeLeon should get away with that move?
It's a marginal 50-50 call. He got an overlap, but he did it by running, too deep into the corner wide. It was a very Max Verstappen move, if you ask me. But he got away with it, and lives to fight on with the second place.
Yeah, indeed. And let's have a quick talk about poor old Josh Cook. Can't get a break at the moment. What's going on, Jade?
Another puncher. Different. They're not matched up with the Donington puncher. Just two different reasons. So we can see here, he basically, if you watch the onboard, he goes down into the compression of Paddock Hill. It comes from nowhere. You hear the bang, and then obviously when he goes to brake into Druids, it then obviously delaminates properly and lets go. So he was having a progressive race. He didn't qualify where he wanted to, but he was moving forward. It's actually started to rain. How
don't
interesting.
Say it. It's not happening. I'm just
ignoring it.
If we don't say it, it can't come true.
Yeah. So he was frustrated with that. He obviously starts from the back today, busy day, but this time last year, I think he, at the end of the season, started at the back of the grid and won race 3, so I assume that's his aim for today. All
right, well, hopefully he can a bit of a redemption race this weekend. Now, yes, it is raining, and so Paul's gone inside because he's worried about his hair going frizzy. No, we've actually sent him out to meet all the fans because there are so many here today. Look at that, absolutely packed. It's like a game of where's Wally? Or maybe in Paul's case, where is the Wally? Let's hope he's not listening. And go down to Paul and Louise. Who are you guys with?
Yeah, we've come down to Speedworks. I thought I'd come and try and cheer up Josh Cook, who's he didn't have a brilliant day yesterday. In fact, it's been not probably the start to the season that you wanted, has it? Sorry, that's a really depressing way. Good morning, Josh. How are you, darling?
I was feeling all right. I think you're bang on. It's not been the start of the season that we'd hoped for. I mean, the positives are we're actually really quick. The car's really fast. The team have done a great job. But we've just not had the rub of the green so far. So obviously Donington, we're picking up a puncher from debris, which is completely out of our control, really ruined our day. And then to come here, we thought we'd try and improve the car a bit more in free practice. Probably went the wrong way a little bit, which with this new format just puts you on the back foot. But we're here to always strive for improvement and keep trying to make everything better. So went into qualifying, car was a bit of a handful, but again, still really, really quick. And even in that race for pole, I think we had real good race pace. So unfortunate to end the way that it has, but it just means I'll have to start from the back and see what I can do.
Onwards and upwards. Could Paul maybe do a little dance for you, sing a little song?
Yeah, I could do. I'm going to forget the singing, but Josh, all the best for the weekend ahead. There's other important fellas here. This is Danny. He's one of your grid lads. Nice to see grid lads. And what's this all about? What are you doing here, Danny?
Okay, so basically it's a chance for us and interact with the teams. It's a great opportunity to see what motorsport is all about and have fun on the grid while the cars come up ready for the race. And guys like us, we love motorsport, and it's a chance for us to get out there and experience motorsport, in true fashion. So yeah, it's an amazing opportunity. We served in the military, and we've been given this chance to have something to look forward to and a bit of excitement in our lives. It's for the families, it's for current service as well as veterans as well. So it's a fantastic day, and we look forward to it.
Love it. Thank you. Keep up the good work, and good to see you boys here. Catch you in a bit.
Yeah, see you out there on the grid. It's amazing having those guys coming along, all injured service people, so it's a fantastic opportunity for them. Right, let's see how far we can go down. So it's, as always, sorry about the people that we're queuing patiently
Sorry
to try
about
and
the fans.
No, sorry to the people. Sorry about the fact we're backing into people who are patiently queuing and trying to get an autograph from somebody.
Busy, isn't it?
It is. It's really busy. And do you know what? It was exactly the same at Donington Park. Huge crowds. It's fantastic, wasn't it? We're trying to make our way down to have a word with. Why don't you let's dive on in? You guys dive on in and have a word with Nick.
Do you know what? Let's go and catch.
We've got Nick and Ricky down here to see if we can grab a word with them.
Nick has got one of the busiest lines I've ever seen. I'm going to jump in front of one of our photographers. Nick, quick one. How are you, boss? How was it yesterday? Loving life at the minute. The car looks fantastic, but how's it all going?
Yeah, it's going okay. We had good race pace yesterday, but we just had a puncher in quali race, unfortunately. Just getting used to this new car, new team. It's a lot different to what I'm used to, but I'm not doing too bad.
Do you know what? It's the first time I think I've seen you actually look like you're really, really enjoying it. And that's no disrespect to other teams, other cars, but the car just looks so on its nose. That looks like how you want to drive that car.
Yeah, it's finally I've got a car that feels like a touring car, and now I've got to learn it and do the best I can with it. Obviously, I'm not as fast as I would like to be, but it's only round 2. We've got a whole year ahead, and I'm pretty confident that I'm going to have some good results eventually.
Top man, right, I'll give it to Lou, because Collard looks a bit...
Very quick word with Ricky, who is...
Absolute carnage.
Nice carnage, though. It's great, isn't it?
It's
This,
fun.
I bet, is what you missed about not being in the BTC. It's good to be back, isn't it?
It's the best series, I think, for race car driving, I think, in the UK, and one of the best in the Europe and in the world. It's epic. Look how many fans and stuff here. It's cool.
Have a good weekend.
Oh, thank you.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, guys. Smiles all round down in the fan zone. Now let's take a look at the timetable for today's action. It's round 4 of the British Touring Car Championship that begins at 11:30 this morning. Then they're back out on track at 2:45, followed by 5:30. We also have support racing coming up from the Wera Tools F4s, Power Max Mini Challenge, the Caterham 7 Championship, and the Porsche Car Wow Carrera Cup. After the break, we will also be catching up with Power Max Racing, the truly indestructible team, which has literally risen from the ashes. When we return, we'll hear more on their incredible comeback this season.
You are watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously, we had a catastrophic fire at our head office and workshops in August of last year, which, let's just say, messed our season up a little bit, but that's the reason that we're now having to build new Audis. It's a really good thing for us to have something positive to focus on, and the boys and girls have really focused on the challenge, and hopefully we can start to look forward and enjoy what the future brings rather than focusing on the negatives of the past, really. It was a Saturday, I was at home, and basically I'd missed a couple of calls on my phone, and somebody had basically said that I think there's a fire in the field next to where your work is. You might want to have a look and make sure everything's okay. Started driving over and was still getting calls, and then as I got towards the site, started to become kind of ever more likely that the fire was actually us rather than the field. It was horrific getting there. There was a fire brigade already trying to stop people driving along a section of road, that the smoke was so bad across the road that you could not see at all. This greenery here on the right was on fire, and the flames were lapping across and touching this hedge. Now there you go, first glimpses. That was very, very much on fire. This would have been our offices. That was our fab shop, the only bit that didn't burn, but actually got robbed the day after the fire. So that was where our jig was, and all our welding and fabrication equipment was in there. Knowing I'm coming over isn't great, and then driving here feels weird. Seeing it all again, but all upstairs here was we put in a big mezzanine that was exclusively like Power Max Racing's offices. We've got like a sim room set up in there, a meeting room, all of our trophies, everything was all in there. But that mezzanine floor, if you have a look through here, doesn't even exist anymore. On top of this cabinet here, that was a gearbox, and the whole gearbox case in itself has melted. There's nothing left, and there's just some of the gears left in there, and beyond there there's 2 gearbox stands, you see, with the arch tops. So both of those would have had gearboxes sat on the stands, and what's on them now is all that's left of those gearboxes. So there's a few kind of gear components, and that's it. The rest is completely melted and disappeared. well over £2 million worth of vehicles. You know, it literally jumped from building to building. As you can see, it took everything. You know, the fire started at that very far end. It's burnt every shipping container, jumped from container to container, building to building. Like even all the cars stored outside have been ignited and kind of just... Again, going back to sort of BTCC, they're bespoke to the British Touring Car Championship, so the only way we were going to get competitive cars back on the grid was to build them. So on top of having sort of no premises and very little kit, we then had to commit to a type of car that we were going to build and somehow find a way to design and build it ready for the start of a championship.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
My name's Antonio Carrozza. I am Chief Engineer at Alliance Racing, Ash Sutton's race engineer. We're at Croft Circuit for the first official BTCC test of 2026. Playing with the weather a little bit today. We've had a couple of test days already which have been really good learning experiences. This is the point in our test plan where everything's coming together.
Busy off-season for us, we've changed the car. So yeah, we're now running the saloon. So fundamentally, it's 90% the same car as what we've been used to for the last few years. So nicely developed in that respect.
Something that I've wanted to do for a really long time. Not necessarily to the Ford Focus, but yeah, we've been pushing down the saloon route for a while now, looking for different manufacturers, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. So this was the opportunity to do something that we have wanted to do. Improvement in aerodynamic balance, improvement in drag. There's kind of lots of positives from it. I think, generally speaking, the new car, as we've rolled it out, we're pretty happy with everywhere. It's got a slightly more stable balance. It's slightly more responsive to some of the tuning tools without it being snappy. So I'm trying to push the boundary now on, right, how far do we go with the setup before it becomes undrivable? And usually, the fastest the car goes is that pinpoint just before it becomes undrivable. That's the fastest it'll go.
All the teams are in a slightly different place. Obviously, Accelerate get to continue exactly with the car that they ran last year. You've got PowerMax with a new car. You've got the Mercedes out there as a new car. So there's a lot of new cars that they're doing their early running and maybe learning a steeper learning curve with their cars than what we're more fine-tuning.
Well, it's been a dream start to the season for PowerMax Racing, with Mikey Doble winning race 1 at Donington Park. Plus, all 3 of their drivers currently sit in the top 10 of the championship standings. It marks an incredible turnaround for a team who last season lost their home and were borrowing cars and equipment following that tragic event.
On August the 9th, it was a Saturday, I was at home and basically I'd missed a couple of calls on my phone and somebody had basically said that I think there's a fire in the field next to where your work is. You might want to have a look and make sure everything's okay. As I turned right at the junction, you could clearly see that our premises was on fire and it was the end furthest away from where the race cars were stored. Talking to the fire brigade about, you know, is there anything that can be done to kind of try and save that end of the building? And his response was, it's too late, it's gone, mate, we just need to watch it burn. So much emotion, it was overwhelming in a way, really. Didn't feel angry, didn't feel sad. You just kind of start thinking about everything that was in there, everything that it was going to affect, all the people that it was going to affect. Now there you go, first glimpses. That was very, very much on fire.
Tremendously difficult time for everyone at PowerMax Racing, but I think if anything it's brought everyone a bit closer together. It's made us a tighter knitted group. Everyone just feels like, you know, if that can't defeat us then nothing will. Once we was able to put that season behind us and fully focus on 2026, the new cars and the new branding and everything, it was just like a new dawn for the team.
First Audi shell just the other side of the coupe are being worked on at the moment. Just getting it prepared, ready to go for paint on Monday. This is actually the first time I've seen it. For us, it was very much between an Audi and a Mercedes as our preference. We were leaning slightly more towards the Audi. And obviously it's a prestigious brand, it's got some history in the sport as well, and you know, being a part of that and bringing that back to the sport was quite nostalgic and something that we wanted to do.
It seems as though you've settled in quite well to PowerMax Racing.
Yeah, very well. It just feel comfortable, to be honest. We've always been friends with the PowerMax team. The PowerMax team has a real family feel about them, which is something I've always had from my time over the years in the championship. when you feel happy, when you've got a good surrounding, a lot of racing's in your head. It's a very big mental game as well. So fitting in with the team, having the confidence and feeling quite content with things, it makes it a lot easier as a driver.
We're talking building cars to go racing. It's not just the BTCC cars. Brand new Toka Junior car that PMR won the contract to build. Just tell us a bit about that.
We need some positives to focus on. So, building 3 touring cars, all of our focus and our stress and our energy went into building 3 touring cars, and much the same with building the junior cars. We've had some, what I would consider to be very top teams reach out to us and inquire about cars to be in that championship, which is fantastic for everybody.
It was a fairy tale start really to the new car and to my season. We didn't expect it to be this good this quick, and the car just came alive. Unbelievable way to start the year.
Whereas for you, Aidan, it was just a solid weekend the whole way through.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun to be consistently in the mix. Finishing P4 in race 2 in the end as well, just missing a podium. Race 3, P4 again. We want to win, we want podiums, but when you're in the mix, having good battles, it's surprisingly enjoyable, believe it or not.
I knew we'd done the graft, and I just wanted the results to reflect that, and obviously winning our first ever race with the Audi in the first race of the season, obviously you can't do better than that, so it was absolutely fantastic.
Having a car that gives you a fair shot at it just boosts your confidence as a driver and makes you drive better, I believe. Given the right opportunity, I do think I can be a regular race winner and potentially a champion of the sport. This car, with the potential it's shown so far, it's definitely given me those vibes to think, right, if I can just get the best out of myself as a driver, then I'd like to think we'd have a shot at it when we come back here in October.
I mean, what a comeback. Truly, truly remarkable. I don't think we've ever seen anything quite like it. And then to have that sort of fairy tale start with Mikey Doble taking that win. I mean, Tim, it's just such a sort of positive end to what has been a seriously tough year for them.
Yeah, I don't think there was a dry eye in the house at, seeing that. There's such a popular team within the paddock. I mean, that fire last year would have finished off most teams, wouldn't they? It really would have done, and no one would have blamed them if they'd, not come back, certainly last year or even this year. But to have come back and finished off last year, then built their own new cars, 3 new cars, to win the first race, it's just fairy tale stuff. And I personally am so pleased for them. Nobody works harder than Power Max Racing, and for Mikey Doble, he's a real talent in this field. I think he's very underestimated. He's an absolute star driver, so it was a perfect conclusion to that journey back to the top.
And it clearly has been a full team effort, but hearing from Adam Weaver there as well, how he just sort of, I guess, put all of his emotions to one side, and he just knew he just had to crack on and get the job done and bring the team back. So, massive credit to him as well for leading the team.
Yeah, for sure. Adam's a proper character in the paddock. I've raced for Adam as well, and he's very straight down the line, but very competitive and very determined. And something like the fire, as Tim alluded to, is it would end a lot of teams. But for someone like Adam, that almost pardon the pun, fuels the fire in his own determination and in his belly, really. So I never doubted that he would come back in some capacity, but he realised last year that the cars they swapped to were not going to be the correct ones, and he's worked hard over the winter, harder than most teams have, because they had to build 3 brand new cars. So they're now reaping the rewards of that hard work, and fair play to them.
Yeah, exactly. And Paul, just, on the whole, it wasn't just the win. The team has brought some really solid results from Dexter Patterson, Aidan Moffat as well, so they're looking like really strong contenders.
I think so. This is the best opportunity for all 3 drivers, in my personal opinion. Like Tim said, underrated Mikey Doble. This is his big chance. Don't forget Dexter Patterson. He's been a junior of all sorts. Sauber in F1 back in the day, successful karter, amazing driver. This is a massive chance for him as well. Aidan Moffat, 3rd in the championship. Really, really good to see. Let's hope that he can just carry that momentum on. But the car looks like a proper touring car to drive. Tim always says, if it looks proper, it'll go well, and it really does.
What do you think the ultimate goal for the team is? What do they want to achieve? What points, positions do they want to bring home?
Well, honestly, they want to be fighting for wins and championships, whether it's independents or overall. Their sights are just like anyone else. They want to be right at the front. They know they have the same equipment. Everybody has the same basic kit of parts, suspension, engines are very equalised. It's all down to how you operate and run the team, and now they've got a really good car underneath them, 3 good drivers. Their sights are set as high up as they can go.
Yeah, Dexter Patterson is leading the Jax's trophy at the moment. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. Now, one team that you couldn't really miss, definitely caught everyone's eye, was of course Caterham Plato Racing last time out. Let's catch up with them now. Lou's talking to them.
Yeah, perfect opportunity to come down and grab a quick word with Dan Rowbottom. First of all, let's just talk generally. Obviously, second race for your team. How's it going overall so far?
I think overall pretty well. You know, Adam had a really good run yesterday. We both had a good FP1, but we knew we needed to find more time, and we haven't tried a lot of things with this car yet. So Paul and I, we took the pill and did a bit of a development setup. It was atrocious, if I'm honest, but you know, we've got to learn. It's obviously very difficult to develop the car now that the season's here. We need to go and do a few test days, but we just don't have the time. So yeah, we pulled the short straw yesterday. It didn't work, but we've learned it doesn't work. We won't go that route again until we've got time to reinvestigate it. But yeah, we qualified P18, and the new regs, you can't touch the cars between qualifying and the qualifying race. So we just had to drive around and do our best, and we finished P18, so not good.
So what about today?
Well, we've thrown another kitchen sink at it now. Yeah, we've gone back to somewhere vaguely near Adam and just done a couple of minor tweaks just so we can find a bit more performance for me. You know, the car's great. You know, out of the box it's been good, but it's a very different philosophy. You know, I've never driven a touring car that's been engineered this way in mind before, and neither's anyone else worked on one with this philosophy, so it's different. You know, you can put a brand new car down. Look at what PWR are doing with the Audi. They're doing fantastic things. So we've just got it. We're chasing, but it will come with time.
There was such a buzz around the team last time out at Donington, obviously first ever race for you. Do you feel like you're kind of bedding down and settling into the season and the hard work of developing these cars now?
Yeah, I think we all need to settle down. You know, Donington was fantastic, and you know, we obviously got the first race to pole, which was great. We inherited, I should say. So it was good, and there's a lot of buzz, but obviously there's a lot of attention around the team, and everyone's a little bit like rabbit in headlights. There's a lot of pressure on everybody. Even the mechanics are getting constant stress and conversation, and it's brilliant because we want the support, but at the same time it's very hard to focus down. So we just need to make sure we do that.
See you out there.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff. Thank you to Lou and Dan Rowbottom there. Yeah, I guess it was a bit of a mixed start to their season. I mean, there was obviously a huge amount of attention that the team got, so a little bit of added pressure. But how do you think they're looking ahead?
Well, there's never no attention when Jason Plato's in the house, is there? He brings a lot of awareness to the championship, and you know, it's good to have him back. But it just shows it's not easy. You know, whilst Power Max we've just talked about landed with a car that worked straight away, it hasn't worked straight away with the Mercedes. Now, that's not to say they won't find the right setup for it. And whilst I said earlier, everyone uses the same kit of parts, there are literally millions of combinations of the way you can set that up. And every car is different. Every car has a different torsional stiffness, a different aerodynamic property, a different wheelbase. And they're trying to find the right zone for that car to work in. But Adam Morgan was very quick yesterday in the time qualifying. He was less than a tenth of a second away from the quickest time. So there is pace in the car, but finding pace, consistency and raceability is very hard. But with two drivers, they're experimenting with setups. They'll get there very quickly, and obviously they want to be winning races outright.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how much does this track suit their car?
Not best, actually. It's got quite a long wheelbase, which doesn't help with understeers. A lot of front loading on the car this track with slow corners, so front wheel drive cars tend to stuff with understeer. Longer wheelbase cars push the front more, and rear grip and pushing the front is the problem they've got, so it's not the best track for them.
Jade, we can hear the wrenching coming behind. You know, this really is the kind of last few moments before they go out there. What kind of prep are they doing in the garage just before they go out onto the grid?
I think the car engine starting up is a hint to us to, you know, we need to get out in the pit lane. But
there's no driver in the car yet, so we don't need to panic. We're not going to get run over quite yet.
Yeah, so regulation is they have to have the car out in the pit lane by a certain minute or countdown to the race. We can see the mechanics just going around the car now, just double checking everything, making sure they've done it 2 or 3 times already today, I'd imagine. But some of these guys have been around a very, very long time. So it's process for them, but it's now where all the adrenaline starts to raise and everyone gets excited and hopefully looking for a strong day.
All right, well, to ensure that none of us do get run over, let's go down to Lou. Who are you with?
out racing in the cars this season, but Dan, it's good to see that you were at Donington. You're here this weekend as well. You're actually still working with Restart Racing, aren't you?
Yeah, still working with the team. There's been quite a lot of changes within the team. 2 different engineers, a new driver. So I'm just helping, a little bit of consulting throughout the weekend, a little bit of... It's quite funny, when you're not racing, you've got such a clearer mind to just give the drivers a couple of prompts, and it's a weird feeling, like if I had myself helping myself last year when all the chaos is going on, it's quite helpful sometimes. So it's a weird feeling, but I'd much rather be here doing this than not here at all.
Does it not frustrate you being here and watching somebody else get into what was your car?
Depends what the situation is. Like James had an engine go yesterday, so in those circumstances not so much, but obviously it's a strange feeling when they're lining up on the grid and I'm not there. Of course I'd want to be racing, but I'm enjoying it at the moment, so it's all good.
How's it going so far? Early days yet in the season, but what's your assessment? What have you brought to them, and what can they get out of today?
Yeah, it's early days. The different format this year it just completely put a massive spin on it. You know, you've only got one practice to get yourself ready for qualifying. You can't change the car from qualifying to the first race, so it's a big learning curve for the team. Chris did a good job yesterday. We think we've improved the car a lot for today, so it should be good. James did a good job considering had no practice, changed the engine in 2.5 hours, did some good times yesterday. Unfortunately he got a penalty, but he made 9 places yesterday, so could be a good day for us.
Good to see you here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. And yeah, good to see and hear from Dan Lloyd there. 9 wins in his touring car history today, and hopefully there will be more to follow. But, you know, he was the winner of the Independence Trophy last season. How tricky is that coming to a race weekend? I'm sure he's absolutely desperate to get behind the wheel and just put some laps in.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I've been, and Jade has been here when you've been in the championship and then you have to come and just show your face. That's not what Dan Lloyd's doing. He's doing a brilliant job. We'll be giving the team amazing data and, you know, just telling them what they need to look out for because he knows the car. It's difficult though because you just want to get out there and race, but if you're not here, then people will forget about you, and that is the main thing.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Well, we hope to see him back in a race seat very soon. Now, before it is lights out, I think we need to get a few final thoughts heading into race 1. Tim, what do you think we can expect?
I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to seeing how the boost can affect the cars and their ability to overtake on this shorter circuit than Donington. But I think, you know, Ash Sutton had proved yesterday that winning that race to pole with just 1 second of boost, if he makes a good start, but Darryl de Leon will be challenging him, he could be away with this first one.
All right, so all eyes on Ash Sutton. Jade?
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday all of the Napa cars are super, super fast. Not just Ash, they've got some brilliant pace underneath them, so they're all going to be strong. But Ingram got sort of elbowed out yesterday, so he's got a bit of a point to prove. He'll be coming back through the field, and then we also have to just watch Josh at the back. You know, starting from P21, he should have a good, quick car underneath him, so it'd be interesting to see how he can move forward.
Oh, come on, tell us race predictions.
Oh, I don't know about predictions, but there's quite a split with soft and medium tyres. It's freezing cold, it's drizzled. Will the soft hold up? Will it grain? What will it be like on De Leon's BMW? What to look out for? I don't know. It's going to be mad.
It is indeed, as it always is. Well, there we are. That is a start to our show after the break. We will be lights out for round 4 of British Touring Car. We cannot wait. I think we better run and go and get our brollies as well. See you in a few minutes.
You are watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously, we had a catastrophic fire at our head office and workshops in August of last year, which let's just say messed our season up a little bit, but that's the reason that we're now having to build new Audis. It's a really good thing for us to have something positive to focus on, and the boys and girls have really focused on the challenge, and you know, hopefully we can start to look forward and enjoy what the future brings rather than focusing on the negatives of the past, really. So it was a Saturday, I was at home, and basically I'd missed a couple of calls on my phone, and somebody had basically said that I think there's a fire in the field next to where your work is. You might want to have a look and make sure everything's okay. Started driving over and was still getting calls, and then as I got towards the site, started to become kind of ever more likely that the fire was actually us rather than the field. It was horrific getting there. There was a fire brigade already trying to stop people driving along a section of road, that the smoke was so bad across the road that you could not see at all. This greenery here on the right was on fire and the flames were lapping across and touching this hedge. Now there you go, it's first glimpses. That was very, very much on fire. This would have been our offices. That was our fab shop, the only bit that didn't burn, but actually got robbed the day after the fire. So that was where our jig was, and all our welding and fabrication equipment was in there. Knowing I'm coming over isn't great, and then driving here feels weird. Seeing it all again, but you know, all upstairs here was we put in a big mezzanine that was exclusively like Power Max Racing's offices. We've got like a sim room set up in there, meeting room, all of our trophies, everything was all in there. But that mezzanine floor, if you have a look through here, doesn't even exist anymore. On top of this cabinet here, that was a gearbox, and the whole gearbox casing itself has melted. There's nothing left, and there's just some of the gears left in there, and beyond there there's two gearbox stands, you see, with the arch tops. So both of those would have had gearboxes sat on the stands, and what's on them now is all that's left of those gearboxes. So there's a few kind of gear components, and that's it. The rest has completely melted and disappeared. Well over £2 million worth of vehicles. You know, it literally jumped from building to building. As you can see, it took everything. You know, the fire started at that very far end. It's burnt every shipping container, jumped from container to container, building to building. Like even all the cars stored outside have been ignited, and kind of just... Again, going back to sort of BTCC, they're bespoke to the British Touring Car Championship, so the only way we were going to get competitive cars back on the grid was to build them. So on top of having sort of no premises and very little kit, we then had to commit to a type of car that we were going to build, and somehow find a way to design and build it ready for the start of a championship.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
My name's Antonio Carrozza. I am Chief Engineer at Alliance Racing, Ash Sutton's race engineer. We're at Croft Circuit for the first official BTCC test of 2026. Playing with the weather a little bit today. We've had a couple of test days already, which have been really good learning experiences. This is the point in our test plan where everything's coming together.
Busy off-season for us, we've changed the car. So yeah, we're now running the saloon. So fundamentally, it's 90% the same car as what we've been used to for the last few years. So nicely developed in that respect.
Something that I've wanted to do for a really long time. Not necessarily to the Ford Focus, but yeah, we've been pushing down the saloon route for a while now, looking for different manufacturers, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. So this was the opportunity to do something that we have wanted to do. Improvement in aerodynamic balance, improvement in drag. There's kind of lots of positives from it. I think, generally speaking, the new car, as we've rolled it out, we're pretty happy with it everywhere. It's got a slightly more stable balance. It's slightly more responsive to some of the tuning tools without it being snappy. So I'm trying to push the boundary now on, right, how far do we go with the setup before it becomes undrivable? And usually, the fastest the car goes is that pinpoint just before it becomes undrivable. That's the fastest it'll go.
All the teams are in a slightly different place. Obviously, Accelerate get to continue exactly with the car that they ran last year. You've got Power Max with a new car. You've got the Mercedes out there as a new car. So there's a lot of new cars that they're doing their early running, and maybe learning a steeper learning curve with their cars than what we're more fine-tuning.
Darryl de Leon wins in the British Touring Car Championship for the first time. A maiden win for Darryl de Leon.
I can't praise de Leon enough. He drove absolutely impeccably.
Charles Rainford, a first-time winner in the BTCC. A really impressive drive.
I am so delighted to see another star of the BTCC emerge.
Now, last time at this circuit, we had two brand new winners, Charles Rainford and Darryl de Leon. But what will unfold today? Well, let's go down to Louise Goodman. She's in the thick of it somewhere on this grid. Over to you, Lou.
Thank you, Nikki. I am right at the front of the grid with a man who, if you remember last time out, that race to pole went so badly wrong for him. Here at Brands Hatch, that same event could not have gone better yesterday. Started P5 on the grid. It was a mega day for you yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, Louise. It was a perfect way to sort of round off a Saturday and prepare us for the best place possible today. see what the weather's going to do. I think everyone's kind of looking up at the sky. We're on the soft tyre, so hopefully that works in our favour in terms of grip level. But yeah, let's see what we can do.
I mean, you pulled off a mega start yesterday. You're kind of going to need one of those again today, obviously, to try and stay ahead of De Leon. I know your danger point, you said yesterday, was at the end of the lap. How difficult is it going to be to kind of, manage things today? Because you've only got, 4 laps of boost to use, haven't you? He's got the full quota.
Yeah, so obviously we've still got that restriction of boost. Difference is I've got it the full 20 seconds for the lap, but I've just got a limited amount of laps. So, yeah, I mean, if he doesn't beat me to turn 1, I'll be shocked. We'll do our best to obviously stop that. If he does, I'll be on the attack mode from the get-go. So, yeah, we've got to settle in. We've got to get the points, but also I want that win.
Good stuff. Hope it goes well for you. Right, from the front of the grid, let's go over to a man who didn't have such a brilliant day yesterday. Paul, I think you're a bit further back.
Yes, I am. Charles Rainford just getting a good luck message from a couple of the guys. Not great yesterday, was it, mate? Gutted for you.
No, I know. The pace I thought was really good considering the boost we had. But other people had other ideas for me, obviously. So, yeah, we'll see what happens today. Obviously, as you have obviously know more than anyone else, it's a very long day. We can unravel it very quickly. So you've got to play it sensible, but we'll be going forward, I'm sure.
And what about these? What about the tyres? You've split strategy with your teammate Daryl. You're on the medium, he's on the soft. What's the thinking of that? I wouldn't want to really be on the soft because it's a bit cold, isn't it?
It is a bit cold. We'll see how we both go in the warm-up phase. It seems very similar to Donington in terms of kind of the ambient and the track temp. So we'll see. Obviously, we know we're going to be better around here. We were overheating quite badly once we dropped down the pack yesterday, but there's nothing we can do about it. So that will suit us. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit more tricky with the front-wheel drive cars now, but the race is quite long. They definitely drop off a little bit at Donington. So, yeah, you know what? It's going to be interesting, and I can tell you all about it afterwards.
Thoughts on the car, the championship? A lot of doubters before the season started. I'll be honest. I was one of those. I thought, what's going to happen now with the car and the team? You come out the blocks, mate, at Donington, and shut people like me up.
Well, I really appreciate that, thank you. Obviously, we worked very hard on the car pre-season. I've worked hard on myself, mindset, as it always is. It's always just mindset. So I come at these races with very different head, and because of that, I'm doing it better than I did last year. So it's all a learning process, isn't it? Last year was my first year, this is my second year, so hopefully I'll only get stronger and stronger.
Top man, I love how you got your foot on the brake as soon as it went off the jacks. What a pro! Right, back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. Back on the front row with Daryl de Leon. And there are spots of rain starting to fall. Not ideal circumstances, Daryl, but obviously with this rain starting to come down, but very light at the moment, is it going to have any kind of impact as it stands?
I think we're just going to have to wait and find out.
Yeah,
that is all. That is my honest answer. It could benefit us. It could benefit the front wheel drives. But like you saw at Donington race 2, Donington, where it just randomly came down, we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out.
I mean, you've the kind of ace up your sleeve, hopefully, is the fact that you've got the full allocation of TTB. So it's going to be about where you use that strategy, or when you use that, isn't it? I guess, or you're just going to use it the whole time.
Yeah, have you seen the lizard button meme where they keep spamming the button? I think that's going to be me a bit this race. Of course, we're going to have to be a little bit conservative of the race distance and trying to save a bit for the end. But for me, I just want to send it.
So what are your thoughts? I mean, and how key is the start going to be here? Is that going to be the place where you're going to have the best chance of getting past Ash, or are you going to need to do it racing laps on the track, do you think?
Ideally, I'd like to have the lead by turn 1, but it's all nice saying that. Hopefully I can get a good launch and we'll just see where it takes us.
Right, thank you. Have a good race, and we will be seeing where it takes Daryl and everybody else here just after this break.
You are watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously, we had a catastrophic fire at our head office and workshops in August of last year, which let's just say, messed our season up a little bit, but that's the reason that we're now having to build new Audis. It's a really good thing for us to have something positive to focus on, and the boys and girls have really focused on the challenge, and hopefully we can start to look forward and enjoy what the future brings rather than focusing on the negatives of the past, really. It was a Saturday, I was at home, and basically I'd missed a couple of calls on my phone, and somebody had basically said that I think there's a fire in the field next to where your work is. You might want to have a look and make sure everything's okay. Started driving over and was still getting calls, and then as I got towards the site, started to become kind of ever more likely that the fire was actually us rather than the field. It was horrific getting there. There was a fire brigade already trying to stop people driving along a section of road, that the smoke was so bad across the road that you could not see at all. This greenery here on the right was on fire, and the flames were lapping across and touching this hedge. Now there you go, first glimpses. That was very, very much on fire. This would have been our offices. That was our fab shop, the only bit that didn't burn, but actually got robbed the day after the fire. So that was where our jig was, and all our welding and fabrication equipment was in there. Knowing I'm coming over isn't great, and then driving here feels weird. Seeing it all again, but all upstairs here was we put in a big mezzanine that was exclusively like Powermax Racing's offices. We've got like a sim room set up in there, a meeting room, all of our trophies, everything was all in there. But that mezzanine floor, if you have a look through here, doesn't even exist anymore. On top of this cabinet here, that was a gearbox, and the whole gearbox casing itself has melted. There's nothing left, and there's just some of the gears left in there, and beyond there there's two gearbox stands, you see, with the arch tops. So both of those would have had gearboxes sat on the stands, and what's on them now is all that's left of those gearboxes. So there's a few kind of gear components, and that's it. The rest has completely melted and disappeared. Well over £2 million worth of vehicles. It literally jumped from building to building. As you can see, it took everything. The fire started at that very far end. It's burnt every shipping container, jumped from container to container, building to building. Like even all the cars stored outside have been ignited, and kind of just... Again, going back to sort of BTCC, they're bespoke to the British Touring Car Championship, so the only way we were going to get competitive cars back on the grid was to build them. So on top of having sort of no premises and very little kit, we then had to commit to a type of car that we were going to build, and somehow find a way to design and build it ready for the start of a championship.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
My name's Antonio Carrozza. I am Chief Engineer at Alliance Racing, Ash Sutton's race engineer. We're at Croft Circuit for the first official BTCC test of 2026. Playing with the weather a little bit today. We've had a couple of test days already, which have been really good learning experiences. This is the point in our test plan where everything's coming together.
Busy off-season for us, we've changed the car. So yeah, we're now running the saloon. So fundamentally, it's 90% the same car as what we've been used to for the last few years. So nicely developed in that respect.
Something that I've wanted to do for a really long time. Not necessarily to the Ford Focus, but we've been pushing down the saloon route for a while now, looking for different manufacturers, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. So this was the opportunity to do something that we have wanted to do. Improvement in aerodynamic balance, improvement in drag. There's kind of lots of positives from it. I think, generally speaking, the new car, as we've rolled it out, we're pretty happy with everywhere. It's got a slightly more stable balance. It's slightly more responsive to some of the tuning tools without it being snappy. So I'm trying to push the boundary now on, right, how far do we go with the setup before it becomes undrivable? And usually, the fastest the car goes is that pinpoint just before it becomes undrivable. That's the fastest it'll go.
All the teams are in a slightly different place. Obviously, Accelerate get to continue exactly with the car that they ran last year. You've got Powermax with a new car. You've got the Mercedes out there as a new car. So there's a lot of new cars that they're doing their early running, and maybe learning a steeper learning curve with their cars than what we're more fine-tuning.
Well, we're all set for round 4 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and it looks like the rain has arrived just in time. It is time now to hand over to your commentators, Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nikki, thanks very much. Yes, umbrellas are up. The circuit is going to get a little bit greasy over the course of this 4th round of the championship, and with Ash Sutton starting on pole position, Daryl De Leon with maximum allocation of boost alongside. So this is going to be fascinating.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the drizzle is in the air. It doesn't look like anything more than a bit of drizzle. There's a few wipers just going on. This is not the ideal conditions for the BMW, though, that likes nice hot conditions so it can get the tyres up to temperature nice and quickly. You can see the drizzle on the windscreen there from Daryl De Leon's BMW. He'll be working extremely hard to get temperature into those tyres. Left on the grid
is Lewis Selby. So he's going to have to start at the back because everybody has gone past him. We have 2 formation laps for the purposes of these races, and hopefully they can get that car out of the way. Now, let's, before we go racing, check in with Josh Cook. Josh, you won't need me to remind you yesterday was a horrible day, but maximum attack from here on in. You can only go in one direction, can't you?
Yeah, I mean, the positives are we've got a really quick race car. The guys have done a great job of giving me something I can work with, and you know, it's just unlucky. These issues that we've had are just sort of out of our control. There's nothing we really could have done differently. So we did have another, managed to pick up a slice in a tyre on the way to the grid for some, looks like gravel debris. So had to have another new unscrubbed tyre on the back of the car for the start of this one. So not ideal, but you know, we just got to be eyes forwards.
Absolutely. Now, eyes forward, and you see rain on the windscreen. Is this getting worse? Is it getting heavy? What's the state of play?
To be honest, it seems fairly stable. Obviously, the faster we drive, we pick up more of that on the windscreen. But it's going to be a hairy first couple of laps. But I think we've got to keep out of trouble and focus on the long game of a race 3 result for us.
Excellent. We'll leave you to it. Good luck, Josh.
Thank you.
So Josh Cook is going to start at the very back. The puncture he was just referring to came late race, and he came into the pits, didn't get a chance to rejoin, so he will be last on the grid. Ash Sutton starts round 4 on pole position by dint of winning the race to pole. Daryl De Leon is with him at the front of the grid. Then you've got Dan Camish and Ricky Collard ahead of Tom Ingram and Adam Morgan on row 3. Ingram the first on the grid on the medium option tyre. Mikey Doble is on the medium, and he starts on row 4. Teammate Dexter Patterson is also on the medium tyre. Then Aaron Taylor-Smith and his teammate Gordon Shedden, medium tyre both. Sam Osborne comes next. Potentially a gap where Lewis Selby should have been, because if you fall to the very back, that's where you have to stay. Chris Smiley and Tom Chilton are next on the grid. Charles Rainford, as you heard, goes medium. Aidan Moffat, likewise, they're 3rd and 4th in the championship, so they've got work to do here. Dan Rowbottom, likewise, 17th, ahead of James Dorlin. Max Buxton is on the medium tyre, as is Nicholas Hamilton, and Josh Cook on medium at the very back, and Lewis Selby is doing what he's meant to, and that is stay at the very rear. So Lewis Selby having to give up 12 by the car not getting away. It is a very different looking Brands Hatch than we had yesterday. Now, of course, that it's fairly gloomy and the rain is coming. Here you can see how many laps of boost allocation people have. This is based on the championship positions before yesterday's race to pole points were allocated. So coming into the weekend, Ash Sutton has 4 laps, Dan Camish 7, 8 for Gordon Shedden, only 5 and 6 though, starting a long way back, Charles Rainford and Aidan Moffat. Daryl De Leon has 14 laps of boost available. That's the maximum you can have, so that should put him in the box seat. That's Ash Sutton's view up to the grid, and most definitely the conditions are changing.
It looks like it's getting worse, doesn't it? So from the sort of clouds and what we're seeing on the screen and the track surface, it's definitely getting a little bit worse. So poor old Josh Cook with an unscrubbed cold rear on this, not what you want, bless him, going to the grid. But yeah, could be a bit lively these first few laps, and it also makes the start much harder because you're guessing the level of traction. So expect to see some differences off the line.
And in conditions like this, would you rather have rear-wheel drive or front-wheel drive machinery?
If it gets a tad worse, then probably the rear-wheel drive, because the front-wheel drives could lose their rear temperature and rear grip, but at the moment it's still advantage front-wheel drive.
Okay.
We'll see.
And Daryl De Leon, we expect a good start from under normal conditions. We've got one of the Hyundais coming down to the pit lane. It's Nicholas Hamilton who is coming into the pits. He did have problems yesterday, so this may well be an issue. They might be gambling on tyres as well, but he's come down the pit lane. Yeah, tyres are ready. I suppose if you're near the back of the grid, you've nothing to lose. Lewis Selby will slot into place. The key to Nicholas Hamilton now is to stay on that lead lap. However, all eyes for now are on the grid because we are ready to go racing. The green flag is shown at the rear. That means everybody that is ready to go on that grid is back to the formation laps. The lights are red. Blast off, away we go, and the best start of all comes from Ash Sutton, who gets away nicely, and a really good start by Collard as Daryl de Leon slithers off the line. Dan Camish fights back, look to go second on the inside as they head into paddock, ever so tippy-toey through they turn. It is going to be Sutton, then a gap. Camish from Collard, from Ingram as they head uphill. Adam Morgan is away well. There's a Toyota off in the background, look, as you can see going through the Paddock Hill Bend gravel bed. They slither their way out of Druids. This is really heart-in-mouth stuff.
Well, Daryl de Leon just sat there with the rear wheels spinning. He had no fault. Look, though, they're absolutely tippy-toeing round this track. There's one of the MB Motorsport laser Toyota's getting very sideways. Not sure which one. I think it was Shedden, but the rain has got a lot worse. They are absolutely driving on eggshells here. But as always, a great start from Sutton.
Absolutely. So Sutton leads. You've got Collard second. You've got Ingram third, and they're on maximum boost as they slide their way up towards clearways. This is going to be a really jumbled order at the end of the race. Hamilton is ready to go, but he's dropped a lap. Look as the leaders go up towards paddock. Sutton leading. Collard is second, and that is Adam Morgan straight on into the barriers. The Plato Racing Mercedes out of the race, and that I suspect is going to be a safety car.
Yeah, just locking the wheels up because there's a fraction too much brake pressure in damp conditions, and the car just goes straight on. There's no way you can save it either. Drivers are left foot braking, so they can't even dip the clutch and kill the drive. Yeah, that's going to be a safety car. The safety car is out, and the conditions could get worse while the safety car is still going round. So we'll wait and see if anyone else braves it into the pits. As you say, Nick Hamilton got out, but a lap down.
But now the pace of the race will be slower because you're under safety car conditions. So if you are going to make a pit stop, you'll lose less time now under safety car conditions. Adam Morgan is okay, but the car is out of the race. The car is damaged, and that's why the safety car has been deployed. So Ash Sutton is your race leader. Don't forget, we can add on a maximum of 3 laps under safety car conditions like this. It is Sutton ahead of Collard. Ricky, who goes across the line with the full 14 laps of boost available pre-race. Ingram is third, best on the medium. Then it's Camish, Doble, Shedden, de Leon 7th from the front row. Sam Osborne is 8th, Aaron Taylor-Smith is 9th, Tom Chilton is 10th, Chris Smiley is 11th, 12th is Dexter Patterson, Charles Rainford is 13th, Dan Robottom 14th, Aidan Moffat 15th, and Josh Cook is up into now 17th from the back of the grid. Nick Hamilton did go on to wets, but he's a lap down, and Max Buxton was the Toyota driver through the gravel, and he is now into the pit lane.
I have to say, that was an absolutely terrific start by Ricky Collard.
Yeah.
He of all the front-wheel drive cars, possibly bar Ash Sutton, he got an absolute belter. Flew through from the second row, split the front, and was away like a shot. But a lot of unhappiness, obviously, in the... Just look further back, looking for the lock-up. Was there a little bit of obstruction there? A little bit, but it looked like he just came from the inside with the wheels locked up.
I was wondering whether there'd been a rub.
Now watch Ricky Collard, second on your right. Absolutely gets the drive down now and rockets through between de Leon and Camish.
And Ingram made a good start, but couldn't go anywhere because Camish was in the way and struggling off the line.
And de Leon was just sitting there with the rear wheels spinning. He didn't get very far. And then they really were tiptoeing through Druids Hill Bend and then falling over each other. Look at the two BMW. Oh, it's the BMW on the outside, and then it's actually the Audi just in front.
That was de Leon, wasn't it? Getting shuffled further back in the queue. That was Camish going wide. And a big moment for Gordon Shedden. He did well to save that. Really? De Leon gains a place back.
This is on board with de Leon. You can see him steering to the right as the rear wheels are spinning and sliding down the hill. Through goes Collard there. On the inside, there's a bit of bunching going on. He's just hung out to dry, and you look at him fighting the wheel because he's got no grip at all. He runs wide again here at Druids, down through the gears to second, but he just can't stop the car. He's out wide, fighting for grip. One of the Audis just gets in front of him. That was Doble, I think. There was contact there with Shedden, and another contact which actually sends Shedden into that bit of a tank slapper. But really, everybody's fighting there to stay on the track, so that's entirely forgivable. Very difficult conditions, very difficult.
I just wonder whether if we stay with this, it might illustrate what happens to Adam Morgan. Was there contacts that fired Adam off, or was it all self-induced? We might be able to see. Have a look up the road. You see, still fighting the car up to the line. Now have a look up the road. Do we see any contact? Was Camish versus Morgan? Still hard to tell from that.
Yeah, it is. But you saw him making a brake bias adjustment as he came onto the straight, and also fighting the steering wheel as he came through the slight curve to the right. This is a better angle, maybe.
Camish goes to the inside. No, I don't think there was contact.
No, I think he literally just locked up. Maybe he was looking in the mirrors a little bit or watching Camish and missed his braking point. Not that you have an accurate braking point in different conditions, but once you lock up in a front-wheel drive car, you're heading for the scenery.
Well, there is Adam Morgan's rather battle-scarred Mercedes out of the way. Tough day yesterday. Adam was the quicker of the two. Dan Rowbottom and his engineer Paul Ridgway in the other Caterham Plato Racing Mercedes A35 went and did a setup adjustment, and they seemed to go the wrong way, so that rather conspired against them for the race to pole after qualifying, the official qualifying session. It's up to Dan though now to uphold team honour. The euphoria of Donington and the race to pole is now a bit of a memory, but they'll bounce back, no doubt. Long way to go during the day, as people are saying, already starting to think about reverse engineering the day, looking for a race 3 result. So, Ash Sutton then in the lead, and we are still behind the safety car. Next thing to ponder about tyres is not only the rain, although I think that might just be easing a little bit, but what this safety car running is doing to temperatures and longevity, and whether a soft or a medium is now the better tyre. Over to you two.
Well, it hasn't made too much difference, actually. It has given them an opportunity to get a bit more heat into the tyres, although they're running around obviously at slower speeds. It just gives the driver a bit more feel and a few more laps to lean on it. They can hang back and accelerate through the corners, get a bit more heat in. I think they'll feel a little bit more confident on the restart than they would have done off the line, but not a lot of difference between the soft and the medium. Nothing's going to deteriorate or degrade too hard in these conditions because it's cool and damp.
Okay, let me see if I can have a quick word with Josh Cook about all of this while we're behind the safety car. Josh, decent start. Weather update, please. Is it getting better or worse? The answer is Josh is a bit busy, so we'll leave him to it. Apologies. Right, so cars for the moment are on Cooper Straight. We will go back racing imminently because the incident zone is cleared. Lights are still on the safety car.
Yeah, but the safety car's speeding up a bit, which the guys will be very grateful for. They want to go as quickly as they can and get as much heat as possible. But yeah, one more lap, I'm sure, and we'll be back underway. Obviously, we have the new restart situation now where the driver has an acceleration zone rather than a go board, and he can go any time in that gap.
Over the line then, that now puts 7 laps in the book. Ricky Collard had done the fastest lap before the safety car came out, just before we got to the safety car conditions. And remember, the only driver we have lost is Adam Morgan. Now, Max Buxton, even though he's 2 laps down, he's also gone onto the wets, but I've got to say that's looking less like the ideal way to go, because to my aged eyes, things are getting a bit brighter and looking less gloomy out there, less wet.
Well, to my even more aged eyes, I'd agree with you. But yeah, I mean, but it's often worth a gamble if you're at the back. Lights are out, safety car in this lap, restart down to Ash Sutton now. But yeah, I don't think wets. It was a gamble, but you know, don't think it looks like it's going to work now.
Right, so Ash Sutton leads, and then behind you've got Touring Car Racing's equivalent of Scrappy Doo. Ricky Collard then ready to roll up his sleeves, get out his elbows. He's already on the line, say, come on Ash, I want to go racing. And Ricky Collard used to restarts from his days in GT racing, never mind in touring cars. He has won on the road, but he's never kept a win in the BTCC. He is so determined to change that. He'd love to do it here, he'd love to do it in this race as we go racing. Green flag flies. We're back running in round 4 of the British Touring Car Championship, led by Ash Sutton. Ricky Collard is second. Tom Ingram is third as they dive down through paddock. The top 2 just edging away a little bit. Remember, you've got the top 2 on the softer tyre. Ingram third is on the medium on a greasy track.
You've got to love Ricky Collard. He is no respecter of some past success or anything else, is he? He was right on the bumper of Ash Sutton, pushing him, intimidating him, doing everything he can. He has no intention flashing the lights. He's no intention of letting Ingram on the medium tyre. He's on the soft, remember, go past him while he's attacking for the lead of the race. And Cammish is looking very racy as well behind. Oh, a bit of contact at the front. He's pushed him wide. Ingram is across the grass, Collard.
Collard having a go, but it doesn't work. Here comes Ingram round the outside. He's going to make the move for second place. So Ricky Collard made the move. There was contact. Sutton managed to stand his ground, and he actually has a bigger lead at the end of the lap. Collard is going to hang on to second place to the inside line. Cammish goes back to third, and as they come out of paddock now, the gap is up to about half a second between Sutton and Ricky Collard. Ingram thought for a moment he got that done and was up into second. He's got shuffled back in the pack to fourth. He now, though, is on the attack again, coming downhill. How long before Collard, though, can put himself back onto the tail of Ash Sutton? He's charging on, isn't he? He wants to be there. He wants to be in that lead fight again.
Yeah, he does. I mean, that didn't work out. It looked like it was going to work out well for Ingram. Look at that snap he had there, turning into 30s. He's on the medium tyre, remember. It doesn't have as much grip.
And that's Osborne having a big slide on the outside to clearways. Dexter Patterson is into the gravel and he's going to get stuck. Come on, Dexter, dig yourself out. He's down to first gear. He's desperately trying to edge it forward and get out of the gravel. He's nearly there. One wheel's on the road, 2, 3, 4. He's back running. Good. Sigh of relief in race control. We don't need a safety car, but it did look low on the front left corner. I just wonder as he heads to the pit lane whether a puncture actually put him off the road rather than the slippery surface. It did look a bit low, and now he'll have dragged some gravel across the road as well. That's going to be slippy next time through.
No, I think he just locked up, but the gravel's so deep there, he was very much buried in it.
So the cars then come down towards Surtees. Dexter Patterson, I can see out of the window, is into the pit lane. So problems for him as there you've got the lead battle back on. Collard has not had to take long to get back onto the tail of Sutton. Only a couple of laps as they turn their way now through Clark Curve. It's game on. Ricky building up to try to make the move as they come towards paddock. He's on the outside line. He can use the boost. He's ahead then as he goes storming through into the lead. Ricky Collard has done it as they get towards paddock. Sutton second, Cammish third, Ingram fourth. In fifth place is Mikey Doble, and the fastest man on the track is sixth, and that's Tom Chilton.
Well, Collard knew he had the greater number of boost laps. He had the maximum of 14 as opposed to Sutton, who only has 4 laps, and that was very clearly using the boost to his advantage. But hats off to him. He's going for the lead.
And Sutton is on the boost, perhaps. No, not quite. He doesn't even need to be, because that was an error by Collard. And Sutton's back through into the lead of the race. So Ash Sutton goes through once more. Here comes Cammish on the attack for second place, and he can't do it. But Ash Sutton being able, like yesterday, to use racecraft and a well-engineered car. He's not yet touched the boost. This is Dexter Patterson in replay. He's on the steering wheel button, but just understeers that wide. It still didn't look like he wanted to turn.
It's just that damp track. He was just a fraction too much speed. He just could not get the car stopped.
Sutton leads Collard. Third, still Cammish. Ingram is there in fourth place. And possibly Cammish and Ingram are just waiting for it to end in tears ahead, because absolutely there is no question that Ricky Collard wants this lead. He did have his nose in front when they crossed the line, but it's Ash Sutton back in front here. Way up the curve goes Collard. In the background there's another battle because Charles Rainford is getting himself in the pack. Josh Cook also is up into 12th place from last on the grid as the cars now again come towards clearways. So you've got 2 Napa Racing Fords, 2 Team Virtue Hyundais, and then 5th and 6th now, Chilton versus Doble. They've swapped order as well. This is Josh Cook at work.
Yeah, hard at work. Just looked like the rain may have come back a bit. All the wipers were on. Side by side across the line. Collard on the outside. He's using boost, I think, on this lap. Yes, he is definitely using boost. So this is his lap to try and attack on. He'd used 2 laps up till now. Sutton hadn't used any.
Chris Smiley has done the fastest lap of the race. He's up into the top 10. Leaders drop downhill. Ash Sutton's data yesterday showing just how quick he was through paddock and Druids, where you don't get much chance to use the boost. And then the rest of the lap was where people were trying to use it to catch back up. And he really nailed that first couple of corners and therefore was able to build a bit of an advantage there. Collard then is hunting him down, as there you can see diving up the inside. Daryl De Leon with his elbows out. Lewis Selby also trying to get back up the pack, having started last after stalling on the grid. So it's a continuous shuffled order. James Dorlin is there as well after an engine change after free practice yesterday. Dexter Patterson, incidentally, not rejoined the race. He's still stuck in the pit lane. Sutton to Collard is 6/10. Ash Sutton, fastest lap of the race now.
Yeah, that's going to carry on getting quicker as the track dries out a little bit. So it won't be about tyre wear, it'll just be about the track drying and then getting quicker and quicker.
And he's still to use the boost as Ash is leaving it late race should he need it. But right now, look, he's got a gap. Dan Camish on the attack for second place against Ricky Collard, and that's taking the pressure off Sutton, allowing him to drive his race, his lines, not having to defend.
Yeah, but Camish has, he only started this race with 7 laps of boost. He's used one of them already, so Ricky still has the most number of laps available to him of that front group. He has 11.
Darryl De Leon is fading though, isn't he? Here you're on board with him, but from second on the grid, he's in 13th place, coming up towards the line. The lead gap is up again to 0.6 of a second. There they are, Sutton, Collard. A bit of a gap has opened up through paddock over Camish, and then it's Ingram in 4th place. Chilton 5th has now joined that queue as well, hasn't he? So Tom Chilton then, who despite his history in the championship certainly had one Brands Indy circuit win. He's right there now on the back of Ingram.
Yeah, we've got 2 Napa Ford Focus Titaniums up against 3 Hyundais, haven't we, at the front in the 5 cars.
But Sutton is getting away. He's building that gap all the time. As you look at Josh Cook there going through, Josh continuing to get up the order. So now he's in 11th spot, looking, I think he just got past Aaron Taylor-Smith at the front of ATS's car. So the Speedworks Corolla Racing entry, Josh Cook charging on. Camish, meanwhile, is under big pressure now from Ingram as they get into paddock. That's 3rd and 4th with Chilton 5th behind them. Heading up towards Druids. The lead gap is now over a second. 2 fastest laps of the race in a row for Ash Sutton, and still he has not used any of the boost.
Yeah, as the track dries, he's getting 0.3 of a second quicker every lap. But out of everybody, still the quickest one out there. Again, as you say, using no boost.
Those on the wet tyre, Nick Hamilton and Max Buxton struggling now. Their laps are in the 52-53 second mark, 48 for Ash Sutton, so big difference. But it was a gamble. Gambles sometimes pay off, sometimes they don't. And this is one that has not worked as James Dorlin there runs wide around the outside of Gordon Shedden. Gordon's another one, isn't he, who's dropping away because he was 10th on the grid and he's falling down the order.
Yeah, although we spoke to Josh Cook on the warm-up lap, there were some real tyre issues within the Toyota camp. The front left with some peculiar wear on it on the inside shoulder that the Goodyear guys, Mickey Butler, said they weren't seeing on any of the other cars. So there was something in the setup of those Toyotas that was working that front tyre very hard. It wasn't a case of too much camber. It wasn't a case of too much understeer. The cars were actually quite oversteering in the race. So they are searching for the ideal setup on that Corolla.
As there is Gordon Shedden losing out to James Dorlin, so that puts Gordon now 16th. Like I say, he started 10th on the grid, gets back up the inside of Dorlin, who raced a Corolla last year, don't forget, and a little bit of hit and shoulder forces the Restart Racing Hyundai wide. Over the timing line they go. James will just be ahead as they cross the stripe. Behind them is Dan Rowbottom, still in 17th place, not making progress.
It's not happy with that car at all, doing chasing setup all weekend, and the faster of the 2 Mercedes was Adam Morgan, but of course he was out with that lock up into paddock early in this race.
Right, Ash Sutton is your leader now by 1.8 seconds. He has escaped, has he not? He has used a lap of boost. The 4 that he started with, he's used 1 lap. That's Collard versus Camish, so now it is battle on for second place, and it is Collard the hunted rather than the hunter.
And Ricky's using his boost to stay in front until they get to the point where the boost levels are equal. It'll stay like this. He can, Camish using a lot of inside curve there. Collard will have to defend, and at the moment Collard still has 8 laps left of boost, and Camish only has 4.
Out of Druids they come, and all of this is playing into the hands of Ash Sutton. Don't forget, Ash on the least amount of laps of boost available and leading by 1.8 seconds. We've had a change for 10th place because Josh Cook has got past Aidan Moffat, so that puts the Toyota driver from 21st into 10th place. A proper Cookie charge.
This is great to see. We love Cookie on a charge. That disadvantage of starting with the cold rear doesn't seem to have hurt him too much, does it?
Well, this is how he made the move. So Curb at paddock has the inside line. Aidan, his mate, gives him racing room up towards Druids. Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of room given there on the inside by Aidan Moffat, certainly, but that was a good pass. He still had to hold the line and keep the speed up.
So we are on to lap number 21. Ash Sutton now leading by 2 seconds as he continues to storm away. put past you the book of superlatives of Ash Sutton to use Tim for later on, but I think we finished it a couple of seasons ago, didn't we?
I was going to say that was used up a long time ago. But he continues to impress us and set new standards, doesn't he?
Indeed so. Yesterday was mighty. Meanwhile, mighty fight going on between Taylor Smith, Shedden and Dorlin. They're still squabbling over 14th, 15th and 16th as there Daryl De Leon fights back against Aidan Moffat, but Aidan's on the inside line coming through clearways. So you've got the Audi A3 on the inside, you've got the BMW round the outside. Daryl De Leon, as the road dries a little bit, starting to pick up pace and goes ahead of his former teammate. Also in the mix as they come by is Lewis Selby. He's recovered really well, hasn't he, from last on the grid up to 12th place.
Yeah, Lewis said, you know, he learned to like, he stayed out of trouble as much as he could at Donington. Was surprised how much everybody got their elbows out, but that's touring cars, and he said he was going to be a bit more aggressive this weekend, and he certainly made good progress, as you say, from last on the grid.
So it is Sutton, Collard, Camish for the podium right now. The leading independent is 6th. That's Mikey Doble. This is Dorlin on the back of Shedden, who is almost on the back of Aaron Taylor-Smith as they run along Cooper Straight. Behind them is Dan Rowbottom, and we've just had a driving standards flag to Aidan Moffat as there, up towards the line, comes Sam Osborne going for 6th against Mikey Doble. Sam, a winner at Silverstone last year, gets better all the time, goes through. Nice move.
Yeah, it looks like all the drivers are really loving this Ford Focus Titanium, doesn't it? It looks to be a match for the Hyundai this year, certainly in Sutton's hands against Ingram, but also his teammates well going very quickly, so a great car.
But Ash Sutton's advantage nearly 2 seconds right now, 1.9 the margin. There is Tom Ingram, who perhaps surprisingly, given that he had 14 laps of boost, has not been able to get himself into the top 3. He's used a fair chunk of it. He's got 5 laps left as Tom.
But David, he's on the medium tyre, which is not the faster of the it's actually the option tyre. It means he's got 2 more races to go with the medium tyre. As saying that, we see a lunge down the inside successfully completed. Good move, that nice clean move, but yes, his car will be even quicker when it's on the soft tyre, so I think he's going to be very happy with this.
And he has, as we say now, made that move, so finally he's cleared a place, got ahead of Dan Camish. That puts him into 3rd. That's Chilton at the back of that little queue, so Tom had been sitting there waiting. The move came and through he goes then, so it's going to help him for the race to grid. It's going to help him in terms of points, and a big off there for Aidan Moffat coming down the hill out of Druids. Then major moment, bounces off the tyres. The former junior Bangor racer gets back on circuit. That's just a trifling scratch to Aidan, and he carries on, but weird how he got there.
Yeah, absolutely nothing in that, as you say, and he kept his foot in the throttle. Did you see the car, the front wheels spinning? He was still hard in the throttle trying to pull the car around, and I think he's got away with that very unscathed, actually, despite wiping out a couple of remarkables.
Now let's try and work out how he got there, because as you can see, he was having a battle with Lewis Selby at Paddock up towards Druids. So Selby ahead, Moffat is into the back of Selby, just nudges him a little bit wide, and coming out of the corner, Lewis doesn't take too kindly to that, and there's more contact. Yeah, you said he was going to be more aggressive. You weren't wrong, were you, Harvey? Well done.
Is that... yeah, I think that might be a visit to see the clock, the course.
Subtle it wasn't.
No, look at the wheels spinning, look at it pulling the front round, getting it back on track. That's an angry driver.
Do you think Lewis Selby's met the Moffats? He's about to. Crikey. Right, that was brave, Lewis. The leader, meanwhile, is on lap 26, Ash Sutton. We've got 2 to go as there Mikey Doble versus Chris Smiley. Now this is for the lead of the independent competition. This matters. There could be a Restart Racing win here in the last couple of laps, because although they're fighting overall for 7th place, Powermax and Restart, the 2 teams in the independent cup. So if Smiley gets ahead of Doble, there's a class win.
Yeah, very important. The independents a championship, a hugely important championship to these guys.
Nose to tail, Audi versus Hyundai. BMW's behind, Charles Rainford, who's made his way up the order. Daryl De Leon, who is making his way back up the order after that poor first couple of laps. The leader is onto his last lap though now, Ash Sutton. We're looking to see if Smiley can get ahead of Doble. Now we look at the leader, he's on his last lap, and Sutton, even though the lead gap's come down a little bit, has commanded this all the way.
Yeah, he'll be very happy with this. The extra boost advantage that Ricky Collard had was not enough to see him keep the lead for more than half a lap. I think he kept it for. Yeah, it's been an exemplary performance once again by Ash Sutton.
And Ricky's still on the line, just trying to unsettle Ash. Good luck with that. Meanwhile, we see there Tom Chilton coming back at Dan Camish for 4th place. Mikey Doble, I can tell you, is still ahead of Chris Smiley in the independent battle as up towards the checkered flag. Then now will come Ash Sutton. He's heading towards the line. He's heading towards career win number 50 for Ash Sutton. He wins race 1 at Brands Hatch. 2nd across the line is Ricky Collard. It's Tom Ingram 3rd, Dan Camish just 4th ahead of Tom Chilton, and Mikey Doble is going to hang on, is he, to 7th place and win the independents? Yes, he is. Smiley behind him on the road. It was Sam Osborne 6th, Doble, Smiley 7th and 8th, Charles Rainford, Darrell DeLeon 9th and 10th, and Josh Cook 11th from the back row ahead of Lewis Selby, who is provisionally 12th.
Yeah, some really interesting racing there. Just looking at those on the medium tyre, I mean, Ingram finished a magnificent 3rd, but actually Mikey Doble, we didn't spot that in his battle with Smiley. He was on the medium tyre as well. So it looks like the medium tyre is a good tyre. Certainly if it warms up a little bit and there's less damp, that medium tyre is a good tyre, but soft is still the option, still the best option for quickest lap, and this man was on those tyres, Ash Sutton.
Yeah, the soft tyre is the prime tyre for the day, the medium being that option. However, excellent effort by Ingram to be best of the mediums 3rd, Doble 2nd best 7th, Charles Rainford 9th on that medium tyre. Ricky Collard, as you would anticipate, threw everything at it. Didn't quite work, but again, he's going to be well placed for race 2. However, he won't have as much boost available.
No, all changes now according to race 1 positions in terms of available boost. So those at the very front will have the least. Won't make a damn bit of difference to Ash Sutton because he had the least in that one anyway. Let's check in the rollers going nicely under, so he's clear on that one. Nothing to worry about there. And now the weight check.
Indeed so. Ash Sutton then takes a 50th British Touring Car Championship race win. Ricky Collard 2nd and Tom Ingram 3rd. It's Dan Camish 4th and Tom Chilton 5th. Sam Osborne raced well to be 6th, and Mikey Doble wins the independent contest 7th ahead of Chris Smiley, Charles Rainford and Darrell DeLeon. 11th to Josh Cook. He and Lewis Selby both starting at the back of the grid for different reasons. Gordon Shedden 13th, got ahead of his teammate late race. Aaron Taylor-Smith then ahead of James Dorlin, the last of the point scorers. Dan Rowbottom was only 16th ahead of Aidan Moffat. Max Buxton 18th. And Nick Hamilton a retirement, so too Dexter Patterson and Adam Morgan, whose trip to the gravel triggered the safety car. So there were points for the race to pole and full points, of course, for a full championship round. Ash Sutton has already a 34-point advantage, gulp, over Dan Camish. Ricky Collard's 3rd ahead of Charles Rainford. He drops to 4th now. Tom Ingram is 5th. Mikey Doble 6th ahead of Aidan Moffat. Then Gordon Shedden and Dexter Patterson. Top 10 rounded out by Darrell DeLeon. So the race winner, Ash Sutton, makes his way from the technical checks down to the Parc Fermé area. It's Nicky Butler from Goodyear ready to check pressures and get tyre information. Ash Sutton will go through the process that he needs to turn everything off inside the car, unplug everything, clamber out, and then the celebrations with the team will begin. Ash Sutton then takes honours for the 3rd time this year, for the 50th time in his British Touring Car Championship history. The celebrations begin with the team, and we'll hear from Ash after the break.
You are watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously, we had a catastrophic fire at our head office and workshops in August of last year, which let's just say messed our season up a little bit, but that's the reason that we're now having to build new Audis. It's a really good thing for us to have something positive to focus on, and the boys and girls have really focused on the challenge, and hopefully we can start to look forward and enjoy what the future brings rather than focusing on the negatives of the past, really. It was a Saturday, I was at home, and basically I'd missed a couple of calls on my phone, and somebody had basically said that I think there's a fire in the field next to where your work is. You might want to have a look and make sure everything's okay. Started driving over and was still getting calls, and then as I got towards the site, started to become kind of ever more likely that the fire was actually us rather than the field. It was horrific getting there. There was fire brigade already trying to stop people driving along a section of road, that the smoke was so bad across the road that you could not see at all. This greenery here on the right was on fire, and the flames were lapping across and touching this hedge. Now there you go, first glimpses. That was very, very much on fire. This would have been our offices. That was our fab shop, the only bit that didn't burn, but actually got robbed the day after the fire. So that was where our jig was, and all our welding and fabrication equipment was in there. Knowing I'm coming over isn't great, and then driving here feels weird. Seeing it all again, but you know, all upstairs here was we put in a big mezzanine that was exclusively like Powermax Racing's offices. We've got like a sim room set up in there, meeting room, all of our trophies, everything was all in there. But that mezzanine floor, if you have a look through here, doesn't even exist anymore. On top of this cabinet here, that was a gearbox, and the whole gearbox casing itself has melted. There's nothing left, and there's just some of the gears left in there, and beyond there there's two gearbox stands you see with the arch tops, so both of those would have had gearboxes sat on the stands, and what's on them now is all that's left of those gearboxes. So there's a few kind of gear components, and that's it. The rest has completely melted and disappeared. Well over £2 million worth of vehicles. You know, it literally jumped from building to building. As you can see, it took everything. You know, the fire started at that very far end. It's burnt every shipping container, jumped from container to container, building to building. Like even all the cars stored outside have been ignited, and kind of just... Again, going back to sort of BTCC, they're bespoke to the British Touring Car Championship, so the only way we were going to get competitive cars back on the grid was to build them. So on top of having sort of no premises and very little kit, we then had to commit to a type of car that we were going to build, and somehow find a way to design and build it ready for the start of a championship.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
My name's Antonio Carrozza. I am Chief Engineer at Alliance Racing, Ash Sutton's race engineer. We're at Croft Circuit for the first official BTCC test of 2026. Playing with the weather a little bit today. We've had a couple of test days already, which have been really good learning experiences. This is the point in our test plan where everything's coming together.
Busy off-season for us. We've changed the car. So yeah, we're now running the saloon. So fundamentally, it's 90% the same car as what we've been used to for the last few years. So nicely developed in that respect.
Something that I've wanted to do for a really long time. Not necessarily to the Ford Focus, but yeah, we've been pushing down the saloon route for a while now, looking for different manufacturers, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. So this was the opportunity to do something that we have wanted to do. Improvement in aerodynamic balance, improvement in drag. There's kind of lots of positives from it. I think, generally speaking, the new car, as we've rolled it out, we're pretty happy with everywhere. It's got a slightly more stable balance. It's slightly more responsive to some of the tuning tools without it being snappy. So I'm trying to push the boundary now on, right, how far do we go with the setup before it becomes undrivable? And usually, the fastest the car goes is that pinpoint just before it becomes undrivable. That's the fastest it'll go.
All the teams are in a slightly different place. Obviously, Accelerate get to continue exactly with the car that they ran last year. You've got Powermax with a new car. You've got the Mercedes out there as a new car. So there's a lot of new cars that they're doing their early running, and maybe learning a steeper learning curve with their cars than what we're more fine-tuning.
Racing got underway, and Ash Sutton quickly disappeared up the road as the battle for second commenced. But it wasn't long before Adam Morgan took a trip into the gravel, which triggered the safety car. As racing got back underway, Ricky Collard traded places with Sutton for the lead, but that wasn't for long. And then Tom Ingram battled with Dan Camish and moved into third for the last podium position. But after 27 laps, it was Ash Sutton who took his 50th career British touring car win and his third win of the season. What a start to the year. The winners are now with Lou.
Nicky, yeah, a mighty performance and another well-deserved win.
Yeah, I mean, that was a proper scrap at the start, wasn't it? The conditions didn't make it easy whatsoever. Yeah, I sort of played it probably overcautious, didn't want to have a moment, go off, do anything silly. So I sort of got lunched up by old Collard, and yeah, mega race. I love racing Ricky. He's fair, but he's very hard, and I love that. That's what we need. Just like his old man, funnily enough. I seem to have had many battles like that with one of the Collards. So yeah, really pleased with that. Great start to the day.
He is so similar to his dad, isn't it? He makes me laugh. I mean, he's right up there flashing his lights. Do you take any notice of that whatsoever, or are you chuckling to yourself at that point?
It's the Ricky effect, so I chuckled. So it's yeah, it's me, wicked. He's, like I said, he's hard and fair. He gave me a little nudge at the last corner. I think he locked up. It wasn't nothing malicious, so I gave him one back. And it's just how it should be. It's touring car racing. Yeah, I'm just really pleased for Napa Racing UK. And I've just found out as well, Sam had a mega run through as well.
Quite tricky conditions in the early part of that race. How difficult was it to manage?
It was. Obviously, you're the first car entering those conditions, and it's changing lap by lap. It was getting worse. Obviously, the safety car come out, tyres are cooling down, and then eventually the rain stops hitting on the windscreen. You turn your wipers off, you can get a gauge for it, so you start to push on. And you're just testing the boundaries every lap. And obviously, when Ricky got in front, I was like, well, you can test it. He overstepped the mark, and then I got him back. So it's always hard being the lead car. Everyone else uses you as a reference, but the moment it went dry, I was able to get my head down and get it gone.
And that must have been a bit of relief, because you could just focus on what was ahead of you rather than your eyes on the mirrors the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, when they're within that close of proximity, 2 car lengths, and you haven't got the deployment, obviously you saw the power of it down the main straight. Obviously, Ricky pulled alongside, passed and pulled back in. So I needed to get out of the defensive mode and into getting my head down, and we were able to do that, and that's what got us the gap.
Good stuff. Well done you. Let's bring in the man who was... I think you both enjoyed that one, didn't you?
I love this series. I love this series. Like I said, I stood the other side of that fence watching my dad, who I don't know how many years he was in touring cars, but 20 years ago I started my journey, in effect, the other side of that fence. Me and him have raced on this package in Formula Fords. Obviously, I've done F4. Look, you know, you either love me or you hate me, but I'm never going to change. I'm on that flasher. I'm doing everything I can. I'm, you know, giving him a couple little love taps, but he's just so hard to beat. He's so hard to beat. And the package that they're doing, you know, it's world class.
Well, you got there briefly, didn't you?
Yeah.
About 2 corners, I think.
Yeah. Well, I had a little. He braked a bit early. You know, must have braked a bit early. But look, he gave me a little bit back, and we love racing each other, and that's what touring cars is all about. It's about a little bit of contact. And look, I want to make it fun, and I just want to race. And we've got another 2 more to go yet, so.
I know, but next one up, you're going to have a bit less boost for it. How much of an impact is that going to have? Because it doesn't appear to bother Ash whatsoever.
I know. I mean, the package that they've got between himself, the team, is so good. We're doing an amazing job, and a massive credit to everyone at Virtue, Accelerate, Country Cowboys and our collard to get me on the grid, and we're in a good position. Like, it's only my 2nd weekend in this car. I've never driven this car in the rain. So when it started to rain, I was just like, no idea where to brake. You got all these adjustments you can make inside the car. I had no idea what to really do, but all I knew was I wanted to get that Napa car in front of me.
Well, it was fun to watch. You didn't quite make it, but it was still fun to watch. So well done. Well done. Well done.
I'll get him next time. I'll try harder.
Yay!
He would have loved to have been involved in
Love
that.
this.
I need you involved in the next one.
I will try my best.
I'm thinking, though, that you will be quite happy with the result you just got with the medium tyre on board.
We had to use we've had to sort of offset this weekend with qualifying pole, and then obviously getting caught up in the drama on that first lap of the qualifying race. We've been out of position, but we've obviously had a lot of boost because of where we are in the championship. So we sort of opted for a slightly offset strategy with using the advantage of the boost with the disadvantage of the medium tyre to try to level the 2 out. So it worked kind of as we wanted it to do in that race. So good, nice place to start. It was a great race watching Ricky and Ash get stuck in, which is awesome. I was willing Ricky on to get involved, and he absolutely was. So no, he's good fun to have in the team, and he's a feisty racer as well, which is what we love.
He is that. How tricky was it in the early stages of the race with the medium tyre on board? Because it takes a while. Those conditions were not ideal, were they, by any stretch of the imagination?
No, I mean, racing drivers' excuses. The weather's not great. The weather's not great when you're on a medium, but it's not great when you're on a soft either. It kind of levels themselves out, but you just have a little bit less grip in the tyre regardless. So it always takes a little bit more, a bit more of a workaround to try and switch the tyre on, which when it's in those conditions is worst case scenario when you're on a slightly harder compound. But we muddled through it. It was at some stages quite sketchy. Obviously saw a few cars going off, and you kind of had to bide your time. I knew if it was going to dry out, the medium might come back to me towards the end of the race, which it did. So yeah, good, very pleased.
Well, a muddle that ends up with a podium is not bad going at all, so we'll see you out later on for the next one. Right, I can hear some Formula 4 cars heading out onto the grid. We are going to be back to see their race after this break.
You are watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously, we had a catastrophic fire at our head office and workshops in August of last year, which let's just say messed our season up a little bit, but that's the reason that we're now having to build new Audis. It's a really good thing for us to have something positive to focus on, and the boys and girls have really focused on the challenge, and hopefully we can start to look forward and enjoy what the future brings rather than focusing on the negatives of the past, really. It was a Saturday, I was at home, and basically I'd missed a couple of calls on my phone, and somebody had basically said that I think there's a fire in the field next to where your work is. You might want to have a look and make sure everything's okay. Started driving over and was still getting calls, and then as I got towards the site, started to become kind of ever more likely that the fire was actually us rather than the field. It was horrific getting there. There was a fire brigade already trying to stop people driving along a section of road, that the smoke was so bad across the road that you could not see at all. This greenery here on the right was on fire, and the flames were lapping across and touching this edge. Now there you go, first glimpses. That was very, very much on fire. This would have been our offices. That was our fab shop, the only bit that didn't burn, but actually got robbed the day after the fire. So that was where our jig was, and all our welding and fabrication equipment was in there. Knowing I'm coming over isn't great, and then driving here feels weird. Seeing it all again, but all upstairs here was we put in a big mezzanine that was exclusively like Powermax Racing's offices. We've got like a sim room set up in there, meeting room, all of our trophies, everything was all in there. But that mezzanine floor, if you have a look through here, doesn't even exist anymore. On top of this cabinet here, that was a gearbox, and the whole gearbox casing itself has melted. There's nothing left, and there's just some of the gears left in there, and beyond there there's two gearbox stands, you see, with the arch tops. So both of those would have had gearboxes sat on the stands, and what's on them now is all that's left of those gearboxes. So there's a few kind of gear components, and that's it. The rest has completely melted and disappeared. Well over £2 million worth of vehicles. It literally jumped from building to building. As you can see, it took everything. The fire started at that very far end. It's burnt every shipping container, jumped from container to container, building to building. Like even all the cars stored outside have been ignited, and kind of just... Again, going back to sort of BTCC, they're bespoke to the British Touring Car Championship, so the only way we were going to get competitive cars back on the grid was to build them. So on top of having sort of no premises and very little kit, we then had to commit to a type of car that we were going to build, and somehow find a way to design and build it ready for the start of a championship.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
My name's Antonio Carrozza. I am Chief Engineer at Alliance Racing, Ash Sutton's race engineer. We're at Croft Circuit for the first official BTCC test of 2026. Playing with the weather a little bit today. We've had a couple of test days already, which have been really good learning experiences. This is the point in our test plan where everything's coming together.
Busy off-season for us, we've changed the car. So yeah, we're now running the saloon. So fundamentally, it's 90% the same car as what we've been used to for the last few years. So nicely developed in that respect.
Something that I've wanted to do for a really long time. Not necessarily to the Ford Focus, but we've been pushing down the saloon route for a while now, looking for different manufacturers, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. So this was the opportunity to do something that we have wanted to do. Improvement in aerodynamic balance, improvement in drag. There's kind of lots of positives from it. I think, generally speaking, the new car, as we've rolled it out, we're pretty happy with it everywhere. It's got a slightly more stable balance. It's slightly more responsive to some of the tuning tools without it being snappy. So I'm trying to push the boundary now on, right, how far do we go with the setup before it becomes undrivable? And usually, the fastest the car goes is that pinpoint just before it becomes undrivable. That's the fastest it'll go.
All the teams are in a slightly different place. Obviously, Accelerate get to continue exactly with the car that they ran last year. You've got Powermax with a new car, you've got the Mercedes out there as a new car. So there's a lot of new cars that they're doing their early running, and maybe learning a steeper learning curve with their cars than what we're more fine-tuning.
What a start to the day here at Brands Hatch. Ash Sutton for Napa Racing taking his 50th career win in British Touring Car. A very special one indeed. It was great to see him and Ricky Collard really battling it out on track. And guys, I've got to say, when Ricky jumped out of the car and had his interview, he just loved it. There was so much respect between the two drivers. And, he said he can't beat Ash at the moment, but he's going to bring, the best chance next time. It was a nice moment.
It was a nice moment, and Ricky's great. Jade will agree with me. He's fantastic. Just what the series needs. Someone like that who wants to get in there. Ash is being nice to him because he's scared to death of him. Basically, Jade, do you reckon?
Yeah. Ricky doesn't respond well to people that are fighting for a championship or anything like that. He just goes out and he races every single race as if it's his last, and it's entertaining to watch for sure. But he's a risk to other drivers.
We'll watch how that relationship unfolds over the season. Right, it is time for some F4 action. Let's go to our commentary team: Richard, John, Neil, and Phil Gloom.
Thanks very much, Nikki. We've got a busy race ahead. The car's already on the green flag laps. We don't say plural because of changing conditions this morning. So it was boiling hot yesterday, but colder today, and a bit of spits and spots in the air. This is the partially reversed grid race. So the top 12 from qualifying yesterday are reversed, and it means that Jarrett Clark starts on pole position. And again, Phil Glue, we've got this opportunity to maybe see a first-time winner.
Yeah, I hope so, because Jarrett's been really fast in testing. He's been showing some real pace throughout the winter, and also even on Friday here at Brands. So, it'd be really good to see him get a result, because, he's done well coming from Ginetta Juniors up to F4 this year. He's doing a great job with the Virtuosi team. But let's see if the other guys like Felber in second for Fortec, and then you've got Alzabar with Excel just behind him. Then you've got Joseph Smith in his new tub for this race. He had a nasty accident yesterday at Druids, and he was in a blue Virtuosi car. He's now in a black Virtuosi car. There you go, number 15. So Virtuosi's done a great job there to get the car repaired and get him on the grid for the race today.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for him to start nearer the front. He's capable of that anyway. So too Cash Felber, who had a DNF yesterday, so he starts on the outside of the front row, which we always say is not a bad place to start outside front row at Brands Hatch because of that gradient.
Well, it worked for Jeff Hall, didn't it? So let's see if Cash Felber can do the same.
So one of the many Americans on the grid, so it's Jarrett Clark and the American Cash Felber to his outside. Lights go out, Felber a little bit tardily away. Good start from Jarrett Clark out front with the XL car of Jabba Al-Sabah looking to squeeze his way through on the inside. The orange and black machine of Dries van Lundel, who led the championship after Donington Park, but no longer championship leader. Is on the grass.
Yeah, he just got squeezed there, as Al-Sabah also got squeezed as he was trying to get past down the start-finish straight into T1. But yeah, Dries has got away with that. He was put on the grass, but now he just only lost a few places. As you can see, Hartfield also made it one of his amazing starts. He's up to 5th. So Jarrett Clark done a great job to get off from pole. Really good start. Now he's leading.
I wasn't winding you up before the race started. I was asking who might win. There's a big moment on the grass there. This is very much a lottery, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. When it's reverse grid, it makes it a little bit more exciting.
But Al-Azhari went off, wasn't it?
I think it was, number 3, wasn't it? Yeah, so Al-Azhari's off on the grass, who did an amazing job to finish 2nd yesterday. But
double pole, he'll be on pole later on.
Yeah.
Not the race 2 he wanted.
Oh, another one. We've got a JHR car running through. That's Sadiq, isn't it?
It is Harney Sadiq, yeah. We very nearly had reverse pole for this one. He was just outside of that zone. If it had been based on the race 2 times, he would have been on the reverse pole, Harney. But one of the drivers that hasn't scored any points yet, and he's not going to here either, because there are less points or less point scoring places, and you've got to make up places as well to get points. So he's not going to do that, Harney, in this one.
So you can see Slater battling hard there with his one of the high-tech cars and his teammate, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is his teammate. So he is Slater after points as well. It's Ethan Lennon, isn't it?
Yeah.
The race 2 winner, reverse grid race winner of Donington Park. So it's all going to calm down a little bit now. Safety car coming out to sort things out, and sometimes you just need that. This is a very, very crowded circuit, isn't it? It's the shortest track on the campaign for this year. We won't be seeing F4 with us. That is Cole Hewitson.
Yeah.
Cole's having a nightmare this weekend. Really feeling for him.
Yeah, it's not good. He's a good little driver. Deserves more. I don't know what's happened here. Can't see much damage. Don't know whether something's failed there or there was contact earlier on that we didn't see. But yeah, Hewitson is out of this race. And I believe this is the reason for the safety car, so they can clear this car up. But yeah, no, not good at all. Oh, we've got another one there. That's one of the Fortec cars.
It's the other Felber, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Roman.
Yeah, because he's got red mirrors.
Yes, that's it. I taught you that one, didn't I?
You did, thank you, Phil.
You can see. Oh, so when we saw the high-tech car go off, just behind that was Felber running wide. So yeah, that was Al-Azhari, and then he ran wide. But just behind that, the Vortec car is spinning behind, so we didn't quite see exactly how that happened. But he's also stuck on the GP loop. Not sure whether he's got damage as well. We might be able to see in this shot. Look further back, there's a bit of a moment there, and then further back you can see, I think it was Sadiq and Al-Azhari had it coming together. And if we carry on looking behind, you can see the Vortec car of Felber, who's also had a bit of contact and been squeezed onto the grass.
Yeah, Vortec had a busy night, didn't they? Because Cash Felber had issues yesterday. That was
Smith trying to defend his position just a little bit too aggressively, and that ended up sticking Dries van Langendonk on the grass. So he's done well to recover from that. Only lost a place or two, maybe.
It's going to be a provisional result at the end again, isn't it?
Hopefully not. Let's see a replay of the start. Jarrett Clark, what a start from him.
Yeah,
if you look at the Excel card, just trying to squeeze through there. As Felber, Cash Felber was just trying to, he left him enough room, but God, that was close.
Jabba Al-Sabah, very determined. Good stuff from Cash Felber, seeing a little bit of form from the young American. I think he's the older of the two twins by a few minutes, if I remember correctly from media day.
When you talk to all the other drivers, they still have no idea which one is which because they look identical. I said, is there nothing in height? They're like, nope, they really don't know. It was Jeff Hall telling me that. I don't know who's who, I just tell from the mirrors on their cars.
Yeah, it's easier, isn't it, when they're in the car, to be perfectly honest, and looking at the numbers. Cole Hewitt's all right, which is good news, but not good for his race day.
Yeah, again, we'll be able to hopefully see what happened that late to him later on, but yeah, he's doesn't look like there's any damage.
The other nice thing there, I saw Cole yesterday in the paddock, and he's one of the drivers that helps his engineers, and I've made this point before, helps the engineers push the car back. He doesn't just walk off or walks off. And there was a really lovely shot of him listening to what the recovery people were saying, taking direction from them. A lot of drivers, sometimes you see them strop off and not engage with the people that are there to look after them.
Yeah, he's always a chatty chap. Always up for a conversation about what's been going on, and yeah, great addition to the grid. He was just looking at his hand there. I'm not sure whether he maybe has had some contact with someone, because his hand is obviously hurting a little bit. So that sort of says that maybe he's had some damage on the front wheel, one of his front wheels, because that might have snatched the steering wheel out of his hand, and yeah, it sometimes can break fingers or wrists. So yeah, I'm not sure what has happened there, but yeah, let's just hope he's okay for race 3 later.
Yeah, I hope so. He's a good lad. To be fair, I was watching yesterday. Most of the drivers were either driving the cars back in the paddock or helping their engineers push. The very few, that weren't. I just remembered a thing, years ago I was at Mondello Park and watching one driver who, was obviously paying to be there, but would not help a single mechanic push a car. Just think it's nice to be part of the team and get involved and help each other out.
Absolutely, yeah. It's all part of the process of being in the British paddocks. Is you got to get stuck in. You got to learn to get on with everyone. You got to try and build that team around you as a driver. And the only way you're going to do that is be nice to people, especially your team and your mechanic, because they're the ones that work all night when you've destroyed the car to get it out again for the next day. So yeah, it's all about respect within the team and the drivers.
Yeah. So he's going to, just check him out, like you were saying. The main thing is that it looks as if his hand might be okay at the moment, but he'll get checked out, taken to the medical centre, and just make sure all is well for race 3.
Yeah, I think we will be away soon. Let's see if Clark can get one of his good restarts. He's obviously made a good start in the race, but let's see if he can do it on the safety car restart. You've got Cash Felber in the Vortec car behind, Al-Zabar with Excel in 3rd, Joseph Smith in his new black livery car in 4th. Harfield making a good start. Harfield, he started in 8th place, and he's up to 5th in the purple CDR car. So I'm expecting him to keep moving forward. He's very good at starting. His starts are mega, and he makes some places up. But he got a little bit stuck in 3rd place, and not a lot happened after that for him yesterday. But maybe he can, with the reverse grid, maybe he can do something with these next few laps.
I think he might rue at the end of the season the bad meeting, and it was a bad meeting for him and CDR at Donington Park. It was very, very few points, and it all comes from qualifying. Yesterday really decent, solid result. He's got himself up into the top 6 of the championship, so he's there. He's in that picture now, and psychologically that is going to help him. And he'll get points here for places gained, as you said, from 8th to 5th, and he's up in the point-scoring position. Lights are out on the safety car, so Scott Stringfellow will bring the Lotus into pit lane, and we'll see whether, as you said, Phil, Jarrett Clark can have a good restart here. Cash Felber right behind him. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, let's see if he can make the jump, but he's just making a bit of a weave as he's coming through the last corner, and then he just drops it and gets away from Felber. So Felber got caught napping a little bit there. It's very hard to try and beat the leader, because obviously they're the only guys that know what's going to happen. So great restart from Jarrett Clark.
I'm guessing the conditions in the week for the test were slightly cooler as they are today. It was hot yesterday. Jarrett didn't look as sharp, but he looked a good start here. And we're seeing the form that we had from him during the week for testing.
Oh, Lindblom there going around the outside there.
Proudfoot Nalder. Yep.
So he just made a move on someone else, and Proudfoot Nalder's capitalised on that, and it almost got Lindblom as well. As you can see, it's all getting very tight through Graham Hill Bend. No one just getting spun around there. There's a little bit of contact. You've got Mercier on the grass there. He's trying to make up places after a penalty in race 1. But he's doing a great job with the CDR cars. He's trying to go on the outside. He's going to have to try and stop the next Vortec car, Belinsky.
Belinsky's a blast from the past, isn't it?
He's still racing hard, but you can see Bolofsky there. He's getting a real good slipstream there from the car in front as the 2 JHR cars coming through Paddock Hill Bend.
They are a very crowded track, the Brands Indy circuit. As we said, shortest one on the calendar for this year. The qualifying session was split yesterday, 15 cars in each. Really good, sensible decision from Motorsport UK to do that. And it gave us a very, very interesting grid of what we're seeing in the reverse now. Clark still out front, gets a good flyer after the safety car restart. Cash Felber will be, I think, keen here. Obviously, he'll want the win, but also it won't be a bad thing for Cash Felber to settle in and get a podium. Same for Jabber Al-Savar.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's not a bad thing. You can still pick up some good points, and it's the ones behind that are wanting to get further up, with Jungling and Wirral, who are both battling hard there in the JHR cars. I think Dries van Langendonk is ready to pounce if they keep battling the way they are.
Yeah, Wirral's an interesting one to look at, and we were talking about Palmer as well earlier on. He's down in 10th at the moment, Palmer, so out of the points, but definitely a decent outside bet for the championship. Palmer keeps popping up with fastest laps, point scoring, but same with Lewis Wirral. I mean, he's in 7th position here in a good challenging place. The second of the JHR cars, as you mentioned, chasing is that Jungling? Yeah, it is Jungling, isn't it? With the green helmet and the green camera pod on top of the roll hoop. So, yeah, Wirral, but all of the JHR cars this year, rookies. I remember talking to Stephen Hunter last year at Silverstone. He'd already got his 4 seats filled. Somebody told me yesterday that seats for next year are already taken. Is that right?
There's teams that have got 4 cars on the grid here, but they've also got 4 test cars getting ready for the winter series and next season. It's amazing. It's amazing how popular it's suddenly become, and it just shows because you're starting to see drivers that are making it up the ladder and making a career out of it. So they're all starting to think, well, hang on, what did they do? They did British F4. Well, I need to do British F4. So everyone from around the world are coming over here and trying to race on some of the most difficult circuits out there. Places like here, the Indy and the GP circuit, they're so difficult. Croft, for example, such a difficult circuit, and it really helps them gain a lot of experience to drive one of these cars on tricky circuits and tricky conditions, of course.
Yeah, they get the whole lot thrown at them, don't they? Dries van Langendonk has had that, and he's had the incident yesterday, obviously, with Ethan Jeffel winning the race, getting into the championship lead, and this McLaren livery that we're looking at. I looked at the grid for this and thought this could be Dries' race, and you said no. You right?
Yeah, he's not been showing the pace that he had at Donington. He's definitely not gelled as well with this track as he did with Donington, and now we're starting to see the guy who won yesterday all over the back of his championship rival. So Jeff Hall.
It's a battle, isn't it? It's a championship battle.
It certainly is.
Yeah,
it certainly
spot.
is. I think I said that before the season started, that it'll be these two that we're watching out for. Sadiq there, he's run wide coming out of Graham Hill, managed to carry on again. But back to Jeff Hall and Dries van Langendonk. They're going to be battling hard all season, I think. And it's again, I think with just under 8 minutes to go, I feel like there's still something going to happen with the 2 championship leaders.
We've got Theo Palmer behind him as well in the number 7, and he's the one that we were saying he's very much in the mix as well. We could come away. We've got a couple of Toka away days again. We've got the International Trophy at Silverstone to look forward to. I think that's the week after Snetterton when we next see the cars in a fortnight, so 3 weeks' time at Snetterton for the International Trophy. It wouldn't surprise me if you've got half a dozen drivers covered by 10, 15 points after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you've also got Zandvoort as well. There's the Belovski there and Sadiq. That's what happened. So Sadiq just got turned around, unfortunately, and he managed to carry on. But yeah, you can see it's a pretty good move there down the inside. He's fully alongside. I don't think he's done a lot wrong there, Belovski. I think Sadiq should have probably left a little bit more room, but it'll end up in the steward's office, and they'll talk it out and see what the outcome is. But back to the leader, Clark, doing a mega job there.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, fastest lap with 45.3. He's just done a 45.4, so nice and consistent.
I mean, OK, this is the reverse grid race, and I'm not going to get into the debate about whether you want to win reverse grids or not. Of course, people want to take them, but they prefer to be on the pace all weekend. That is an absolute fact from every driver you talk to. But Clark was fastest in one of the sessions in the midweek test.
Yep, he certainly was. He definitely showed some pace, and we were expecting big things. And I was talking to the team owner of Virtuosi earlier, and I think they were expecting big things from Clark. But unfortunately, he just messed up qualifying a little bit and had a spin, and unfortunately didn't get the lap that he deserved, or he had earlier in the week. But he's been paid back now with the reverse grid pole position and now leading the race. So yeah, we do hope for the Clark family. They were doing Ginetta Juniors last year, know them well, and he did a great job in that series. So it's good to see him moving up and doing a great job up in F4 as well.
Yeah, good to see that. And many of the drivers, I was just refreshing my mind, I think it was the 8th in the championship last year, Ginetta Juniors, thereabouts. Raced with a lot of drivers that are here, and there's this kind of thing with community with young drivers. Actually, I was talking about in the Caterham Championship for older drivers, people stay with it, but a lot of these drivers race together at different levels, race in karts, race in Ginetta Juniors together, and then come and do it all again in F4 and up through the Formula.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it's fantastic to see. And, you know, Jeff Hall being one of them who won Ginetta Juniors a few years ago, and now he's leading the championship in British F4, and he's also on an F1 Junior program. So yeah, there's actually there's 3, I think, Ginetta Juniors from previous years, all from our racing that won the championship, have gone on to become an F1 Junior program. So you've got Slater, so Alfie's brother, Freddie Slater, he's on the Audi Junior program. He won Ginetta Juniors. You've also got Rocco Coronel, who's doing F4 in Spain. He's a Red Bull driver. And Jeff Hall, who also won it 2 years ago, he's a Mercedes Junior program, junior driver. So yeah, it just shows that, you know, it's important to do juniors and it's important to do British F4, and then they can go on and do whatever they can further up the ladder in the single-seater world. So yeah, we can see Proudfoot Nalder and Lindblom battling hard still as they go through Druid, just squeezed a little bit wide there. Got Lennon there as well in the roading car, close behind.
Alfie Slater ahead of them. This could be Alfie's first championship points here for the season. That will be good for him psychologically, just to get some places, gained points. And once you get on the board, it just makes life a little bit easier. Proudfoot Nalder, really, yeah, as you say, super race with Ken Lindblom so far. Really good from those two. The podium looking settled at the moment. I don't want to put the curse on them, but all looking pretty good as Lindblom starts to have a little look there.
These two were teammates in juniors last year as well, right. So they know each other well. Slater had a few wins in juniors, but he's just run a little bit wide there. He needs to stop looking in his mirrors and just focus on what he's doing. You can see he's driving in his mirrors right now, and he's just over-defending, not getting his lines right. He just needs to focus a bit more. He's defending into Surtees, which he really doesn't need to do because it's flat out through here. So Lindblom is going to definitely be pouncing soon. And he's bringing Proudfoot Nalder and Lennon into this as well.
Proudfoot Nalder, another driver for the Junior Ginetta Championship last year. But the door's open here now, isn't it, for Scott King Lindblom to go down in the Red Bull car on the inside. He's going to get this position done because Proudfoot Nalder has read that well too. Good racecraft from him down the inside. What was I saying about Slater getting first points gained? He might not now.
Yeah, he's running onto the marbles as well. He had no grip out there. Now it's a trainer car that's going through there. Really frustrating for Slater there. He's lost another place as well, but he just needs to get his head down and try and pick them off one by one now. That was a great job from Lindblom to get that place. And yeah, Lennon has also got past Proudfoot Nalder as well.
Yeah, he's started 13th, and will finish 13th at the moment, stays without penalties. So nil point for him again. He'll have to wait till race 3 to maybe get to his first point. See the Arco, was that Mercier going off in the background?
It did look like I was just about to say he's been moving up all the way from the back.
There's Mercier. So it might have been Daniela Sutton, maybe it's the other livery, or our other new driver.
No, it was Mercier. Yeah,
Autumn Fisher. Right,
Mercier's dropping down.
That's
yeah,
a shame
because he started really far back after a bad quali, but also a 3 good place penalty. So for him to be up to 19th was a good effort, and yeah, he's just dropped a wheel there. I don't know whether he got squeezed onto the grass, but another move here as we come into Graham Hill. That was fantastic. Was that Kobach his C? Yep. Down the inside there. Oh, Slater's on the grass there. Slater's having a nightmare. Belovski's also gone through.
Yeah, Belovski had pulled off another pass beforehand as well, so he's making a little bit of progress in these last couple of laps. Still Clark Felber and Al Sabah 1, 2 and 3, with Joseph Smith and his new chassis in 4th position. It's back we go, Ethan Jeff Hall now and Theo Palmer. Van Langendonk is ahead of them and clear of them. So Palmer has actually got past Jeff Hall. He's got past the championship leader.
He has, hasn't he? Yeah. No, we saw Jeff Hall all over the back of Dries earlier, but now Palmer's through. So Palmer once again done one of his mega moves by the looks of it. He did a fantastic one into paddock yesterday in race 1. So yeah, he is definitely the man on the move.
Raced with Excel last year, and you know, a good idea. Maybe have it if you're not comfortable, just want to explore things elsewhere. Switch teams, which he did this year. And here's where the change happened.
Yeah, he's teed it up coming out of the last corner, so he's obviously got a better line, managed to tuck it down the inside as Jeff Hall just sticks to his line, and Palmer gets it done going into paddock.
Clean between the pair of them, you've got to say, but decent bit of racing.
Absolutely, yeah, very clean. But yeah, it's all settled down now at the front. There's definitely the battles further back. But yeah, even Lindblom, he's managed to break away, and Lennon's gone with him, proud for Nalda. But Clark, what a job he's doing.
Jarrett Clark, yeah, very personable young driver, comes from based in northwest London, Arsenal supporter, so he's had a nervy year all round, hasn't he? But heading down across the line, he will pick up the last lap board here at Brands Hatch. Started superbly off the line, did the restart very well indeed. Probably a bit early to start throwing these plaudits at him because he's got another lap to do, another mile or so. Yeah. But it's been a really good performance, fastest lap as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is impressive. He's got the clean sweep there, hasn't he? It's exactly what he needed to do, especially after a great start to the weekend with testing, like we said, and then not quite performing in qualifying. To get his first win is fantastic. But yeah, 2 corners to go, so let's not give him the commentator's curse.
The 55 car then looking for his first win. He knows he's got the pace, he's done it in his testing, as we have said, and he knows now that he's just got to get the pace in qualifying to get a couple of race wins per meeting, if not a hat-trick. Would he do that sort of thing? Who knows? But this is the first win for him, and it's a very well-earned win for Jarrett Clark, who takes the checker. Cash Felber, excellent to see another first podium for the Fortec driver. Jabba Al-Sabah for Excel. 3 different teams up on the podium. Wonderful to see. That is the state of play in the British F4 Championship right now. Joseph Smith is 4th, Tommy Harfield in 5th from Timo Jungling, and then it is Lewis Werrell from Dries van Langendonk in 8th.
Yeah, Palmer in 9th and Jeff Hall in 10th, so yeah, all scoring points there. But yeah, 27 got a 5-second track limit penalty there. So yeah, that's Slater who's dropped a few places. But yeah, like you say, it's fantastic to see yet another winner, and maybe my bet of 15 winners this year might count.
Yeah, I think you're going to beat me on that one.
How many did you say?
10. Mine's nearly out of the window. We're only halfway through the second meeting.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
It's good, it's great for the championship. And the points, by the way, in that one, race 2, only go down to 8th place.
Sorry,
so
no,
it's okay. Van Langendonk, the last point scorer. Useful point for Dries, but so he gets the championship point, but actually started 5th, so he doesn't get any place game points, so a solitary point. Again, may well come into play by the end of the season. But great to have 3 new drivers on the podium, and I think the key thing for me this year, I mean, we've not seen F4 on the Indy circuit here for a couple of seasons. Last year they abandoned the Indy and went away to obviously go to Zandvoort and go to Silverstone GP. They love the venue. It is a great venue, and this formula's got its roots in Formula Ford, which has its traditional home here as well. Look, Jarrett Clark absolutely rightly pleased with that, but wonderful to see a completely fresh podium again. Here's how they finished. Jarrett Clark takes the win from Cash Felber. Rookie win to Jabba Al-Sabah, his first rookie win. Didn't spot that. Well done, Jabba. Joseph Smith, fourth from Tommy Harfield. Timo Youngling, second in the rookies. And Lewis Werrell picks up another rookie podium with seventh overall. Dries van Langendonk in eighth gets the last championship point. Theo Palmer in ninth from Ethan Jeff Hall. Scott King-Lindblom with some great driving comes home in 11th from Ethan Lennon. George Proudfoot-Nolder, another driver, getting stuck in 13th from Mate Kobahidze. Then it was Cameron Nelson, 15th from Kit Bolowski. Ethan Carney in 17th, ahead of Jackson Wolney and Liam Headforth. Then it was Chiara Batig from the back up into 20th, so good progress for Chiara. Adam Al-Azhari 21st from St Andrew. Then it was Hani Sadiq and Alfie Slater down in 24th at the end. That was painful for him. Henry Mercier 25th ahead of Autumn Fisher, who picks up another finish. Vegard Clementson was 27th. 28th was Daniela Sutton. And issues, as we saw, for the likes of Cole Hewitson and Roman Felber. Standings are going to be interesting with points gained, of course, or places gained points, but it's still 4 points for Ethan Jeff Hall ahead of Dries van Langendonk. Theo Palmer is third from Joseph Smith. Scott King-Lindblom ahead of Tommy Harfield and Adam Al-Azhari. Jarrett Clark in eighth from Lewis Werrell and Ethan Lennon. So down into Parc Ferme. Celebrations going on then. Jarrett Clark, I'm sure, is going to have a few wise words for Louise Goodman. Time to get yourselves a cup of tea and a bicky. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
You are watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously, we had a catastrophic fire at our head office and workshops in August of last year, which, let's just say, messed our season up a little bit, but that's the reason that we're now having to build new Audis. It's a really good thing for us to have something positive to focus on, and the boys and girls have really focused on the challenge, and hopefully we can start to look forward and enjoy what the future brings rather than focusing on the negatives of the past, really. It was a Saturday, I was at home, and basically I'd missed a couple of calls on my phone, and somebody had basically said that I think there's a fire in the field next to where your work is. You might want to have a look and make sure everything's okay. Started driving over and was still getting calls, and then as I got towards the site, started to become kind of ever more likely that the fire was actually us rather than the field. It was horrific getting there. There was a fire brigade already trying to stop people driving along a section of road, that the smoke was so bad across the road that you could not see at all. This greenery here on the right was on fire, and the flames were lapping across and touching this hedge. Now there you go, it's first glimpses. That was very, very much on fire. This would have been our offices. That was our fab shop, the only bit that didn't burn, but actually got robbed the day after the fire. So that was where our jig was, and all our welding and fabrication equipment was in there. Knowing I'm coming over isn't great, and then driving here feels weird. Seeing it all again, but all upstairs here was we put in a big mezzanine that was exclusively like Powermax Racing's offices. We've got like a sim room set up in there, a meeting room, all of our trophies, everything was all in there. But that mezzanine floor, if you have a look through here, doesn't even exist anymore. On top of this cabinet here, that was a gearbox, and the whole gearbox casing itself has melted. There's nothing left, and there's just some of the gears left in there, and beyond there there's two gearbox stands, you see, with the arch tops. So both of those would have had gearboxes sat on the stands, and what's on them now is all that's left of those gearboxes. So there's a few kind of gear components, and that's it. The rest has completely melted and disappeared. Well over £2 million worth of vehicles. It literally jumped from building to building. As you can see, it took everything. The fire started at that very far end. It's burnt every shipping container, jumped from container to container, building to building. Like even all the cars stored outside have been ignited, and kind of just... Again, going back to sort of BTCC, they're bespoke to the British Touring Car Championship, so the only way we were going to get competitive cars back on the grid was to build them. So on top of having sort of no premises and very little kit, we then had to commit to a type of car that we were going to build, and somehow find a way to design and build it ready for the start of a championship.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
My name's Antonio Carrozza. I am Chief Engineer at Alliance Racing, Ash Sutton's race engineer. We're at Croft Circuit for the first official BTCC test of 2026. Playing with the weather a little bit today. We've had a couple of test days already, which have been really good learning experiences. This is the point in our test plan where everything's coming together.
Busy off-season for us, we've changed the car. So yeah, we're now running the saloon. So fundamentally, it's 90% the same car as what we've been used to for the last few years. So nicely developed in that respect.
Something that I've wanted to do for a really long time. Not necessarily to the Ford Focus, but yeah, we've been pushing down the saloon route for a while now, looking for different manufacturers, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. So this was the opportunity to do something that we have wanted to do. Improvement in aerodynamic balance, improvement in drag. There's kind of lots of positives from it. I think, generally speaking, the new car, as we've rolled it out, we're pretty happy with everywhere. It's got a slightly more stable balance. It's slightly more responsive to some of the tuning tools without it being snappy. So I'm trying to push the boundary now on, right, how far do we go with the setup before it becomes undrivable? And usually, the fastest the car goes is that pinpoint just before it becomes undrivable. That's the fastest it'll go.
All the teams are in a slightly different place. Obviously, Accelerate get to continue exactly with the car that they ran last year. You've got PowerMax with a new car. You've got the Mercedes out there as a new car. So there's a lot of new cars that they're doing their early running and maybe learning a steeper learning curve with their cars than what we're more fine-tuning.
A superb win for Jarrett Clark there after 24 laps, standing on the top step of the podium. Congratulations to the young Formula 4 driver. Let's go down to Louise with the winner interviews.
Thanks, Nikki. Yeah, not a bad way to go when your first podium in British F4 is a win. What a great result and what a great race for you.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Just got a good start and kept my head down from there after the safety car. Got a good restart and yeah, just kept consistent and managed to pull away. So, really good.
It was a really good restart, a really well-controlled race. And I know you were really quick in testing earlier in the week. Didn't quite go your way earlier in qualifying, but a fantastic opportunity to show that pace here today.
Yeah, after a problem in qualifying, mistake from my side, I think we maximised what we could do in this race, starting pole and finishing first. So yeah, it was good.
Aside from a really nice shiny trophy, what else are you taking away? What learnings are you taking away from this race and this result?
I think just learning to control the race from the front, and yeah, hopefully we can bring that to the feature race, one of the next rounds.
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. Another first time on the podium. Cash, just tell us about your result.
Yeah, I ended up getting P2. Bit of a tricky start, got a bit of wheel spin, but managed to hold P2. And then the safety car came out, and my restart was a bit tricky too. Both starts were, and then managed. It's still tricky to follow around here, so ended up getting gapped a little bit, and then yeah, just held P2 the rest of the race.
What happened with the restart? Because was it an issue with the car, or were you just a little bit slow, not reacting quite fast enough?
No, I was in the wrong gear. I chose the wrong gear, and it kind of bogged it, so a bit unfortunate.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It all came good in the end. Congratulations. First podium for you as well, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you.
Well done. Good stuff. And Jabba, not just the first podium, but also the first rookie win for you as well. Just tell us a bit about your race.
Yeah, it was just an average race on Brands Indy. It's very hard to follow. You just try to manage the gap and do your best.
I mean, you were in a tricky position because you're trying to trace Cash ahead of you. You've got, who was it? It was Joseph just behind you, kind of pushing you hard as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was a bit stressful, but that's what you want as a racing driver. That's what you dream of, just to be under pressure, and it's a privilege, I think.
So you really enjoyed it then? You don't mind? You'd rather be in that situation than having a clear road ahead of you?
Clear road ahead means you're winning, so yeah.
Okay, good stuff. Well done. Congratulations on the rookie win, and as I say, the first podium for you as well. So happy faces down here, Nikki. What are the happy faces like in the studio?
Well, the happy faces outside Ricky Collard's car are, not too bad, actually. But let's take a look at that winning moment in his 50th British Touring Car win for Ash Sutton there. A very special one indeed. What a way to kick off the weekend here at Brands Hatch. And that is 3 wins from 4 so far this season. Very impressive stuff indeed. Let's talk about Ash and actually the brilliant battle that he did have with Ricky Collard there. And I mean, Ricky at the end was sort of pumped. He was very excited
He's
about
always
the on-track
He wakes
action,
up
isn't it?
like that, actually.
Well, he needs to give us some of that energy in this cold weather. We're going to need it. But it was great to see, wasn't it? Good
Yeah,
real racing.
I mean, I said in commentary, you know, Ricky is no respecter of reputation or anything else. He just likes to get stuck in, and we saw that in the race straight away. He made a great start from the second row, which is tricky in those conditions because you're having to guess the amount of grip you've got on a slightly damp track. Look at him right through the middle there. Can't quite hold out Camish at this point, but cuts back. And then he was all over the back of Sutton. This is a pass he managed to get past on the boost, cleanly passed, but then he messes it up a couple of corners later in the excitement of leading the race and ran a bit wide at Graham Hill and let him Sutton back through. But it's just a great racer. Great to have him back in the championship. He's exciting. He had his lights flashing. He was 2 inches off the back bumper of Sutton on the restart. It's great stuff. This is where he runs wide, I think. Just goes in a little bit deep, gets out wide, and Sutton's already up the inside of him.
I did enjoy afterwards. He said, I think it was to Tom Ingram, like, "Oh, where were you, mate? I needed you up in the battle too." I don't know how well that comment went down.
It's almost like, keep up, Tom, will you?
Exactly.
But, he meant it in the terms of like teammates love to race teammates when you're all on the front foot and going together. And Ricky's just a pure racer, so he just wants his mates around him almost to get stuck in as well. And it's almost like virtue against Napa in that sense. And he was just buzzing from the race, and he absolutely loves it. So. It's a character that we want to see on the grid, and I love watching that clip there. He got a great start, beat the BMW, which is hard to do on its day, and then he just squeezes through those two cars and breathing in, but he's just brave and ballsy, and he just loves touring car racing.
And it's great sort of clean wheel to wheel action, even though he said, he likes a little love tap now and again, but there's always good intent.
Yeah, I mean, I've raced against Ricky a couple of times. You always know he's there when he's around you, that's for sure. But, like I say, he just loves touring car racing. He's grown up around it. His dad's done it. He's gone off and done GT racing. He's fast in that as well. But I just think he loves the cut and thrust of this championship.
And we got to say credit to Tom Ingram as well there. He was having a great battle for that final podium position. I think we can take a look at what happened with Dan Camish. Here it is.
Yeah, I think Dan was actually playing a little bit of a tactical game here because he knows that the first three in race one have to start on the hardest tyre in race two. He wants to start race two on the soft, and starting in fourth he'll be allowed to. What he hadn't factored in is that Ingram was already on the medium, so he's got that out of the way, so he'll be starting on the soft too. But it was a tactical move. But nevertheless, Ingram showed great pace on that medium, and especially at the start when it's hard to warm up in greasy conditions.
Yeah, indeed. Congratulations to Tom Ingram to be back on the podium. Now, don't go anywhere, because after the break, we've got plenty of action from the Minis. And then, of course, the second British touring car race will be getting underway. See you in a minute.
You are watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously, we had a catastrophic fire at our head office and workshops in August of last year, which let's just say messed our season up a little bit, but that's the reason that we're now having to build new Audis. It's a really good thing for us to have something positive to focus on, and the boys and girls have really focused on the challenge, and hopefully we can start to look forward and enjoy what the future brings rather than focusing on the negatives of the past, really. So it was a Saturday, I was at home, and basically I'd missed a couple of calls on my phone, and somebody had basically said that I think there's a fire in the field next to where your work is. You might want to have a look and make sure everything's okay. Started driving over and was still getting calls, and then as I got towards the site, started to become kind of ever more likely that the fire was actually us rather than the field. It was horrific getting there. There was fire brigade already trying to stop people driving along a section of road, that the smoke was so bad across the road that you could not see at all. This greenery here on the right was on fire, and the flames were lapping across and touching this hedge. Now there you go, first glimpses. That was very, very much on fire. This would have been our offices. That was our fab shop, the only bit that didn't burn, but actually got robbed the day after the fire. So that was where our jig was, and all our welding and fabrication equipment was in there. Knowing I'm coming over isn't great, and then driving here feels weird seeing it all again. But you know, all upstairs here was we put in a big mezzanine that was exclusively like Powermax Racing's offices. We've got like a sim room set up in there, meeting room, all of our trophies, everything was all in there. But that mezzanine floor, if you have a look through here, doesn't even exist anymore. On top of this cabinet here, that was a gearbox, and the whole gearbox casing itself has melted. There's nothing left, and there's just some of the gears left in there. And beyond there, there's 2 gearbox stands, you see, with the arch tops. So both of those would have had gearboxes sat on the stands, and what's on them now is all that's left of those gearboxes. So there's a few kind of gear components, and that's it. The rest has completely melted and disappeared. Well over £2 million worth of vehicles. You know, it literally jumped from building to building. As you can see, it took everything. You know, the fire started at that very far end. It's burnt every shipping container, jumped from container to container, building to building. Like even all the cars stored outside have been ignited, and kind of just... Again, going back to sort of BTCC, they're bespoke to the British Touring Car Championship, so the only way we were going to get competitive cars back on the grid was to build them. So on top of having sort of no premises and very little kit, we then had to commit to a type of car that we were going to build and somehow find a way to design and build it ready for the start of a championship.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
My name's Antonio Carrozza. I am Chief Engineer at Alliance Racing, Ash Sutton's race engineer. We're at Croft Circuit for the first official BTCC test of 2026. Playing with the weather a little bit today. We've had a couple of test days already, which have been really good learning experiences. This is the point in our test plan where everything's coming together.
Busy off-season for us. We've changed the car. So yeah, we're now running the saloon. So fundamentally, it's 90% the same car as what we've been used to for the last few years. So nicely developed in that respect.
Something that I've wanted to do for a really long time. Not necessarily to the Ford Focus, but yeah, we've been pushing down the saloon route for a while now, looking for different manufacturers, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. So this was the opportunity to do something that we have wanted to do. Improvement in aerodynamic balance, improvement in drag. There's kind of lots of positives from it. I think, generally speaking, the new car, as we've rolled it out, we're pretty happy with everywhere. It's got a slightly more stable balance. It's slightly more responsive to some of the tuning tools without it being snappy. So I'm trying to push the boundary now on, right, how far do we go with the setup before it becomes undrivable? And usually, the fastest the car goes is that pinpoint just before it becomes undrivable. That's the fastest it'll go.
All the teams are in a slightly different place. Obviously, Accelerate get to continue exactly with the car that they ran last year. You've got Powermax with a new car. You've got the Mercedes out there as a new car. So there's a lot of new cars that they're doing their early running and maybe learning a steeper learning curve with their cars than what we're more fine-tuning.
Hello and welcome back to all the action here at Brands Hatch. It is time to recommence with the Power Max Mini Challenge. And with the best views in the house, let's go to our commentary box with Paul O'Neill and Richard John Neal.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Yeah, we've got a great view of the grid, as you can see. We had one race already so far this weekend for the Minis, and it wasn't without drama after qualifying. The top 3 drivers in qualifying were all disqualified for misdemeanors in terms of basically form filling in. You have to register which tyres you're going to use over the course of the meeting, and apparently there was an admin error from the top 3 drivers. That's a story in itself, but then it's compounded because the 3 drivers concerned were Tom Ovenden, who, remember, won all 3 races at Donington Park, Josh Porter, who had, I think it was a maiden pole yesterday, and a 2nd position in his 2 races, and then of course another multi-race winner, Nathan Edwards, involved as well. And those 3 guys had to start off the back of the grid and had varying success at getting through the grid, which we'll have a look at. This is a partial reverse, by the way. So this is how they line up. Top 10 from yesterday's race reversed. 10th place was Owen Hillman. He assumes pole position. Alongside him, Olivier Algieri. Then it was Josh Porter and Tom Ovenden after their charge through the field. Harry Campy on row 3 with our onboard camera. And next to him is Alex Solly. 4th row, Joe Tanner with Charlie Hand alongside Harry Hickton and Max Edmondson, yesterday's winner, on row 5. Nathan Edwards didn't quite make it into the reverse grid section, and he lines up alongside Archie Johnson. 7th row, Ned Anthony and Cameron Richardson. Will Crooks on row 8 with Alex Brandon. Then it's Semel Sieper and Chris Mackenzie moving into the JCWs this week. He's on row 9. And they're followed by Anthony Sullivan and the returning Henry Howarth. Sam Gornall is next up. And then the totally reversed 3 sport category cars. Eden Spanswick for Speedworks, Alfie Garford for the Wera Racing Academy, and similar, his teammate, in fact, Murray Richardson. That completes the grid for round 5. Great to welcome Paul O'Neill here. I think has had a little bit of a run up the stairs.
Do you know why? I've never had this happen to me, and I'm not saying I'm famous, but the lady at the bottom of the stairwell wouldn't let me in and was saying to me, oh, you need a ticket. David Addison has just seen me running up here trying to get here in time and said, I had the same as well, so I don't feel too bad now. But honestly, I have never run that fast. I was like, getting messages of everyone.
Don't you know who I am?
I would never say that. Never say that.
She obviously thought you got the ITV embroidered jacket done especially to come into the...
Mate, honestly, you Southerners are so angry. She clotheslined me as I tried to get up the stairs. She went, oi, where do you think you're going, love? Like that.
We spoke to her this morning. That's a very accurate impersonation.
Anyway, she's only doing a job, so
absolutely right.
Just telling
yeah.
you that.
They're really nice people. We're friendly this morning.
There's
our camera car, Harry Campy. Loads of stories in the minis. I know you were listening when I was saying about the tyre problems that we had as well. The good news is those of you that were watching with us at Donington Park will have seen the issues we had with the nasty incident. Charlie Hand. Charlie was back yesterday and on the podium. So not only does he got that car back, got his head together, got a podium yesterday. Super result.
Amazing
for Charlie to get back as well. And Archie Johnson is back with us as well. So absolutely thrilled that those two guys on the grid.
Absolutely loving that we've got a camera car here with Harry Campy. That's going to be excellent to watch. These cars so aggressive and stiff and bouncy. And this number 13 is going to give us some great shots.
It is for sure. There's our sport runners at the back. Only 3 sport runners this weekend. Might not sound a lot, but it's doing its job. It's getting the drivers up into the JCWs, and that's what Chris Mackenzie has done this weekend. He's moved up into the JCWs. There are some other teams that are talking to drivers about getting into sport, so we're going to see some more of the sport category later on, but we are nearly ready for lights out. So Owen Hillman and Olivier Algieri are there, but look at the start from Josh Porter. He was poleman for the meeting, and he's only at the front here by the reverse punishment that he had for the tyre misdemeanor. It wasn't his fault necessarily, I understand, but he goes up. We went up briefly into 2nd position. He's now down to 3rd, and it's Algieri leading this one. Owen Hillman in the pro alloys at the front, whether it's reverse or fastest off the front, to be perfectly honest. And he's in P2 at the moment and trying to hang on to it. It's a bun fight coming down into Graham Hill.
It is, but I think there could be a safety car. There's a car off at the back on the way in. It's Sullivan. And that car looks like it's hobbled, isn't it? But Algieri was absolutely away and gone, and Murray Richardson involved as well.
That's a shame. I was busy watching the front runners and the pro alloys cars trying to come through as well. But as we've seen in many of the other support races so far, it is safety car territory. Very early on as they check up. Oh, goodness me.
Interesting that, because the yellows and the safety car boards I thought were out pretty early, but they obviously didn't see them. They have the dashboard, remember, that flashes yellow and says that there's a safety car board. There you can see it in the middle of your screen on Campy's onboard. That's saying that there's yellows and a safety car is out, especially now anyway. But so they should have seen that. Interesting that they were all checking up. Maybe that system wasn't working on some of the cars, but very interesting. Good to see that drivers are out, and we can hopefully get this race resumed as quick as we can.
Yeah, I hope so. Richardson okay, and so we've seen a lot of that with sort of in the cage. There was a little bit of despair, which is understandable when you're just not getting the race laps involved, which is a pity. Here's the replay of what was going on at the start. Aaron Hillman, not too bad. Algieri using a little bit more experience to get away. Josh Porter sees a chance to go up the middle, but he's scuppered.
He's scuppered, and he just couldn't drive through Owen Hillman, could he? So that was a bit of a shame. But Algieri round the outside, cold tyres. Honestly, I cannot tell you how difficult that is to get that move done and hope the car doesn't rotate. What happens up the top here? We can't really see, can we? Does Sullivan have... Oh, Sullivan's in the background, completely sideways. Absolutely sideways. He's lucky that's not rolled. Because when these cars dig in, and then you can see again, This is the other incident that caused the safety car. Sorry, that's Sullivan there in the 48, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, just stuck on the exit there or entrance of Druids. Harry Campy away. Sounds all good. Up to second. Up to third. Look at this. He makes a monster start. Up to fourth, and oh, he was thinking about keeping his foot in. Probably a good thing he didn't, because you can have a right old nightmare as you come into paddock and lose the rear. So didn't do that. Fights another day. Gets the power on. Third gear. Very low ratios in these cars. That's second gear in most sequential cars. This will be probably... He's staying fourth. I thought he might have on the first lap done that. But look at that, all running wide. That's Hillman, isn't it, on the right-hand side? Up to fifth. Now, where's these safety cars? Look for the middle. Look for the middle box on the dashboard. When does that start flashing yellow? Well, it doesn't, and I can't see any yellows. Oh, it does now. Right, you should see that now. Everyone should.
It was
see
on
that.
into McLaren, to be fair.
Right, okay, but they should know. Why are they still flat out? Harry, I've got to question that there, mate. I've got to question that.
I think it was about McLaren corner, because you've got Surtees left hand and you go right into McLaren, and to my mind it came on about then. But do you know what the focus can be? And I'm not a Clark, right? And I've not raced to this level, but the focus can be right in front of you.
No, it's a mini challenge car, it's not a Focus.
I didn't miss that one.
No, but you're right, mate. The Focus is in front of you, and the lights on his dashboard look dim, but we don't know what that's like from the television. Interesting.
So look, we're going through Surtees now. Now we're turning into McLaren. It's actually into clearways, isn't it? It's going to happen. We're in clearways.
Now,
it's clearways, not
right. So it's on the apex of clearways that, and he should see that. And honestly, that's why it's there. He's looking through the windscreen. It's not like he's looking at the dashboard. So,
but the others aren't really slowing down at that point either.
Yeah, but Richard, that doesn't matter. You can't.
You should all slow down to the signal you're giving. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you should be ready. You should be. They don't know that there's not two cars across the red flag.
Yeah.
They don't know that there's two cars across the front of them on the straight. Anyway, maybe I'm looking into it just too much, but and look now, that's gone red. So that's how they know what's going around the track. This is a brilliant thing. This came in a couple of years ago. Do you remember?
It did, yeah. You know, I can't tell viewers enough how safety is considered and spoken about, you know, at drivers' briefing. I went to the mini drivers' briefing yesterday, which Luke Corder, who's an excellent Clark, an ex-champion in minis, did. And, you know, he said, I'm sorry, guys, it's death by PowerPoint again. But the points that he was making, and there were lots of points that he was making, and, you know, guess what? Snetterton's going to be the same, isn't it, now?
Yeah, well, but you know what?
But it does keep people safe, yeah.
He knows the score. Interesting that they readied this. I can't see any damage to the barriers or anything like that. The one thing I will say is you do not want to be driving around under any circumstances with these two contraptions pulling cars out at driver's head height. So I think a brilliant call from the race organisers to stop the clock, go red, and go again. So yeah, really good stuff. Sorry for Sullivan and Richard.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? Early on, the first race of the day, they waited half the day for their race, and then that happens, which is a pity. So many stories to cover off, and we will get to them. Again, just to say that because the Indy circuit is a very, very short lap, if you've got one car stranded and there's a recovery going on, that's probably okay to do under safety. But when you've got two, I think Luke Corder and the team, great decision. It is such a short lap, keeping everybody completely safe. Red flag it, and then we'll start again. It's Olivier Ogier in the next 3PL car. I know they're delighted with their support that they've had, and he's at the front by virtue of the fact that he had a penalty yesterday. I think it was track limits, Olivier, because he was racing for podium position with Charlie Hand and then got a penalty, put him back down the order, but perversely then gets him back at the front in the reverse grid race. So he's quite happy, but that might have been a gift for him, apart from the fact he's got Tom Ovenden and Josh Porter looking to try and come through as well.
Yeah, do you know what? I actually spent quite a lot of time with Olivier at a charity karting event in Milton Keynes the other day, and I'd not really spoken to him much before. He is one of the most loveliest,
nice
first
family.
of all, and his dad who was there. Do you know what? Not just lovely, spoke so well to the likes of myself, who he knew from, you know, ITV Sport, but just spoke sense, has a clear vision of what he wants to do. I know everyone on this grid wants to go British touring cars, but he told me how he wanted to go about it and how he was going to try and do it.
So he's got that good plan.
Exactly, and I just thought it was lovely. And do you know what really, the only thing that was annoying about him, he's the most handsome man that I have seen, except for when I left the hotel and looked in the mirror last night, Rod.
Who was with you then?
Never you mind. But what a great guy. Just, do you know when
Complete
someone...
package.
A complete package.
Yeah.
Just great to see. But yeah, we're very lucky with this grid because they are super special talents. And the lineup, as I always say, look at those cars, full of colour, it's vibrant, it's everything Mini should be.
All the teams, the organisers, Wera and all the team work so hard to get a decent grid out. And they are attracting some really good drivers. And I was making the point about the sport category, the 3 drivers at the back. It's really, really fascinating to watch because Chris McKenzie, yeah, he's moved on. You know, he's found a little bit of extra budget in the Bitcoin car, gone JCW. It's moved him up the order as well as you would expect, which is good. It's left a couple of gaps on the sport grid, but I was talking to Wera about it yesterday, and there are other teams talking to other drivers about trying to get them in. Because what you don't want to lose the sport option. You know, it's a slightly more cost-effective, a little bit further down on power, obviously the H-Pack and gearbox. A good way to get people in, maybe moving up from Coopers. Some of our hardy spectators enjoying it. It was baking hot yesterday, absolutely roasting, and today shivering.
Did somebody say summer?
We had a day of it.
Did somebody say middle of May? Wow, look at that. These guys love it, don't they? Do you know what always surprises me? And I've been doing this job for 14 years. Is any time, you know, me, Lou, anyone go in the pit lane, everybody. Not everybody, that sounds really big-headed. People want to shake your hand. Me and Lou were just in a pit, they're giving you stuff, they're so happy to see it, they're so thankful for the job that the ITV Sport team do, and I think that just sums up our supporters in racing, not our supporters, but they're just lovely people. They're such an informative crowd, and they'll turn up even if it is like this, so it's great, and I love being part of it.
It is a privilege.
Can I have a new contract?
It is a privilege to be part of it, and the people are the very best, and absolutely enjoy it. We've got some drivers of the future giving us a wave there, I feel absolutely sure, and there are many things I can get involved with. Marshall shout out. Marshall's actually get to sit down for a couple of minutes, which is very well deserved. I was chatting to a couple of them yesterday, and thank them as I thank the guys that are out there today, not just here, but lots of meetings going on up and down the country. Mega job. Thank you, guys and girls.
And a quick one for the Marshals. 7th of June, American Speed Fest is taking place at Brands Hatch, which includes a full recruitment drive for female marshals. So all welcome. Obviously females, it'd be great to focus on them, but also any marshals who can help out, please go onto the Marshals website and please get in touch. And that's Nikki Shields who got in touch with us and said, would you mind mentioning that? We don't mind mentioning anything
well done,
marshals,
Nikki,
but great.
One of the guys I was talking to yesterday had come with his mate who is a marshal, so he doesn't get to spend time with the track all day, but was spectating. I think he's over on Paddock Hill Bend spectating, and he said, I was thinking about coming to Marshall, but I can only do 2 or 3 days a year. And I said, just do it.
It's perfect.
Yeah, they'd be very, very grateful to have you there. So it's not, you don't have to be, it doesn't have to be a full commitment every weekend.
Have you done the taster day ever? I've done 2.
I haven't. It's never fallen date-wise for me, to be fair. But yeah, I will do some point.
We should do it.
Yeah.
It's really cool. I did it at Alton Park, and I'm an ambassador for the BMMC. She's seen enough, hasn't she? I think she's just. Have they got?
We're not on Comcam, are we?
Have they got? Is she listening to our comms? Hope she's heard it. But yeah, the ice cream man's here as well, and look how cold it is. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone's been laughing at me because I've got short sleeves on. That's where I'd be, lad. Straight in there, hog roast. Me and Tim Harvey ruining the place. And that looks like Napa's hospitality. That's a great little viewing area they've got. And that just shows how busy touring cars is at the minute. These structures, they're not £5. They're bringing big structures, and it's allowing the fans and hospitality guests to see a proper view of some of these fantastic
circuits. It's like another village being set up, isn't it, really?
Yeah, like Milton Keynes.
without the roundabouts.
Without the roundabouts.
Or the islands, if you're from the Midlands. The islands. We're getting ready. That quick clear up. We were talking about the Marshals and Rescue Crew. Super job. We're very nearly ready to go. But we've got a race on now because we've got Algieri out front and Tom Ovenden's come through into P2.
Hey, there's Tom Chilton. There he is. He's got about 17 sons, I think, Tom Chilton. I actually don't know which one that is, but I remember when Tom Chilton was 16 and on his debut finished second here in British Touring Cars 2002. Should have been my second place, but I went off at Clearways with a puncher.
Did he start in T-cars?
He did start in T-cars, yeah. Anyway, right. This is it, lad. This is it.
But yes, some decent drivers at the front here. Algeri, Ovenden, Hillman, Josh Porter, Campi, Tanner. You could pick a winner from any one of those, and Charlie Hand and Solly. Charlie Hand, remember, got a podium when Nick Tandy was here. I got me Tandy's model up, I think, in the last meeting, but Nick Tandy was here last time. And here we go with the green flags underway. How quickly is Ovenden going to put the pressure on Algeri? Ovenden was the quickest of the drivers yesterday, making his way through the field, and he's already putting Olivier under pressure.
Yeah, but the cold tyres, and this is going to be a change for the lead, is it? Oh, super respectful by Ovenden in that #1 car, but look, he's getting the job done. But Algeri will definitely have the inside. Cold rear tyres, I'm very worried about this, but it looks all good for now. Campi's in one more place.
Yeah, Harry Campi with the onboard. We'll catch up with that a little bit later on. Algeri up front. Ovenden is poised to make a move. Look at the body language of that car. He is putting the rookie championship leader under pressure. Remember, this guy is a first-year JCW driver, Algeri, and he's got the reigning champion right behind him, and he came straight out of the box at Donington Park with that astounding hat-trick. The only way to describe it. He's going to struggle in race 3. I think he'll be... he was disqualified, and he'll be off the back for race 3 as well. Owen Hillman's doing well, isn't he, at the moment, in P3 as well, holding up well. And there is Charlie Hand in the orange and blue, parked up in the paddock in exactly the same space where you were last week with Martin Donnelly, who also ran those colours back in the day.
That's right, so he did. Great to see Charlie back out. Had a nice little piece on the local news I was watching. So got some good coverage of that. Charlie Hand back where he belongs, side by side with other competitors. Brilliant stuff, and our onboard car is actually getting a bit of a hip and shoulder by him.
He is. Alex Solly in behind as well, one of the 5, or is it 6 cars now under the Pro Alloys. They've got the development car, haven't they, with Alex Brandom in the awning as well. But nice little move there by Charlie Hand, trying to make up places in this partially reversed grid. So already up into 6th position for him. He's getting a regular character on the podium now, is Charlie Hand, which is not surprising as a former champion in the junior saloons.
Great stuff there. That was Max Edmondson in the Pro Alloys car getting a job done. Campi is just dropping back a little bit, isn't he? Must be the weight of that onboard camera.
Max Edmondson coming through. He won yesterday's race in back, so really super job. Here we go, on board with Campi once again.
Look at this stuff. This is great on board. I was joking about the weight of these. Oh my word, is it raining? I think it's drizzling. I did see, look at the windscreen wipers are all on. This is now going to be super interesting. You're going to see some proper delta now, different times from these cars. Who's going to be bravest? Algeri's still in the lead, Ovenden in second. Who is going to break the latest now going up to Paddock Hill Bend? This drizzle will make a difference.
Yeah, this is going to sort them out, and this is potentially a championship battle that we've got going on here between these two. We saw one in the F4 race earlier on, and we've got another one here. We look back, it's Porter in 3rd place. He's in line for the championship. We've got mega pace this weekend from Porter. He had outright pole. Outright pole for the 2nd fastest was Nathan Edwards, who is struggling a little bit further back and trying to get into the top 10. But Algeri doing a super job of not hanging on to the lead, but defending that lead very well.
Yeah, this will be a real test of him, but there's still so much going on around this whole grid. And is that Tanner coming down the inside? Is he going to get that done? That's a big move. And it's going to be across the grass, that is. He won't get that stopped. He might get it stopped in the side of Tanner's car. No, Tanner gets it sorted and steady away. Thank goodness they've all started on track. Look at this top 3, Richie.
Yeah, do not discount Josh Porter. As I said, outright pole before the DQ on the tyres. It wasn't a performance issue, it was an admin error that caused that. And having a look now, having a little dive is Tom Ovenden. Always has a go, works with the Sim Motorsport concern here at Brands Hatch. He'll go back to the outside, he'll look back, he'll see Porter behind him. Porter's going wide as well. We've got Tanner now leading the directors category for the older drivers. He's in 4th place, well clear in that category as well. But getting the sniff of a podium here, Joe Tanner.
He is getting a sniff of a podium here, isn't he, in 4th place, and he is going to be on the back. He's on the back already, on the back of this top 3. This is 6.5 minutes of amazingness. The cameras have now got the drizzle on them. Is it going to make a big difference? It can be psychological, but it's not psychological because they're all running wide now. They're missing the apexes. This is going to go off.
Josh Porter having a look for some extra grip maybe on the outside, checking out the line. Can he get past Tom Ovenden? Ovenden's going to look down the inside. Porter very nearly drafts him down the straight. Ovenden will have a look at the inside again. The man from Canterbury putting them under pressure. He's the meat in the Sani. Here comes Porter. Wide run there from Algieri. But is he going to lose out? Oh, back end goes a little bit tight then as they go into the corner. And now Porter's fighting the outside of Ovenden, who maintains second place. Tanner is up in the mix as well. And we've got Owen Hillman still there as well. Hillman is the 5th car in the train.
Oh, my word. The 5th car in the train, I think, is Edmondson.
I beg his pardon,
yeah,
isn't it? Yep.
Edmondson is on the back of this. It's a 5-car battle for the lead, and then it's a 78,000 car battle for 5th place. Unreal. 6th place.
Absolutely brilliant mini racing. You can see why so many drivers want to come into this. As they go side by side, Joe Tanner now with Josh Porter. Josh could probably do without the Scott having a go. Different crash helmet for Joe Tanner every round. If you get the chance to go and talk to him, it's a great thing to see.
Stunning stuff. Absolutely stunning stuff from the 2 lead drivers. Algieri, excellent. Just chopped across the front of Ovenden. Ovenden, come out of it, didn't fire in. Brilliant. Still there. Looks like he's got the fastest car. And Algieri looks like the man to be. But Ovenden looks so fast. And now look at these 5 of them.
Yeah, Ovenden here has got in his mind that he needs to get a decent result here. But significantly needs to finish with that DQ, putting him at the back of the grid for race 3, as he was in race 1. He'll try and take the lead if he can. This is the pack right in the mix. There's Nathan Edwards immediately in front of us, who's come through as well. Sam Gornall's going to muscle his way through with the red mirrors in the Pro Alloys car. He's going to go through as well. So good stuff from Nathan Edwards, battling to try and get to the front of this group, but they are away from the top 5. Algieri from Ovenden still there, but look at the mirrors on Porter's car. They're crushed in. Is he going to do some more damage to the car as he looks down the inside? He can't quite get it. The lead trio with Joe Tanner and Max Evans. This is exactly what you would want, isn't it? All of these class drivers at the front battling it out. We saw a great touring car race earlier on, and this is fabulous as well. Porter trying to get on terms with Ovenden, but he's the wrong side of the track as they come down to Graham Hill Bend. Ovenden will have to defend a little bit here, but Porter's going to try and hang around the outside.
This is just what Algieri needed. Look at this now. He looks in his mirror. They're side by side. He could get away here because he's got to be careful how he turns in. Porter takes second place. Excellent driving. Can he get the nose chopped across? Yes, he does. Tanner wants some of this. Into the back of Ovenden. Max Edmondson down the outside, but down the inside is Joe Tanner. Go on, boy. But Edmondson comes back at him. This is exceptional racing.
Joe Tanner, well, we expect that from him. Multi-champion up in Scotland, Scottish mini-champion, Scottish Formula Ford 1600 champion back in the day. The lead 2 have broken away, and it's Porter all over Algieri at the moment, taking over from Ovenden earlier on. Cracking mini racing here, side by side. They will go. Ovenden 3rd, but they're closing up on the leaders who are battling again. Don't bet against Edmondson here. He won yesterday, and he'd feel a little bit cheated that he didn't have the race with Josh Porter and Tom Ovenden and company yesterday. As Porter looks around the outside here, here they come side by side along Cooper Straight. Porter's trying to get the job done. Can he hang on for the outside of Surtees and up into McLaren? Can't quite get the pace, and this is wonderful stuff from Algieri, who still leads, but here comes Ovenden. Bash off into the side. A little love tap. He's up into P2, or is he? Still side by side. Edmondson watching in 4th place. 2 minutes 51 to go. Still side by side, and Ovenden's going to have the line into paddock.
Algieri is absolutely loving this because as he looks in his mirror, he's going to see cars 3 abreast, 2 abreast. Oh, big into the side, and that's Edmondson. He's going to take 3rd place off Porter. Porter looked like the winner for this, and now he's going to get dropped down to 4th. Tanner is going to be in the inside. Tanner could pick up a podium from this. This is the best mini challenge race car I've ever seen. This is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant car. This is why they've made the updates to the car. They look current, they are current. The racing is absolutely top notch. And look at that right the way down the order. Harry Campy looking to try and get involved.
Looks like it's drizzling again. This is not over. It's unbelievable stuff. Nathan Edwards in the 21 there. He's behind a Pro Alloys roadblock, isn't he? But I cannot believe how close this racing is. Do you remember when Ovenden just drove off into the distance last time? Not happening now, but Ovenden is going to have this lunge as he at paddock. He's too far back. Algieri's super confident. And do you know what's great about Algieri? He's backing himself into paddock, backing himself.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff, isn't it, from Algieri? And he'll be frustrated with the penalty that he had yesterday. But here comes Edmondson. Do not write off Max Edmondson. had effectively a lights to flag win yesterday, and he's in third place here. He could nick this one. We've got a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, it's definitely getting slippy, and look how slow Ovenden is on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, but this is great for Algeria, our leader. But Max Edmondson's going to have a dive down here. He's got to get something done. Can he get it done? No, there's not a gap, and they're just about getting to the apexes. There's definitely more grip in the second sector compared to the first sector, because they look very ginger coming out of Graham Hill Bend.
They do indeed, going down across the line again. Might be 2 laps to go actually, because you've got 1 minute and 1 to go as they go through. Porter looking to get stuck in again. Joe Tanner having a little bit of respite at the moment in 5th place, but it's Ovenden putting the pressure on Algieri out front. He'll go to the inside, he looks to the outside. Porter still trying to chase Edmondson. None of these drivers are easy to overtake, and that's absolute class. Handy's up into 6th now as well, looking to join in.
Wow, this is unbelievable. You've got to be around. Hand has to be around for this pack. I've got a feeling it's going to concertina up. Something will happen with the pack, but look at this second pack. They're all over the shop, but the leaders are going to have one more lap, and that rain just seems to be stuck on that camera lens, doesn't it? Algieri just needs to get into this first sector nice and smooth and just be all right with it. Look at the left foot braking going on board with Harry Campy. This really is brilliant. You're never going to get closer than this if you're not a racing driver. I can't tell you what the feeling's like. The noise, the smell of the tyres burning, and you're inside. Oh, he's going for the lead. Ovenden, this could work.
He's going to go through. He grabbed the line as they went down. Now it's all about the run up in towards Druids, and he's got the inside run. Algieri is going to have to cede the lead, and Tom Ovenden, with immaculate precision driving and great timing, goes through into the lead. Algieri will try and fight back. I thought we were going to see his first JCW win. Maybe it won't come in this one, but he's going to fight back. He'll run to the flag. Edmondson next up, Porter in 4th, Tanner in 5th, Handy's next up. Then it's Nathan Edwards who's come through as well, but Ovenden has driven superbly. What a well-timed move.
Oh, it was, and I thought there was a gap there, but there isn't. But this was an exceptional race. They better shake hands after this. Excellent.
They very well do, and it's Tom Ovenden. This is going to make up partially for what happened yesterday in qualifying. There's the checkered flag, another win. It's 4 out of 5 for Tom Ovenden. Algieri, stunning race from all of them. Edmondson 3rd, Porter in 4th place from Joe Tanner, and Charlie Hand completing our top 6. Well, that was motor racing, British saloon car racing, out of the top draw without a doubt. That is Ovenden rightly delighted with that on his home track, where his this is his workplace, where he does the sim instruction, driver instruction. Here's the move. Look at this.
Do you know what was really good about? I mean, that's exceptional. Ovenden had that move on for the last 6 laps, but Algieri backed himself so well on the brakes that he didn't think he'd do it. But watch Algieri open the steering up as he knows it's unable to defend it.
Yeah.
And it was the lightest of taps. They will hug each other, they will handshake, but I've got to say that number 1 of Ovenden, he needs the biggest hug from the team, because there's so many times he could have wiped that car out, and he never did. It was respect, it was speed, and it was one of the best races I've seen in Mini Challenge. It was exceptional. I love that.
You know, and it follows on from a terrific touring car race that we had as well earlier on. What a fantastic day's racing we are having. And all of these guys capable, at the sharp end here, are capable of gracing the touring car programme. They really are talented drivers, and that was proof. So here's how they finished, and a very well-earned breather, and I think the taste of champagne for Tom Ovenden and Olivier Algieri, 1 and 2, with Max Edmondson in 3rd, Josh Porter in 4th from Joe Tanner, Charlie Hand in 5th place, with Nathan Edwards 7th from Owen Hillman and Sam Gornall. Harry Hickton, a hard-earned 10th position for Harry in the Manpower Motorsport awninged car. Alex Solly 11th from Harry Campy, gave some great entertainment in Harry with the onboard. Archie Johnson was 13th ahead of Ned Anthony, and then Archie's arch rival, Henry Howarth, who's back with us, he was 15th. Cam Richardson next up from Alex Brandon and Will Crooks. Ahmed Semel-Sipa in 19th ahead of Alfie Garford, who again wins the sport category. Alfie unbeaten in sport at the moment. Eden Spanswick picks up a P2 in sport, so well done to him. Issues for Chris McKenzie in his debut weekend in JCW, and also retirements early on causing the restart to Anthony Sullivan and Murray Richardson.
Max Edmondson with 3rd place, scores 40, stays 2nd in the
Points look like this. Tom Ovenden, despite a difficult result yesterday, still got a huge lead, 39 points over Max Edmondson. Olivier Algieri in third, Harry Hickton fourth, and Joe Tanner equal fourth on 154. The Rookie Championship still led by Algieri by 44 points from Will Crooks, who's doing well. Sam Gordon third, Samuel Sieper in fourth, and Archie Johnson in fifth. In the sport category, it's Alfie Garford with a 109-point lead at the moment over Eden Spanswick. Murray Richardson third, and Chris McKenzie's moved on now in fourth. And the JCW Sport rookies, Garford from Richardson and Spanswick. So there is Tom. I say very much home circuit, works here, and lives in Kent. So there's very often nothing better than getting that kind of victory on home circuit, because you've got so many friends and work colleagues and relations that are here as well. Absolutely superb. Joe Tanner congratulates him. There's Olivier Algieri, and that's what Paul O'Neill was talking about. The hug, what a race. They will talk about that probably for many years, and probably in the Kentigan, the bar that is so very well loved here at Brands Hatch. I'm sure they'll be chatting over a soft drink or two afterwards, but you can very much see the camaraderie between the two drivers. Very hard-earned win from Tom, and it makes up a little bit for the issues we were talking about yesterday with the paperwork problems, putting him to the back of the grid, and got up into the reverse section. Anyway, we'll be having a word with Tom, but it'll come in just a couple of minutes after this break. Please stay with us.
You are watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously, we had a catastrophic fire at our head office and workshops in August of last year, which let's just say messed our season up a little bit, but that's the reason that we're now having to build new Audis. It's a really good thing for us to have something positive to focus on, and the boys and girls have really focused on the challenge, and hopefully we can start to look forward and enjoy what the future brings rather than focusing on the negatives of the past, really. It was a Saturday, I was at home, and basically I'd missed a couple of calls on my phone, and somebody had basically said that I think there's a fire in the field next to where your work is. You might want to have a look and make sure everything's okay. Started driving over and was still getting calls, and then as I got towards the site, started to become kind of ever more likely that the fire was actually us rather than the field. It was horrific getting there. There was a fire brigade already trying to stop people driving along a section of road, that the smoke was so bad across the road that you could not see at all. This greenery here on the right was on fire, and the flames were lapping across and touching this hedge. Now there you go, it's first glimpses. That was very, very much on fire. This would have been our offices. That was our fab shop, the only bit that didn't burn, but actually got robbed the day after the fire. So that was where our jig was, and all our welding and fabrication equipment was in there. Knowing I'm coming over isn't great, and then driving here feels weird. Seeing it all again, but all upstairs here was we put in a big mezzanine that was exclusively like Powermax Racing's offices. We've got like a sim room set up in there, meeting room, all of our trophies, everything was all in there. But that mezzanine floor, if you have a look through here, doesn't even exist anymore. On top of this cabinet here, that was a gearbox, and the whole gearbox casing itself has melted. There's nothing left, and there's just some of the gears left in there, and beyond there there's two gearbox stands, you see, with the arch tops. So both of those would have had gearboxes sat on the stands, and what's on them now is all that's left of those gearboxes. So there's a few kind of gear components, and that's it. The rest has completely melted and disappeared. Well over £2 million worth of vehicles. It literally jumped from building to building. As you can see, it took everything. The fire started at that very far end. It's burnt every shipping container, jumped from container to container, building to building. Like even all the cars stored outside have been ignited, and kind of just... Again, going back to sort of BTCC, they're bespoke to the British Touring Car Championship, so the only way we were going to get competitive cars back on the grid was to build them. So on top of having sort of no premises and very little kit, we then had to commit to a type of car that we were going to build, and somehow find a way to design and build it ready for the start of a championship.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
My name's Antonio Carrozza. I am Chief Engineer at Alliance Racing, Ash Sutton's race engineer. We're at Croft Circuit for the first official BTCC test of 2026. Playing with the weather a little bit today. We've had a couple of test days already which have been really good learning experiences. This is the point in our test plan where everything's coming together.
Busy off-season for us, we've changed the car. So yeah, we're now running the saloon. So fundamentally, it's 90% the same car as what we've been used to for the last few years. So nicely developed in that respect.
Something that I've wanted to do for a really long time. Not necessarily to the Ford Focus, but yeah, we've been pushing down the saloon route for a while now, looking for different manufacturers, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. So this was the opportunity to do something that we have wanted to do. Improvement in aerodynamic balance, improvement in drag. There's kind of lots of positives from it. I think, generally speaking, the new car, as we've rolled it out, we're pretty happy with everywhere. It's got a slightly more stable balance. It's slightly more responsive to some of the tuning tools without it being snappy. So I'm trying to push the boundary now on, right, how far do we go with the setup before it becomes undrivable? And usually, the fastest the car goes is that pinpoint just before it becomes undrivable. That's the fastest it'll go.
All the teams are in a slightly different place. Obviously, Accelerate get to continue exactly with the car that they ran last year. You've got PowerMax with a new car, you've got the Mercedes out there as a new car. So there's a lot of new cars that they're doing their early running and maybe learning a steeper learning curve with their cars than what we're more fine-tuning.
It was the Mighty Minis that took to the track, and after a solid performance from Olivier Algeri, it was actually Tom Ovenden who managed to snatch the win in the final moments of the race. Huge congratulations to Tom, making it now 4 wins from 5. Let's go down to the race winners. They're with Lou.
Thank you, Nikki. A race that was so exciting. It had Paul O'Neill squealing in the back of the commentary. I mean, Tom, you saved that move until the perfect timing to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Olivier was driving an awesome race, putting the car in exactly the right place, and I just couldn't get past. But I saw the last lap ball, and I thought, right, I'm just going to try and break that 10 metres later. And it was, my foot was right in the foot pedal. I was pressing the brake that hard. But luckily, I got it stopped, and just credit to these boys. What a race that was. Really, really enjoyed it.
I mean, fantastic to see the reaction between the two of you when you pulled into Parc Fermé. You, even though you got overtaken just at the end, you still thoroughly enjoyed that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I think everyone enjoys a proper good race, don't they? I think when you're the first one into them conditions, it's not always easy. So there's 10 minutes to go, and I've seen the rain on the windscreen, so I thought I'd just give it my all, park the bus, and see what happened.
How tricky was it to manage those conditions?
It was easy for me. He was first into it, so I could just go. I just, gauge off how late he was braking, and you weren't second once, so it was always going to be harder for Olivier. But no, it was a really exciting race.
And you still happy with the P2?
Yeah, I'll take it. We'll go better next time.
Well done. And Max, I have to say, you came from what, P10 was that?
Yeah, I just knew I had to get past people as quick as possible, and I saw they were defending for their life, so I think it took me like 2 laps to catch up, like 3-second gap, so yeah, thanks to Olivier for that.
Were you thinking at one point I could get there? Because it really was. I mean, there were moments when it could have been anybody's victory.
Yeah, but obviously, as everyone said, the car was in the right place at the right time, and I couldn't get past, so yeah.
Fantastic. It was a brilliant race, I have to say. Well done to all of you. Thoroughly enjoyed that one as well. Right, we've got more, hopefully, brilliant racing coming up from the Porsche cars. So they're out on the grid now, so let's go over to Tim and to David to talk us through that one.
Louise, thanks very much. The grid is formed for our second Porsche CarWow Carrera Cup GB race of the day. And as the green flag waves, sliding his way away from pole position is Callum Voisin. Now this grid, slightly unusual, in for Porsche racing, unusual it is. It is not set by the results of race 1 with a semi-reverse grid. It had a standalone qualifying session yesterday. New for this year is a regulation that says that if it's only a Carrera Cup GB weekend, in other words, there's no Porsche Sprint Challenge here as well, to keep the Porsche teams busy, really, and stop them getting bored on a Saturday, they can have another qualifying session, and therefore standalone Q1 for race 1, second session for race 2. A bit of drizzle in the air, slightly greasy circuit therefore. It was bone dry this morning, so different track surface as you go on board with Jack Sherwood, and you can see spots of rain on the windscreen and a big lock-up there as well from the car ahead. Ollie Meadows, that was, going down towards Graham Hill Bend. Round 4 of Carrera Cup GB has Callum Voisin on pole for the first time. Will Jenkins with him at the front, ahead of Jacob Toft, who went really well in qualifying, and Donington winner Ollie Jackson, who is second to Toft on the grid in Pro-Am. Stephen Jelly won Pro-Am earlier on in the day. He will start 5th, and 6th is Max Coates ahead of Isaac Phelps and Oliver Meadows. Jack Sherwood had a one-place penalty in race 1 for a bit of contact. He's on row 5 with Sid Smith. Jonathan Moore in race 1 was in the gravel and didn't finish, and Michael Keohane also a retirement. 3 races in. Michael's yet to finish a race yet. Archie Clark on the back row, a man to watch. Carl Cavers, winner of the Masters class earlier on in the day, rounds out the grid. So 2 warming up laps to get a bit of warmth into the Michelin tyres. They'll slot into place on the grid, and then we are going to be good to go racing. And if this rain comes to anything, Tim Harvey, it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, these cars, 510 horsepower, no ABS, no traction control, heats up the rear tyres very quickly, because obviously being a Porsche 911, the weight is in the rear, the traction is in the rear. Doesn't heat up the fronts quite so quickly. We saw that from Ollie Meadows' lock-up, but so it can be tricky, particularly if the rain comes down anymore. But I'm loving this new format for the standalone Porsche Carrera Cup races, where there's no sprint, where we have 2 qualifying sessions and 2 races. It has mixed the grid up a little bit. Will Jenkins was on pole for the first one, and Callum Voisin on pole for the second one. And as you said, you mentioned Jacob Tofts. He was 10th for qualifying in race 1 and 3rd for this one. So it has mixed the grid up a little bit. Let's see how it goes in this race.
So then the cars back to the grid, and this pattern so far has been that Callum Voisin has been not necessarily demon out of the blocks, but then as the race starts to develop, the car gets quicker and quicker and just comes on stronger and stronger, and then he goes storming away. So if he can nail the start, then he's going to be very difficult to beat. If somebody gets ahead, it's going to make life interesting, but really watching Callum Voisin's car sort of come alive and switch on after the first quarter of the race has been the pattern so far. 5 sets of red lights will go on, then at Brands Hatchby will go racing. Round 4 of Carrera Cup GB is go, and Voisin does make a good start, but Will Jenkins makes an even better one on the outside line. Look, going up towards paddock, and Jacob Tofts on the inside tries to go through. He does. He goes second, and Jenkins loses out, slides a little bit. So Voisin leads. Voisin is away as they head up towards Druids. This time he has got the start absolutely right, and he leads.
Yeah, in fact, his initial launch from Callum Voisin was very good. Then he got some wheel spin. That slowed him up a little bit. Will Jenkins looked like he had the run of into turn 1, but as you say, it was Jacob Tofts that really made the move stick coming out of paddock.
Along Cooper Straight then they go for the first time, 34 laps or a 30-minute time slot. And you see the yellow car of Ollie Jackson, Donington race 2 winner ahead of Sid Smith. That's Max Coates going very wide, number 71. He's dropped back from 6th on the grid. He's had a bad first lap as the northeastern driver. As over the line goes Callum Voisin, and at the end of lap 1 he's already over a second clear.
Yeah, he's making hay while he got a clear road, no one behind him. Will Jenkins is looking very aggressive behind Tofts, isn't he, trying to find a way through quickly.
Tofts is your leader in Pro-Am, Will Jenkins in Pro, then you've got Jackson in Pro-Am, Sid Smith's green and white car, Pro, Stephen Jelly's silver car, Pro-Am. Real mix here.
Yeah, Sid Smith got a time penalty for track limits. These are long races and easy to transgress 2 or 3 times and get a track limits warning in such a long race. So they do need to be careful in this one not to do that.
Yeah, it was 5 seconds for Sid Smith, also Isaac Phelps, who then also fell foul of officialdom after contact with Jonathan Moore. This is Jack Sherwood's view. The photograph on the right you can just see flapping around attached to the cage, now obscured by the graphic, there it is of Porsche racer Marvin Klein, who races in Super Cup and in the French Championship. Quite why Jack has a photograph of him in the car, we have not yet got to the bottom of. However, up at Druids, side by side, Smith on the outside, Jackson on the inside.
Yeah, it's very hard to get round the outside, isn't it? But oh, this is a lunge, no. Ollie Jackson of plenty of touring car experience knows to shut the door and not give Sid Smith an inkling of an opening there.
Well, they squabble for second, though. This is all playing into the hands, is it not, of the race leader, because up front, Callum Voisin is now just being able to build the lead. This is what he did in race 1, but later in the race. Now he's been able to do it right from the start by being able to take pole into the race lead. So Voisin is already 1.8 seconds up the road, and second, of course, Will Jenkins battling here with Jacob Tofts. different classes, you get points overall, but you get Pro-Am and Masters points for your class position. And here, Jacob Toft doesn't necessarily need to battle against Jenkins, but what he does want to do is keep a car between himself and Ollie Jackson, who is his class rival.
Yeah, and as we've seen throughout this year, there's very little difference between some of the Pro-Ams and the Pros. And with Ollie Jackson winning that second race at Donington Park as a Pro-Am, the precedent has been set. I think people are much less inclined to sort of give up positions to people not in their class and just race them as they are. The cars are exactly the same depending on which class you're in, apart from the Masters class, which is allowed ABS.
And that's being led by Michael Keohane, who has done 4 laps, and with all due deference to Michael, I think that's more than he's done all season, because he's had just no luck whatsoever being involved in dramas very early in the previous 3 races. Jacob Toft, you're looking at, new to Carrera Cup GB, having raced in Sprint Challenge in the Caymans. He does know something about the 911 GT3 Cup, though, because he spent the last 3 seasons racing a virtual one. He's been a mainstay within the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup GB, and now stepping into what you might call full metal racing for the first time in Carrera Cup GB. And he's doing a good job here, leading Pro-Am for the first time and keeping Jenkins at bay.
Yeah, Stephen Jelly there, just ahead of Isaac Phelps. Stephen Jelly a bit rejuvenated this year, going very well, particularly here at Brands, a circuit he had a lot of success in BTCC, but he's going very well indeed.
Class winner earlier on in the day, 3rd in the opening race. Right, Callum Voisin is now 2 seconds ahead. He has done the fastest lap of the race, which is a little bit slower than he had in the first race, but as the cars get lighter, he will perhaps go yet faster. We're already on to lap 6 out of 34 as you look at the Meadows versus Clark battle and a replay of the start, Tim.
Yeah, watch the start. Voisin gets an initial jump and then spins up, and it looks like Jenkins is going to outdo him into turn 1. Jackson's made a good start on the outside as well, but there's no way in. And look, just Tofts just gets through on the inside ahead of Will Jenkins and is able to shut the door before they get to Druid. So that allows Voisin a nice little safe gap as he goes into turn 2 and 3, Druids and Graham Hill Bend.
But by that stage, as you say, Voisin already long gone. You had there coming down towards Graham Hill Bend, Ollie Jackson on the inside, ran a little bit wide. Smith gets up alongside Jelly, but Ollie Jackson at Surtees and into McLaren later in the race, losing out. Sid Smith through on the inside. That was for 4th place, just on that previous lap.
Yeah, and that did actually look like Ollie Jackson left the door wide open, doesn't it? But that does mean that he's now got his class rival, Stephen Jelly, both former BTCC drivers, right behind him.
Interesting mix of backgrounds. Callum Voisin, who was a single-seater gun. Then you've got Jacob Toft, who did a bit of Formula Ford before coming into Porsches. Will Jenkins has done the Ginetta Junior, Ginetta Senior, and then Porsche route. Sid Smith, Junior Saloon Car Champion, into Porsches. And then, as you say, Ollie Jackson and Stephen Jelly, both BTCC. Now, time penalty. Callum Voisin. It's something to do with where he was positioned at the start. We need another replay of that, but a time penalty for that man, Callum Voisin. It's 5 seconds. We know what the penalty is. The full reason has not yet been offered up on the timing screen, but we'll try and unravel it.
Well, we'll have a look at the start. We're told it was positioning. That can only be in the box. Often drivers do line up slightly differently on pole position because of the incline in the banking. I venture to suggest this won't be a problem for Callum Voisin since he won the first race. God,
so
really?
Slightly over the white hatching in front, but only slightly.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
Okay.
But anyway, there we are. But I venture to suggest, since he won the first race by over 7 seconds, and he only got into the lead fairly late in the race, that he might well stretch this out beyond that 5 seconds at 2.5 seconds now. So we'll watch that gap.
Yes, the only thing that could go against him is a late race safety car, which bunches everybody up. So, right now, he is, as you say, getting away anyway. The fact that he might be told to have to hustle on even more will perhaps allow him to stretch the gap, but what was a gap of 2.4 is now 2.7 as he comes through with Jacob Toft second. I've talked about Jacob leading Pro-Am. He's also the best placed of those in the talent pool, the Young Driver Development Programme.
Yeah, very important part of the Porsche Championship, that is, as we look at Ollie Clark, right up behind Ollie Meadows. Sorry, Jack Clark. Archie Clark.
coming down towards Graham Hill Bend. Ollie Meadows ahead of him. And all of this being looked at by Colin Oakley, who is the clerk of the course,
yes,
to make sure that there are no track limit dramas in this little battle. So nose to tail, Meadows versus Clark A, up towards the right-hander of Clark curve, and Archie Clark, who's the reigning Ginetta GT champion, couldn't quite find a way through there. This rain doesn't seem to be amounting to anything, does it? It's still just teasing the teams.
Well, nicely, they've got their tyres nice and warm, but I'm seeing more wipers go on. I must remind myself not to read my notes whilst watching the screen as well. Getting my names a bit mixed up. But yeah, Archie Clark going very well, of course. Grandson of the great Roger Clark, rally driver.
So you got that one right?
Yeah, got that one. Showing my age.
You said it. Yeah. Right, here we're on lap 11 in this 34-lap race. Sounds like a lot of laps. It is. In terms of miles, it's slightly above the other support races. But don't forget, this is a 1.2-mile circuit, so they rattle by. They're lapping at 46 seconds. And on this lap, especially in these cars, you're never still, are you?
No, you're never still, and you're basically never straight either, really. There's a lot of work goes on. It's quite a long race, and the fastest tin tops here that we've got. So yeah, it's quite hard work.
So Ollie Meadows, who qualified much better for race 2 than race 1, going nicely. And in this battle with Archie Clark, you've got another Pro-Am versus Pro battle, and then Michael Keohane behind, and actually Keohane has got Carl Cave as his class rival right up behind him. So 2 good battles going on here.
Yeah, it's great when you have good class battles going on, isn't it? The Pro-Am still being comfortably led, of course, by Toffs in second place, with that gap back to 3 places back to Ollie Jackson and Stephen Jelly.
So race leaders are onto lap number 13. The lead gap is over 3 seconds, and this is Jack Sherwood. That's Isaac Phelps ahead as they come through paddock. Little twitch, goes wide, bounces over the curbs. Sherwood tries to attack, but not really able on the outside.
Yeah, just got on the power a little bit hard there, did Isaac Phelps, coming through paddock. The back stepped out, he corrected it, took the car wide into the gravel. Wonder if that's a sign there's a bit more rain perhaps there at paddock.
Still wiper on for Sid Smith, but that might purely be that he hasn't switched it off from earlier on. He's a bit busy staring at the back of Will Jenkins' car. You can see the way that Jenkins has fallen back from Toffs, can't you? That was the battle earlier on for second place, and now Jenkins having to go defensive and keep Sid Smith at bay. The Toffs to Jenkins, second to third gap as they go over the stripe is 2.4 seconds, and Smith dives up the inside. He's going to go through at paddock. Jenkins didn't offer massive amounts of defence there.
I think Will is not enjoying the conditions, is he? Sometimes you just have a feel for the car. The car is right in terms of setups, tyre pressures, and gives driver confidence in slightly tricky conditions. Clearly, Will Jenkins hasn't got that, and Sid Smith has. This is a good lunge from quite a long way back, gets alongside nicely, doesn't run wide, gets the apex, and Will Jenkins doesn't fight back too hard at all.
So nice pass by Sid Smith, and look, half a lap later he's already got a gap. So Sid Smith pulling away. His next target is going to be Jacob Toffs, but that puts Smith now to second in Pro, so helps for points. And there are now 2 cars between Toffs and Jackson within Pro-Am, so Jacob looking as though he's on target for a first-class win.
Yeah, and that Voisin has now nearly got the 5 seconds that he needs to overcome that penalty. 4.3 was the gap.
Yeah, he's nearly there, isn't he, as he goes towards Surtees. That's Jacob Toffs, second overall Pro-Am leader. That's Sid Smith third, Will Jenkins fourth. Another Pro-Am battle here for second place in the class. Jackson versus Jelly. Ollie Jackson staying ahead for the moment. Stephen Jelly, as you say, a rejuvenated Stephen Jelly right there behind. And the pair of BTCC race winners of seasons past, Stephen Jelly, who was Formula 3 GP2 driver prior to that, goes over the line, close enough to have a go, but thinks better of it.
Yeah, just putting the pressure on, making Ollie defend a little bit and hoping for a chink in the armour to come. Look round the outside and maybe then cut back a little bit, but it just keeps that pressure on, doesn't it? But of course their battling is allowing Isaac Phelps in the Century Motorsport car right to close up behind them.
Jackson goes defensive, Jelly up behind him. Isaac Phelps, Pro, looking to get past 2 Pro-Am class drivers. Still spots the rain on that camera lens, as now you've got 3 of them here arguing over 5th place. Isaac Phelps another in the talent pool as he comes up now around Clark Curve heading towards the line, and now Jenkins getting away again from Jackson, who's had to go defensive with Jelly and then Phelps tucked up behind.
Yeah, as you say, a myriad of different backgrounds of the drivers in this championship. We're only really missing Ollie White, the fast farmer who used to driving tractors, aren't we, from the championship.
And round the outside there goes Phelps. He's going to try to get the place away from Stephen Jelly. Yes, he's done it. Round the outside. Nicely done, Isaac Phelps. That was a good move. And here comes Sherwood at the inside line. Fantastic. Really opportunistic there. Jelly left the door open.
He really did, didn't he? And that was great driving by Isaac Phelps. When you've got two cars defending on the inside, it allows you to brake later than the second car and get that overlap. You can't really do it with one car, but you can with two. Look, the two cars in front, Jelly, the silver car, Jackson, queuing up on the inside. So Phelps is able to brake later on the outside and split the difference. But that was really nice little move by Jack Sherwood to see the gap and go for it.
It's great to have these young guns, isn't it, in the championship, like Callum Voisin, like Isaac Phelps, like Jack Sherwood, who've come from single-seater racing into a very different type of race car. Now look at this. With respect to Ollie Jackson, he's a bit cork in bottle-ish here because he's got four of them queuing up behind him. Phelps and Sherwood, remember, are in the Pro class. Jackson is in Pro-Am, and the lead gap Voisin has got is 4.7 seconds, but he's still got 17 laps to go in which to eke out another 3/10 of a bit. There he is over the line. This could even be the lap on which he does it. Over the line now goes Jacob Toffs, and we are at 4.994. He's 6,000ths away.
Well, your judgment was terrible, David.
Totally.
6,000. Yeah, one thing I did notice about Callum Voisin from race one was he was metronomic in his lap times. He really was. He was lapping sort of 3/10 off his fastest lap. In the first race, it was a 46 dead, I think, and he was lapping in 46.3s for a very long time in the race. So we know he can continue that pace. He has got the fastest lap. On the last lap, he was 2.5 tenths quicker than everyone behind him. So by the end of this lap, if he continues that pace, he will be over the 5 seconds.
As Isaac Phelps thinks about a move against Ollie Jackson here, coming up round Clearways into the right of Clark Curve. Jack Sherwood is there as well. Jelly dropping back a little bit as the black and white driving standards flag now goes to Oliver Meadows. You're on board with Sherwood as ahead. Phelps works out where he can make the move against Jackson. Sherwood, we know he's the big opportunist. What he has done this year, though, is fall foul of the clerk of the course, Colin Oakley. He's been given the odd penalty, whether it's been for incidents or track limits. And now, look, Phelps tries his outside line. This time it doesn't pay off, but it does give Sherwood a chance to attack him. Goes from one side to the other. Go on, Jack, up the inside. So close, but it doesn't quite work.
Oh, he tried that lunge again, didn't he? But Isaac Phelps realised there that he can't, and now he's lost the pace to Jelly as Jack Sherwood, or has he? Yeah, a little bit on the curb, but he's still on the inside of Jelly, and he's going to make this. Jelly's giving him plenty of room on the inside. I think Jack Sherwood will pull this off, but yeah, that all started because Isaac Phelps tried to go around the outside of Ollie Jackson, and when it's one car on one, you just can't do it.
So Jack Sherwood then has to go defensive to keep Stephen Jelly at bay. What that means is they've dropped quite a long way back, of course, from Isaac Phelps, who can concentrate the attack again on Ollie Jackson. So Jack Sherwood, who has certainly been a live wire in the championship, attacks Druids, comes out of the corner, drops downhill. You've got Jelly, then Coates behind, and 10th Jonathan Moore in that green and white livery behind.
So on board with Sherwood, well, look, we see Isaac Phelps tries to go the long way around the outside. That opens the door for Sherwood on the inside. He'll get a better exit. And as Isaac Phelps comes back across, he looks to lunge down the inside. Phelps sees him coming. Really good driving by Phelps not to turn in because there would have been contact. He left some room on the inside and had enough drive off the corner to keep that place. Oh, and there goes Jelly through, and then back underneath again goes Sherwood. Jelly wasn't able quite to clear him and claim the apex on the inside. So some really good action going on in this Porsche Carwow Carrera Cup GB race.
It's not over yet. Ollie Jackson and Isaac Phelps still battling. This is the 5th overall, Pro-Am versus Pro. Ollie Jackson, very experienced driver. It is by choice that he's in Pro-Am, as he pointed out to me yesterday. He doesn't really have the time to dedicate purely to being a racing driver. He has his own business to run. And so there, Callum Voisin's pit board is about to confirm that he's P1 because he's now 6.2 seconds up the road. Take 5 seconds out of that, he's still up the road.
Yeah, never in doubt really, but certainly, I mean, hats off to Callum Voisin. He's really looking at home in this Porsche now, and he's starting to fling the car around in the style of a Harry King or a Dan Harper and really extract the most out of it. He's looking really, really classy and strong. Of course, he's also racing in the Italian Porsche Carrera Cup Championship, but that championship is using the new 992.2 Carrera Cup car, which has ABS and traction control, more aero, bigger brakes, so a slightly different car actually. Jumping from one to the other isn't easy, but it's giving him lots of Porsche Carrera Cup seat time, and he is really starting to fly. The pole time he set for this race was over 2/10 quicker than the next car, which round Brands Indy is a lot.
And that was his first pole, and that's probably opened the floodgates, hasn't it? So he has already taken 2 race victories in the 3 that we've had so far, and he's on the back, as his teammate, I should say, Isaac Phelps is on the back of Ollie Jackson. This is the battle you're looking at here for 5th and 6th places. But yes, Callum Voisin just driving off into the distance now, and I suspect that one of the takeaways for everybody else this weekend is just the pace that he's got and how on earth they're going to stop him.
Yeah, now, whilst we've been watching this battle behind Ollie Jackson, who's actually doing a great job of keeping cars between him and Stephen Jelly, let's not forget that Jacob Toffs is leading Pro-Am in 2nd place. We haven't seen much of him, but he's doing a fine job in 2nd place and leading Pro-Am.
And Max Coates is also being given a 5-second time penalty, but his is for track limit abuses. Tim made the point earlier on, long races, therefore more opportunities to transgress. The more you transgress, the more likely you are to get a penalty. And Max Coates, 9th, gets a penalty.
Now, Sid Smith has actually caught up Jacob Toffs, but of course it's not for the class position, and it would probably actually pay Jacob to let him through, because he's got a nice, comfortable back gap there next to Jenkins and Jackson, but he doesn't need to fight with him and slow themselves down.
That's right, and there is Sid Smith for the inside line. Jacob Toffs gives him racing room and slots back in behind. In fact, he does have a go back at him coming out of the corner, so it is a proper battle after all. Jacob Toffs back on the inside line, but Sid Smith round the outside, again gives Toffs room, runs wide. Jacob goes back through. Sid will have the inside line for Graham Hill Band.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that Jacob Toffs sort of really wanted to do that, actually. He just sort of ended up on the inside because Sid Smith was a bit slow coming off paddock, and he was trying to sort of let him back at Druids, but Sid Smith was going wide round the outside line.
Jack Sherwood now, 5-second penalty for track limits. I said he was a live wire. Well, you're on board with him now as he's closing again on that Jackson Phelps battle. But I'm afraid Jack Sherwood, not for the first time this season, has a penalty against his name.
Yeah, that's a shame. But as I said, in these long races, it's so easy to accrue a few track limits. It's mostly on the exit of Graham Hill, which is turn 3. Very easy to do in these Carrera Cup cars. You come down the hill, and the car's inertia, because you're coming downhill, makes it harder to stop the car, because it just carries on down the hill a little bit, and then you run wide on the exit.
Jackson going out of Graham Hill Bend with Phelps behind, then the penalised Jack Sherwood. Dad Justin was a Porsche champion and a Formula 3 Class B racer, Formula Vauxhall racer, so he comes from good racing stock, the Leicestershire haulage firm family. And there you've got Isaac Phelps still trying to work out how to get past the very experienced Ollie Jackson, who, if you go back a long time, was Pro-Am champion in this series back in 2010.
Yeah.
Over the line they all pour. Max Coates goes through with his penalty. Have a look at the orange and white car in the background just going through. That was Michael Keohane, who is ahead at the moment in that Masters class. That is Max Coates going through. Keohane leading the class. Then he's 13th in the race. But Michael, there he is, number 9, that orange and white livery, returning to racing after a very long layoff of about 20 years. He's not finished a race this season, so finally it looks as though he's going to come good for Michael. He was part of Trevor Carlin's Formula 3 squad for a number of seasons in the British Formula 3 Championship, one of the few people ever to have sponsorship from a black pudding company.
Well, there's a rare thing, but he was no mean peddler back in the day. He reached the heights of Formula 3000, which in its day was second only to Formula 1 in the single-seater rankings. So he certainly has driving pedigree, and you don't lose that even if with a 20-year layoff. So I expect him to just get stronger during the season.
Came to Donington last year and had a go in a car, one of these Porsches, and quite enjoyed himself. And yes, the appetite had been whetted. He was back. So good to have Michael Keohane in the championship. Jack Sherwood, meantime, is on the attack against Ollie Jackson, and that must mean Isaac Phelps has got through. Yes, he has. So Phelps is now up to 5th and has disappeared up the road as Jackson goes defensive against the penalised Jack Sherwood, who wanted to switch sides but he couldn't get there in time, so he's got to go the long way round on the outside, heading into Clark Curve. Ollie Jackson's yellow car inside, black and orange on the grass, in the gravel, Jack Sherwood there. That was aggressive defence from Ollie Jackson, and Sherwood loses places to Jelly and Coates. Not his race.
No, Ollie Jackson looks ruffled, doesn't he? We didn't see Isaac Phelps go through, but it clearly ruffled Ollie Jackson, and then he was trying to defend very, very hard from Jack Sherwood, but he's lost that position. He's ended up now just in front of Stephen Jelly again.
Oliver Meadows is being given a 5-second penalty for track limits, so another one to add to the list. And this is the Sherwood move around the outside. Couldn't drive all the way around the outside. Ollie Jackson gets on the power, sort of moves across, takes the line, but did a hit and shoulder against Jack Sherwood, and that put Jack off the road.
Yeah, a little bit the natural line to let the car come out when you're looking for maximum acceleration off the corner. That was Jack sort of going to the outside. He looked at the inside initially. Listen to the throttle as he gets... He has to come right out of the throttle just to regain enough rear grip to get back on. Yeah, a hand wave there as if to say, what was that all about? But that was... he probably could have been left a bit more room by Ollie Jackson there.
Bit of a moment at Paddock Hill Bend as well. So there now is Jack Sherwood dropping into the clutches of number 12, Jonathan Moore, who was an early retirement from race 1. His departure triggered the safety car because he was in the gravel here. Now he's on the back of Jack Sherwood. So double whammy for Jack. He was losing places because of that incident, and then you add 5 seconds on, he loses yet more. Callum Voisin is nearly in the next race. He is way up the road, and a winning margin earlier on in the day of 7 seconds. He's 8.5 up the road, less the 5 that he's put as a penalty. This is the man that's chasing him. Sid Smith, race winner in the past, but he can do nothing about Voisin's pace here.
No, I mean, the best he could obviously wants to try and do is reduce that gap to less than 5 seconds, and were there to be a safety car or anything else happening in the last end of this race, that would actually work. But if the race stays green, I think it's going to be a hard task for he'd have to close about 2.5 seconds, and I don't think that Voisin's going to give up that kind of pace.
Over the timing line he goes then. Through goes Sid Smith in second spot. His last lap was a 46.7, a little bit slower than Voisin. This is Jack Sherwood's view in the meantime, bit of a queue building up ahead as you've got Jackson, Jelly, Coates ahead. Max Coates, we were told, had been given a 5-second penalty, but that's not actually being reflected on the timing screen. It's on the message line, but not in the timing display. However, we're told that he has got that penalty, and Jack Sherwood is there behind him. So those two cars, both drivers then, with this Damocletian 5 seconds hanging over them.
Yeah, Jonathan Moore, you'd mentioned there, just the yellow nose car coming into shot. Disappointingly, he was fastest in testing on Friday, but hasn't been able to trance that into race results because of the problems he suffered in race 1.
So we're on the last lap then as the leaders come through. Jack Sherwood, you see on the road, having got past Max Coates. This is how he did it. Let's have a look whether it was a clean move. Sherwood on board, that's Coates ahead. Bit of a nudge.
Definite nudge there, wasn't there? Definite nudge there. Ease the man out the way. You have to be careful doing that in the Porsche, though. The old radiators at the front, but no problem for this man, Voisin.
Callum Voisin wins for the second time today. 2 out of 2 at Brands Hatch. Over the line he goes then. A dominant drive by Callum Voisin to win. Second, it is going to be Sid Smith. And third, and a first win in Pro-Am, his best finish yet. Jacob Toft, a great drive ahead of Will Jenkins, who drops to 4th. Isaac Phelps 5th, Ollie Jackson is 6th, then over the line it's Jelly from Sherwood. And then the penalties start to come, so the order shuffles behind them. Max Coates is, I don't think yet, having had that penalty applied, so that result is not yet confirmed, but there's no doubt about the race winner. Callum Voisin it is, to the delight of the Century Motorsport team. He does the double at Brands Hatch, and even with that 5-second penalty applied, he still ran out the winner by 4 seconds over Sid Smith. So pole, race win, fastest lap, absolute spot on that, the result for Callum Voisin. Great drive.
That was an exemplary drive. He got everything right there. perhaps could have made a slightly better start, but a tiny criticism of what was an absolutely perfect drive. He's sort of really, the first meeting didn't quite go at Donington quite how he'd hoped, but I think he's really stamped his authority on this championship and set himself up as the favourite for the rest of this year. Great drive, great weekend.
Fourth in class in the pros, ninth place for number 12, Jonathan.
The Porsche clubhouse in the paddock, the race centre for the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, a lovely race centre that is. Great addition to the paddock and making it lovely for the drivers, teams and sponsors who support this championship.
Well, a great result for that man, for Callum Voisin, who is the winner in the end by 4 seconds. Class winners Jacob Toft and also Michael Keohane, and I think Michael will be delighted, not just with the win, but to have actually finished a race because he's had a really rotten start to his season. Callum Voisin goes through the post-race procedure and does the harnesses and plugs everything. He was very modest when he clambered out of the car before as a race winner. Let's see what it's going to be like this time around, if he's any more demonstrative as the winner of round 4 of Porsche Carrera Cup GB. No, again, takes it all in his stride. Oh, so nonchalant, like, anybody else in that? Never saw another car, really. And then it's off to the Porsche clubhouse to celebrate. So, Callum Voisin the race winner, Sid Smith second and Jacob Toft in third. Will Jenkins fourth ahead of Isaac Phelps, then Ollie Jackson from Stephen Jelly, Max Coates eighth, Jonathan Moore ninth, and the top 10 rounded out by Archie Clark. Michael Keohane was next with the penalties for Jack Sherwood and Ollie Meadows, dropping them down the order, Carl Cavers behind. And as far as the championship is concerned, Callum Voisin now 7 points ahead of Will Jenkins. Max Coates third in Pro. In Pro-Am, Ollie Jackson puts himself 4 points back ahead of Stephen Jelly now, with Jacob Toft moving much closer with his win. He's third. And as far as the Masters competition is concerned, 2 different drivers have had wins today. Carl Cavers was one in the earlier race. He's now ahead in the championship. And Michael Keohane finally gets some points on the board. Isaac Phelps is 2 ahead of Archie Clark in the talent pool.
You are watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously, we had a catastrophic fire at our head office and workshops in August of last year, which let's just say messed our season up a little bit, but that's the reason that we're now having to build new Audis. It's a really good thing for us to have something positive to focus on, and the boys and girls have really focused on the challenge, and hopefully we can start to look forward and enjoy what the future brings rather than focusing on the negatives of the past, really. It was a Saturday, I was at home, and basically I'd missed a couple of calls on my phone, and somebody had basically said that I think there's a fire in the field next to where your work is. You might want to have a look and make sure everything's okay. Started driving over and was still getting calls, and then as I got towards the site, started to become kind of ever more likely that the fire was actually us rather than the field. It was horrific getting there. There was a fire brigade already trying to stop people driving along a section of road, that the smoke was so bad across the road that you could not see at all. This greenery here on the right was on fire, and the flames were lapping across and touching this hedge. Now there you go, first glimpses. That was very, very much on fire. This would have been our offices. That was our fab shop, the only bit that didn't burn, but actually got robbed the day after the fire. So that was where our jig was, and all our welding and fabrication equipment was in there. Knowing I'm coming over isn't great, and then driving here feels weird. Seeing it all again, but all upstairs here was we put in a big mezzanine that was exclusively like Powermax Racing's offices. We've got like a sim room set up in there, meeting room, all of our trophies, everything was all in there. But that mezzanine floor, if you have a look through here, doesn't even exist anymore. On top of this cabinet here, that was a gearbox, and the whole gearbox casing itself has melted. There's nothing left, and there's just some of the gears left in there, and beyond there there's 2 gearbox stands you see with the arch tops. So both of those would have had gearboxes sat on the stands, and what's on them now is all that's left of those gearboxes. So there's a few kind of gear components, and that's it. The rest has completely melted and disappeared. Well over £2 million worth of vehicles. You know, it literally jumped from building to building. As you can see, it took everything. You know, the fire started at that very far end. It's burnt every shipping container, jumped from container to container, building to building. Like even all the cars stored outside have been ignited and kind of just... Again, going back to sort of BTCC, they're bespoke to the British Touring Car Championship, so the only way we were going to get competitive cars back on the grid was to build them. So on top of having sort of no premises and very little kit, we then had to commit to a type of car that we were going to build and somehow find a way to design and build it ready for the start of a championship.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
My name's Antonio Carrozza. I am Chief Engineer at Alliance Racing, Ash Sutton's race engineer. We're at Croft Circuit for the first official BTCC test of 2026. Playing with the weather a little bit today. We've had a couple of test days already which have been really good learning experiences. This is the point in our test plan where everything's coming together.
Busy off-season for us, we've changed the car. So yeah, we're now running the saloon. So fundamentally, it's 90% the same car as what we've been used to for the last few years. So nicely developed in that respect.
Something that I've wanted to do for a really long time. Not necessarily to the Ford Focus, but yeah, we've been pushing down the saloon route for a while now, looking for different manufacturers, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. So this was the opportunity to do something that we have wanted to do. Improvement in aerodynamic balance, improvement in drag. There's kind of lots of positives from it. I think, generally speaking, the new car, as we've rolled it out, we're pretty happy with everywhere. It's got a slightly more stable balance. It's slightly more responsive to some of the tuning tools without it being snappy. So I'm trying to push the boundary now on, right, how far do we go with the setup before it becomes undrivable? And usually, the fastest the car goes is that pinpoint just before it becomes undrivable. That's the fastest it'll go.
All the teams are in a slightly different place. Obviously, Accelerate get to continue exactly with the car that they ran last year. You've got PowerMax with a new car. You've got the Mercedes out there as a new car. So there's a lot of new cars that they're doing their early running and maybe learning a steeper learning curve with their cars than what we're more fine-tuning.
In the Porsche Carwow Carrera Cup GB, it was Callum Boyson who has made it 2 from 2 today. He crossed the checkered flag with a 9-second advantage, but of course after that 5-second penalty it was reduced to 4 seconds, but it was enough to take the top step of the podium. Again, I'm delighted to say that Callum is with me now. Callum, let's talk through that penalty first. Were you worried that that was going to kind of impede your race win?
I was, very worried, but to be honest, I kind of knew instantly that I had a penalty. I saw somebody taking a picture of my car kind of on the grid box before the race starts. So unfortunately, it's one of those things. It's very difficult to know exactly where to be, and I haven't done these kind of starts in a long time. Being in single seaters is much easier to tell where you are. But look, I mean, I guess I now know the limits, considering race 1 I was way too far back and I got a poor start from it. This time the start was much better. It was just a little bit too forwards.
And ultimately, the performance that you gave on track, it didn't affect the result at all. Congratulations on that really strong win.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I wasn't super sure if I had actually got the win because, it said 5 seconds, but I didn't know the final result completely. I was confident that I could pull the gap, but I was very worried about a safety car. Thankfully, there was none, and we managed to bring it home.
Lovely stuff. Well, congratulations. We're going to bring in Sid Smith now, who managed to work his way from sort of right at the back of the pack, really. You were down in P10 and P11, I think, for qualifying, and finishing on the podium. Well done.
Yeah, it was always going to be... Well, we had such a strong year last year, and we just had a couple of issues in qualifying yesterday. So it was a little bit further back than we hoped to. Now, I'm not one to give up, really. I was kind of had in my head the whole time we should be further up, so as soon as the lights went out, I was absolutely flat out ragging it the whole time, but I was absolutely loving it, and I've got to give it, Graves Motorsport prepared a great car. I'm so thankful to everyone to kind of just be here and have a drive like that, but I enjoyed every minute, and we gave it everything, and somehow came through the second, I guess.
Oh, well, well done. It was great to see you battling it out with Jacob Toft, actually. Let's bring him over because we'll find out. You put in a good effort there. We thought you were on for a P2 at one point, but well done on third.
Yeah, it was a really good race. I'm really happy with the progress. We missed out with a good qualifying yesterday in the first session, so it was good to put it right in qualifying 2 and start third, and then we had a really good start, and the car felt amazing. I have to thank the team, Graves and Ducking to Us Racing, because I felt like we've been on rails all weekend, so I'm really happy. It was just about managing my race, and it was good to see Sid catching me quickly.
Well, congratulations once again. Now, you can probably hear the sound of quite a few touring cars revving their engines, which means after the break, we'll be ready to go racing for round 5 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
You're watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
So I'm Alex Watts, Managing Director here at Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. We're here today in Shoreditch in London at the bike shed, not for a bike launch, but for our car launch for the new chapter with 2 new Toyota Corollas.
3, 2, 1.
Obviously the big classic blue there that we're all known for. But yeah, it's been exciting times. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the liveries, the liveries were actually loaded last night, and Mikey, our head of digital media, does a fantastic job, but when you design it on a computer screen and then you try and apply it to a car, it's completely different. But we're super happy with the finished product, and hopefully everyone will agree, we think they look great.
My first impressions were they're going to struggle to keep it clean with with all the fingerprints on it, but no, that chrome it just jumps. It looks good, it looks fast. As I always say, if it goes as well as it looks, we'll be all right.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the Team Virtue livery reveal. We're going to have loads of people down here. It's going to be a great event. The cars are behind me. Tom and I will be revealing the new cars ahead of the 2026 season, and I can't wait to get going.
3, 2, 1. Okay, just reveal them. Let's get those cars off. I'll get out of the way.
To a fan, they'll be like, it looks like your car's the same, but underneath the bodywork, we've done a lot of work. Every year we develop. We can't not develop the cars because every single team is. Obviously, it looks like more have than others, but that doesn't mean we haven't.
So reliability is quite important to us, rather than necessarily making dramatic changes. It's sort of incremental changes, because we want it to be that whatever we do, we go forward, rather than making a change that's too dramatic and then we end up going backwards.
For us, with a known, with the improvements that we've made, with the tweaks and everything else like that, it puts us in really good stead. But how's that going to play out? We don't really know. We've all got to sort of learn these new tactics that are going to get thrown at us, and we're going to have to learn on the job.
Blast off, away we go, and the best start of all comes from Ash Sutton, who gets away nicely, and a really good start by Collon. That is Adam Morgan straight on into the barriers. Ricky building up to try to make the move as they come toward the paddock. He's on the outside line, he can use the boost, he's ahead then as he goes storming through into the lead. Ricky Collard has done it. Sutton is on the boost perhaps. No, not quite, he doesn't even need to be because that was an error by Collard. And Sutton's back through into the lead of the race. Career win number 50 for Ash Sutton. He wins race 1 at Brands Hatch.
It was a cracking race 1 of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. Ash Sutton does line up on P1, but Ricky Collard is alongside him, so I cannot wait to watch the start of this race unfold. But before that happens, let's go down to Lou, who's on the grid.
Thank you, Nikki. And I'm down on the grid with a man who's very used to being on the grid for a British touring car race, though not usually holding another driver's board. Welcome back, Jake Hill. I'm glad to see you're making yourself useful.
I know. Well, Charles needed a grid guy, so here I am. But no, it's lovely to be back, Lou. And just pop up for the day. As it's my local track. So many fond memories here, and obviously it's just nice to see so many friends and people I've worked with over the last 10 years. I raced in this championship, so. Yeah, for sure, missing it a little bit, especially when you're stood on the grid, but regardless, it's just nice to see everyone.
I mean, you are still racing, obviously. You're doing endurance racing now. It's a different style of racing, isn't it? I would imagine you're missing having your car and your dedicated people there just for you, because it's a whole different ballgame when you're sharing a machine.
It is, I mean, endurance racing comes with so many more challenges, I mean, you have the time element, a lot of the races I'm doing this year are 12 or 24 hours long, which is obviously immense. So that's, down to, car reliability, all the drivers putting in their bit, mechanics doing their bit. It's a massive team effort, but of course, I miss having my own car and going for my own wins and stuff like that. But there is also a rewarding part to doing a bit of a team challenge, and in that sense. So yeah, I'm sure I'm enjoying it. It's very different. I've still got a lot of learning to do, but hopefully I can, still stick around and come and see this lot every now and then.
And one of the rewards, obviously, having raced at some fantastic tracks here in the UK, you are now competing at some really classic tracks in Europe, aren't you?
I am, yeah. I mean, next weekend is going to be arguably the biggest race I've ever done, the Nürburgring 24 hours. So super excited, very nervous because it's a daunting place for sure. And yeah, it's just going to be a cool experience, So that Spa 24 as well coming up later in the year, and all the other endurance races we're doing with Wera Motorsport.
Good luck with that one. Good to see you here. Right, let's go over and have a chat with Paul. I know he was going to be chatting or tried to have a word with Adam Morgan, but if we just look over there, that is Adam Morgan's car that is still in the pit lane. So, Paul, you're back down further down the grid. Who are you with?
Yes, thanks, Lou. Yeah, so Adam Morgan, apparently, speaking to one of the guys on the grid, he's got a gear selection problem. That was the first message that I heard. So something's going on with the damage that he's had at Paddock Hill Bend. So anyway, that car's back in the pit lane. Hopefully he can get out. Anyway, I'm with Dexter Patterson. It's the only driver I know who's got 2 bodyguards with him, 2 Scottish lads. I couldn't even understand what they were saying. They're all gone shy now, but one of them's got really nice trainers on. Anyway, Dexter, who's your mates who literally were going to beat me up then?
Oh, you don't want to know the government name, mate.
How's things going anyway, fella? Looked like you had a problem with the front left. I've actually not caught up with you, but that wasn't rain, was it, that forced you off the track at Clearways?
No, just a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact, and then it snapped the upright, and the wheel exploded with it, so a bit of a fuss for everything. But yeah, no, it was a shame because after the restart, we'd got a lot of heat into tyres, and we were good coming back, picking up positions, and then yeah, just picked up that, so that was race over.
I didn't quite hear who you said it was contact with. Did you tell me, or who can you say who it was?
Yeah, I think it was. I just clipped Sam Osborne on the rear, just enough to do a little bit of damage. So that was a shame. Probably more fault on my part. But we've got a lot of work to do now to get to the front. But I'm sure the pace is in the car to do it.
Mate, you are a bit of a sleeper. We were bigging you up at the top of the show. Sauber Junior driver, karting, just. You don't say much, mate, but you're super fast, and these conditions probably are for you, aren't they?
Yeah, I guess so. We take it as it comes, but we know we've got the pace to do it. I know I can do it myself, and definitely got a bit of a fight after race 1. But the pace we've had all weekend has been in the top 10, so I'm sure we can fight back and get close to the front.
Good man, thanks, Dexter. Good luck. I'm going to have a grapple with his mates now. Back to you, Lou.
Not too much grappling down there, Paul. I've come in to grapple word with Mikey Doble, who you can see he's got the soft tyre on now, and that's as a result of taking a decision. I would imagine it was quite a risky decision to run the medium in race 1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always a risk of almost throwing away a good qualifying position there by running the medium in race 1, but we just felt that the pace we have in the car this weekend, it might be better for us to be a little bit bolder and run the medium there to hopefully take advantage of the soft later on in the day when the guys ahead will be on the medium.
Well, you started the last race in P7, you finished in P7, so I'm guessing you'll be hoping to make moves up towards the front end of the grid in this one.
Yeah, P7's not bad, especially on the medium tyre, but I certainly want to go forward in this one. I think if we could be top 5 at least, maybe a little bit better, that would be good, and then obviously depending on the reverse grid later, it'd be nice to be on the right end of that as well, and hopefully get a trophy.
Good luck with that one. Right, and I think I've got time just for a quick word with the man who made rapid progress in the first race, because he started on the softer tyre but went from P15 on the grid all the way up to P5. So fantastic race 1 for you, Tom.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was. I needed that. I think the team needed it as well. We've had a rotten start to the year, Louise. So it was just so nice to come through. I've now got Tom right in front of me. We're obviously going to be pushing for the podium together now. That is on the cards.
The weather, though, who knows what's going to happen? Is it going to be slicks? Is it going to be wet? This race definitely will be wetter than the first race, so we'll see what happens.
And what's that going to feel like in terms of the impact that it has on where you're sitting in the car?
Well, it's everything, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't want to make the wrong decisions. You're in such a good place. But on the other side, if it gets too wet and you have to come in, you have to come in. So you just don't want to make the wrong call, because it is easy to do that in these situations. So hopefully with our experience we can get it right, but fingers crossed, you just sometimes can get it wrong.
Yeah. All right, fingers firmly crossed for you. I'll let you get your head down, get the door shut. We're going to head off for a quick break, and the second touring car race of the day will be coming up straight after that.
You're watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
So I'm Alex Watts, Managing Director here at Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. We're here today in Shoreditch in London at the bike shed, not for a bike launch, but for our car launch for the new chapter with 2 new Toyota Corollas.
3, 2, 1.
Obviously the big classic blue there that we're all known for. But yeah, it's been exciting times. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the liveries, the liveries were actually loaded last night, and Mikey, our head of digital media, does a fantastic job, but when you design it on a computer screen and then you try and apply it to a car, it's completely different. But we're super happy with the finished product, and hopefully everyone agree, we think they look great.
My first impressions were they're going to struggle to keep it clean with all the fingerprints on it, but no, that chrome it just jumps. It looks good, it looks fast. As I always say, if it goes as well as it looks, we'll be all right.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the Team Virtue livery reveal. We're going to have loads of people down here. It's going to be a great event. The cars are behind me. Tom and I will be revealing the new cars ahead of the 2026 season, and I can't wait to get going.
3, 2, 1. Okay, just reveal them. Let's get those cars off. I'll get out of the way.
To a fan, they'll be like, it looks like your car's the same, but underneath the bodywork, we've done a lot of work. Every year we develop. We can't not develop the cars because every single team is. Obviously, it looks like more have than others, but that doesn't mean we haven't.
So reliability is quite important to us, rather than necessarily making dramatic changes. It's sort of incremental changes, because we want it to be that whatever we do, we go forward, rather than making a change that's too dramatic and then we end up going backwards.
For us, with a known, with the improvements that we've made, with the tweaks and everything else like that, it puts us in really good stead. But how's that going to play out? We don't really know. We've all got to sort of learn these new tactics that are going to get thrown at us, and we're going to have to learn on the job.
Well, the grid is set for round 5 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Will Ash Sutton's formidable form continue, or could a certain Ricky Collard mix things up? Let's go down to commentary, calling every move. It's Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Thanks, Nikki. We're good to go racing then for the second time today in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship at Brands Hatch. Different allocation of boost, jumble grid. Here we go.
Yeah, it should be fun, particularly with Ash Sutton now on the medium tyre and Tom Ingram on the soft. I'm expecting a battle royale between those two.
So we've also got Adam Morgan at the end of the pit lane ready to join in at the back of the grid. He was going to be at the back of the grid anyway, so actually, although he's had that, as we've heard from the grid, gear selection problem, he's not lost anything in terms of where he was going to start, and he's going to be able to do the formation laps, we understand, anyway.
Yeah, but what he won't be able to do is cross the tyres over, so the rears will still be cold. The great advantage of doing the lap to the grid is, and then crossing your tyres, is you've already warmed the rears up a little bit on the front, so he won't have that advantage.
We are also hearing that there is rain, and it could be heavy rain, within the next 15 minutes, and they would still be racing. 24 laps are ahead of them, so it's going to be interesting to see exactly what pans out as far as the weather gods are concerned as they are released for the first of the 2 formation laps. Ash Sutton starts on pole position for round 5. Ricky Collard with him at the front of the grid. Lining up third is Tom Ingram, and he's the first on the soft tyre. Dan Camish lining up with him on row 2, ahead of Tom Chilton and Sam Osborne. Went well in race 1 in the Napa Racing Ford, ahead of Mikey Doble and Chris Smiley. They're the top 2 in the independent contest. Charles Rainford and Josh Cook, 2 drivers to watch. They start on row 5. Then Daryl DeLeon, he's now on that medium tyre. Gordon Shedden's on the soft, and he will be a man to watch as well. Aaron Taylor-Smith lines up on row 7 alongside James Dorlin. On the 8th row of the grid, there's Dan Rowbottom and Lewis Selby. And then behind those two, Aidan Moffat, who, as the team pointed out, has now crash tested the PowerMax Racing Audi, and it stood up to it well. Max Buxton will be with him on the 9th row of the grid, Nick Hamilton and Dexter Patterson, row 10, and then Adam Morgan is going to be at the rear of the grid. Aidan Moffat's crash testing earlier on, courtesy of contact from Lewis Selby. Penalty was given to him for that. In terms of the boost allocation, now it is on how you cross the line in race 1. So 4 laps go to Ash Sutton, 5 to Ricky Collard, 6 to Tom Ingram, 7 to Dan Camish, 8 to Tom Chilton, 10 laps for Sam Osborne, 12 to Mikey Doble, and Chris Smiley and everybody else have 14 laps worth of extra boost in this 24-lap race. Tyres, the soft tyre is the quicker, and that is the prime tyre. The medium is the option that you've got to run at least once in the day, and we've only really got 4 takers of that medium tyre, 5 takers of that medium tyre going into this race then. Drivers weaving around, getting warmth into the Goodyear rubber, and then they will turn their way from Druids down to Graham Hill Bend and then head towards the grid. If you look at the graphic, a white turbo boost element of that on the ladder during the race means they don't have it working, they're not using it. When it goes green, they're on the boost, and if it goes red, they've run out for that lap. And that rather somber looking graphic says they've run out for the race. So when the driver gets that, they have nothing left to give, and the savvy drivers, of course, know that they need to keep as much as they can towards the end of the race. Right, Tom Ingram, soft tyre, 3rd on the grid, and a very quick car. I hesitate to say he's going to be a race winner, because yesterday we thought he was going to run away and hide in the race to pole, and he got 5th. But he has got to be a man to watch, let's at least say that.
Yeah, he should be the favourite, and he will attack very hard at the start, because Ash Sutton will be finding it much harder to heat up his medium tyres than Ingram will be his soft. So I think he'll be attacking at the start.
So Tom Ingram doesn't just want a race win, he's also in need of points, of course. It's not been a great start to the championship for him. There is Ash Sutton's view then, looking out of the back of the car. Ricky Collard will be with him at the front of the grid, but again on that slower medium tyre, and in Ricky's case now with far less boost than he had in the first race of the day. Sutton to pole position then, he slots into place, wipers still on, a little bit of drizzle in the air. It's not come to anything all day. Remember, even in race 1, the drivers were talking about a greasy track surface. It's improved, but it's never quite gone away. It's still teasing teams up and down the pit lane, up and down the paddocks as the last few cars come into position. But this is the race where it does look as though the rain may come in earnest. Adam Morgan's car rebuilt, Herculean task by Caterham Plato Racing. There was contact. Dan Camish's dad was telling me, Peter Camish said that they had a little problem shifting down through the gears, and that was all it took to just hit the back of Adam Morgan and fire him off. So it certainly wasn't deliberate, but there was contact, and Dan Camish given a penalty for his part in the incident. Caterham Plato Racing with a lot of work to have done front and rear to that car in the break between races. Round 5 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship is ready to go. The lights change, we go racing, and a good start is made by Collard. Not a great start by Ingram, and that enables Camish to come up alongside him on the outside. And Dan Cam tries to go all the way round Ingram as they drop into paddock. Sutton is your leader, Collard is 2nd, Ingram does go 3rd, Camish 4th, Osborne is 5th, and way wide in the background goes Aaron Taylor-Smith.
Yeah, it wasn't a great start, was it, by Ingram, considering he did have the softs. One of the restart racing cars going very wide there, and someone off into the barriers.
Selby, I think, isn't it, towards the back of the grid in a Napa Racing Ford by the look of it. It is Lewis Selby into the gravel. That could well be a safety car as Sutton leads the way, and he has made a break already. Look, yep, safety car called. Clerk of the course, Ian Watson, straight away, no messing. Safety car shouted for, and that will pick them up at the end of that one. We've got BMWs on the grass, have we? We've certainly got an Audi on the grass. Mikey Doble there being squeezed a little bit wide coming through Surtees, but at the end of the lap, we're going to go safety car. Some have got the message, others haven't, and it all gets a little bit dramatic there, as you see in the pack, but the safety car is on track, the race neutralised.
Yeah, all the drivers get a safety car warning. Immediately the safety car comes out now in the car on their dashboard, so they should all react straight away, but they were all side by side coming through Surtees and into Clearway, so there's a little bit of sorting out of the order to be done for sure.
Over the timing line then, Sutton, Collard, Ingram the top 3, Dan Camish 4th, Charles Rainford 5th, Chris Smiley 6th, then you've got Chilton, Osborne, Doble and Rowbottom up to 10th from 15th. Good first lap by Dan Rowbottom.
Yeah, up 5 places.
Yeah, absolutely, in that Caterham Plato Racing Mercedes. But for Napa Racing UK, it's Ash Sutton ahead of Team Virtue's Ricky Collard. Safety car on track then, and you can see this is all to get Lewis Selby's Ford out of the gravel. Whether he pushed or fell to get into the gravel, we'll find out on the replay.
There was definitely a bit of trepidity there on that lap one. The cars were skating around a little bit like they were at the start of race 1. This actually mirrors that in the sense that we've now got some laps behind the safety car where they can build a bit more temperature in the tyres, but there was definitely some difficult conditions. A lot of wipers were going, but it's going to take a little while just to get Selby's car out of the gravel. He's stuck buried there.
If we have a safety car, we can add a maximum of 3 laps on. That's going to make the time the race takes longer. It's going to take us closer to the predicted rain time, isn't it?
It is, yes. Although they'll get a bit of an advantage now warming their tyres, it could well be. Let's have a look further back for the Selby incident. He just lost the rear. Look at that. Came in too fast. Came in a little bit too fast, a little bit too much rear brakes on cold tyres, and the rear just went round. So a little bit of learning there for Lewis, just to learn how to set the brake bias up and the feel of the car in these conditions.
On board Daryl De Leon, up towards paddock.
And again, he didn't get a remarkable start. The cold rear tyres on the BMW don't give it the same launch that it does on the when it's in the dry. There's Rowbottom coming around the outside.
Smiley very wide, but surviving. Rowbottom goes through.
They're very bunched now. This is when the safety car is going to come out. As you can see, they're very side by side and mixed up in the pack here. What we can't see is on the dashboard when the safety car board comes out, but you can see why they had a little bit of trouble just sorting themselves out.
Had Mikey Doble on the grass, and whoops, there's De Leon almost into the back of Shedden as everyone gets the message and has to slow.
Yeah.
Dexter Patterson's on board. The other interesting thing about this, the amount of water on the lens.
Yeah, a lot. And as you see, the wipers going there, dispersing quite a bit of water. Now, he doesn't get a bad start, but here comes Rowbottom on the charge there. No, yeah. Was it Morgan? It might have been Morgan, actually. Yes, it was. And very ginger through Paddock Hill Bend was Dexter Patterson there. And there you see the back end locking out. In fact, it happened as well on Buxton's car, didn't it? So it's the cold rear tyres on a greasy track and a bit of brake bias to the rear.
So the recovery work is still going on at Druids. This is Dexter Patterson's lap 1 view. We're still behind the safety car here at Brands Hatch. By this stage, the call has come. Dexter backs off, everybody else ahead is trying to sort themselves out, not overlap, not gain places as the race is neutralised. So Sutton, Collard, Ingram, Camish, Rainford, Smiley is the top 6. Charles Rainford at the moment leading in independence. And Lewis Selby's car out of the way. Big slide there from Ricky Collard coming out of Druids as he tries to urge warmth into the tyres. And of course, one of the things race control will now be looking at is whether any overtaking did happen after that safety car instruction was given.
Yeah, well, they'll know when the signal came on the dashboard of the cars because they transmit it. So whilst we don't see that, they will know exactly what the positions were relatively at that point. So yeah, maybe some sorting out to do, but definitely conditions are definitely tricky, aren't they?
Yeah. So you've got 2 cars on the medium tyre and then a whole wave, another 10 behind on the softs. Sutton and Collard on that medium tyre. We are about to go onto lap 6. The road, I reckon, is just about clear at Druids, but the recovery vehicle is still just edging its way back to its refuge point, so we're not quite ready to go, but we're almost there. And even under the safety car, laps fly by, don't they? We should be.
He's clear now is the recovery vehicle, so the lights are due to go out along the bottom bend. if there's going to be a restart. So we'll look for that now. The lights being switched off, are they? Yes.
Yep. Job done. Kieran Salmons, who's the observer in the safety car, presses the magic button, lights out. Ash Sutton gets the message, and it's now up to him to control the pace. So he starts to slow, bunches everybody up behind him, and Ricky Collard is crawling all over him again, ready for a scrap as they turn their way up towards Clearways. 4 laps of boost for Sutton, 5 laps for Collard, and we are good to go green. The safety car will peel back in, and here at Brands Hatch we are ready to go racing. That is how close Collard is to the back of Sutton. He's nearly on the back shelf of the car, ready to go green. Here we go. Ash Sutton accelerates away. We're up to 27 laps as they come across the timing line. Tom Ingram is on the attack as well, with all of that boost that he's got relative to Ricky Collard. He's got another lap over him. He's got 2 more laps than Sutton, and Ingram needs to be careful in when he uses that, but he has got the pace on the soft tyre, don't forget.
Yeah, I said to Ash Sutton, you must enjoy racing against Ricky Collard. It's a bit like racing against yourself, isn't it? It really is, because Ricky is a terrier.
Indeed he is, and he's right there on the tail. Camish on the back of Ingram as well as they go out of Graham Hill Bend. 27 laps because of the safety car. You've also got a rather feisty looking Charles Rainford there, look on the back of Camish, and behind the Sam Osborne dropping back a little bit and having a real pack of cars queuing up behind him. The leaders come up towards Clearways, nose to tail for the lead, Sutton and Collard.
Yeah, well, I said Rainford might be one to watch with now boost allocation and the soft tyres on the BMW, and he's already looking strong at the start of this race.
Leaders go through then. But that puts 7 of 27 laps in the book as they go over the timing line, and Ricky Collard just 0.2 of a second back. The fastest lap, by the way, has been done by Nick Hamilton on that restart lap. So one for the scrapbook. Nick Hamilton, fastest lap last time through. Is in the background. Rowbottom goes wide and kicks up the dirt at Paddock. Leaders go into Druids, and that's Rainford on the inside of Camish for 4th place. BMW versus Ford. Rainford's leading the independent part of the race as well, and he just gets the job done at Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, that car's... Oh, he runs wide though, but he should still get a decent exit. Up front, they're 3 abreast.
And Collard is going for the race lead, and he's going to go through. He does so. Ricky Collard leads. Sutton down to 2nd. Ingram all over the back of him, looking for the gap on the inside up towards Clearways. There you go, Ingram right on the tail of the Ford. Then you've got Rainford in 4th place, Camish 5th, and Ricky Collard now looking to try to get away as Sutton tries desperately to hang on to 2nd place. Meanwhile, here comes Rainford. He's round the outside of Ingram. He's going to put Charles 3rd. He's in at the end of the lap, only just. They were side by side over the timing line with 16 thousandths betwixt the two. Rainford on the outside. He's going to have to give up the place at Paddock. Yeah, he was on the wrong line for the corner. So it's Collard in the lead. 2nd is Sutton. 3rd now is Ingram, back ahead of Rainford, and drama in the background. There's a Caterham Mercedes off the road, and it's Dan Rowbottom's car that's come to grief coming out of Paddock. This is not a good weekend for the Plato Racing squad.
Yeah, it looks like the rain is coming down, and just enough to make things tricky on these slick tyres, and that means mistakes are going to happen.
Does indeed. We work lap number 9, and the race leader remains Ricky Collard, and he's got about 3 lengths in hand. This is on board Darrell de Leon's car. Look at the rain on the windscreen now. Look at the amount of effort he's having to put into the car as he rides the curb, but it's all sideways. Good save, Darrell.
Oh, just managed to hold on to that, didn't he? He's on the medium tyre, which doesn't work as well on the BMW. His teammate, oh, sliding there. Did you see the overstick from the BMW coming onto the straight?
And Tom Ingram also having a bit of a drama as he tried to fend off Charles Rainford as the car's going towards Paddock Hill Bend. So Ricky Collard is the race leader, and he's 0.6 of a second up the road. And because the conditions are changing, nobody as yet has been able to go quicker than Nick Hamilton from earlier on. So he could yet make history by having his first fastest lap, and drama in the background. Off the road goes the Restart Racing Hyundai. That was Chris Smiley's car. And if he can't get it off that grass, I fear we might go yellow again.
Yeah, we might go yellow again, in which case it might be a time for people to come in and put wets on, because the forecast and the conditions are just getting wetter and wetter. I can see teams in the pit lane getting wet tyres ready.
Yeah. And if you're at the back of the queue, it's worth a gamble, isn't it? One of those teams is Caterham Plato Racing. But in the meantime, Ricky Collard leads Ash Sutton. Charles Rainford is 3rd as they come over the line. He's done it this time to clear Ingram. Camish is 5th. Osborne is 6th. Doble 7th. Cook 8th. Taylor Smith 9th. Chilton is 10th. Shedden, Moffat, Patterson, De Leon and Morgan round out the point scorers. So Adam Morgan from the back of the grid into the points. Dan Rowbottom is coming down the pit lane, and perhaps the gamble is going to be for him onto wet tyres. They've nothing to lose. He's out of the points.
Nothing to lose, but under green flag conditions, he's going to go a lap down. That's the problem. Much better to do it under the safety car. Rainford is the one charging. He was able to use the traction coming off clearways. It's definitely going to go wets fairly soon. It's going to be picking your pit stop time to come in.
And Chris Smiley rejoined, so there's no threat of a safety car. So if people were banking on that, they've got to think again. We're not talking 4-second pit stops here like Formula 1 teams can do it, or even quicker. So Dan Rowbottom is going to lose a lap. There's mayhem coming out of clearways, I can tell you as well, because there's a Toyota in real strife. And there, Ash Sutton getting involved with Rainford as they come across the line. Ash Sutton hangs on to a big moment, but Ingram's up the inside of Rainford and goes third.
Well, I'm not surprised. Rainford had the mother and father of moments there on the inside. Got on the grass, got a twitch on. I thought the car was going to swap ends. He did brilliantly to save it, but that was a really anxious moment for Rainford coming down the pit straight.
And that's not the first time in the race that we've seen a driver have that issue. So we'll get a replay of it. So Rainford goes to the inside.
Goes to the inside. There's a little bit of contact with Sutton, and both of them nearly go round. And wow, look at the rain coming down now.
And they're on slicks, remember, as Sutton's about to go for the race lead up the inside of Collard. Little rub, maybe. Ricky hangs on to the lead. Ash backed out of that to make sure that he doesn't get the lead and then get a penalty. But you can see now this is like driving on ice. Collard leading, Sutton second. Ingram, Rainford has dropped back behind him. And Charles makes the move again. So undaunted by the dramas of the previous lap, he's going to have a go, but it doesn't come to anything. Camish is there in 5th. In 6th place, it is Osborne. Aaron Taylor-Smith is 7th. Mikey Doble is 8th. Josh Cook 9th. Tom Chilton 10th. And pretty much now you've got the leading 9 all in a queue.
Yeah, and you just know that things are going to kick off more and more during this race. The traction of that BMW, the white BMW of Charles Rainford in 4th place off clearways, is fantastic.
Collard on the defensive out of Graham Hill Bend. This is what I was talking about before with dramas coming into clearways. It was Gordon Shedden who'd had one moment, then got connected by Daryl De Leon, and they both just about saved it. Meanwhile, we wait for the drama, and here it comes. Collard gets a bit crossed up coming into clearways. He goes wide. Sutton's up the inside, and sideways Rainford gets hit by Camish. That's done damage to the BMW. That delays him. Aaron Taylor-Smith is picking his way up the order nicely. The Toyotas, look, Cook behind him, are going really well as the weather worsens, but it's still Ricky Collard in the lead. It's still Sutton second. It's Ingram third.
Well, the safest place to be is in the lead here, believe it or not. And Camish goes massively wide with a big oversteer moment. He's going to keep it on the track and come back on, but he's lost a ton of places. And basically, these cars are just falling over each other. It's impossible to drive a steady lap. You just keep having mistakes. A battered BMW Rainford, though, still in the race.
Battered? That's a scratch. This is touring car racing. So Ricky Collard the leader, Sutton second, Ingram third, and Aaron Taylor-Smith is up to 4th place. Now, he started 13th, and Aaron has quietly got on with the job. Yeah, OK, others have had dramas, but he has not. And now look, Ingram into the back of Sutton, who's all sideways. Tom doesn't force the issue, but he then gets a boot full of Taylor-Smith. Charles Rainford goes to the outside. Then there's Josh Cook in all of this as well, over the timing line. And Collard has now checked out while all that drama was going on behind him. Ricky leads by 1.5 seconds, and Dan Rowbottom on wet tyres, fastest lap of the race.
Well, there you go. But he's 1 lap behind. But if everyone does have to stop for wets eventually, he could be in the pound seat.
And Dan Camish is coming in for wets after his trip through the gravel. Remember, he was so wide at paddock, he's into the pit lane now. This is Josh Cook's view, and Cook in turn is gaining ground all the time, having now worked his way past both Rainford and also Tom Ingram. So Josh Cook for the podium, that's a real possibility, bearing in mind he started race 1 last on the grid.
Well, we're still only on lap 15 of 27, so if the heavens really open, it becomes impossible to drive on slicks. Everyone will have to pit, and that means then, A, they'll be all busy in the pit lane, but B, those that have already pitted will gain the lap back.
Aaron Taylor-Smith up into 2nd place, look. He's a 1.5 seconds back from Ricky Collard, and he's lapping quicker. That's the first lap we've seen Taylor-Smith with a bit of clear real estate ahead of him. He is lapping faster than the race leader. Smith's the one to watch now.
He is, and his teammate Cook, of course, is right up there as well, as Sam Osborne goes wide at Paddock Hill Bend. That's the tricky one, because it's a fast corner. You put a lot of load on the outside rear, And of course, a slick in the wet doesn't offer up a lot of grip.
That was the Camish line. Gordon Shedden into the pit lane as well. So Ricky Collard now having to hang on in there in the lead of the race. He doesn't want to have to pit, but he's still got 12 laps to go. 12 laps of tiptoeing around. Max Buxton here versus Nick Hamilton. Remember, they went onto wets in the earlier race, but it was the wrong gamble. But for the race lead, they're nose to tail, because now, look, Ricky Collard has been reeled in by Aaron Taylor-Smith, having the race of his life here. Aaron is going fantastic guns.
He's going brilliant. Here's Aaron Taylor-Smith. He's got a taste for it. He lunges up the inside. He's got super confidence in that Toyota Corolla. Hopefully he won't run wide as. Look at the behind. Josh Cook's having a huge moment. Paddock claims another victory. They all keep going. But let's look at the lap times. Dan Rowbottom is 4 seconds a lap quicker than these front-running cars. So if the conditions get impossible on slicks and they have to pit, Rowbottom will be the one that comes through.
So Aaron Taylor-Smith, race leader, as the field now come along Cooper Straight, and Ash Sutton's about to go back through. Look on the inside line, that puts him back up into second place. You're right, Rowbottom lapping demonstrably quicker than anybody else right now, but having dropped off the lead lap, he needs others to make a pit stop to bring him back into the equation.
Yeah, it only happens if the weather conditions get so bad that the slicks just can't grip anymore and they have to come in, but they're just eking it out. They've got another 9 laps to go though. There's Rowbottom, and look how different his car looks on circuit. Looks like it's on rails compared to the leaders.
Absolutely right, and he is charging along, but this is a replay of what happened to Josh Cook into paddock.
Yeah, he's actually gone in a bit too quick. He's gone out really wide and high, just can't turn the car in or slow it down. He did well to save it.
So Aaron Taylor-Smith leads the way. His last win, Rockingham 2016. And could this be a race that he wins against all the odds? It's all kicking off behind as well. Look, James Dall into the inside. You had Chilton and Cook getting themselves together, and Chilton is now off the road as Cook goes through and gains the place. Although Gordon Shedden is in the pit lane, it's not for tyres. He's been there now for about 5 laps, so Gordon Shedden's a retirement, but the sister Laser Tools with MB Motorsport Toyota leads the way. So Aaron Taylor-Smith is 2.2 seconds in the lead. He's on the soft tyre, but everything has just clicked for him. Look at the gap.
He's got a feel for these conditions. He's got the car underneath him, and I can't tell you how difficult it is to drive in these conditions. We just saw a shot of Chilton coming onto the pit straight, and the car was nearly sideways, and it's a front-wheel drive car. That's how little grip he's got.
And that is Chilton, and that's at paddock, and he's not going to get off that wet grass easily. He's going to have to roll it backwards. So Aaron Taylor-Smith counting down 9 laps to go. Okay, he came into this with a whole load of boost, but even so, he has not put a wheel wrong.
No, this has got nothing to do with boost anymore. This has got to do with driver feel, the car underneath you, just having the confidence to push it when the car is wanting to fly off the road.
That's the replay of Chilton getting it wrong at paddock.
Yeah, well, he'd already had a moment just coming onto the pit straight, so he'd got no faith in the rear.
The race leader over the timing line onto lap number 20. 3.2 seconds clear now is Aaron Taylor-Smith. And as I said earlier on, he has done all of this from 9th place on the grid. Sorry, lower back on the grid this time around. He's chipped his way forward, Aaron Taylor-Smith. So from 13th for race 2, he's gone forward and now leading by 3.3 seconds. Still the fastest lap to Dan Rowbottom, but now the drivers coping as best they can. Nobody else suggesting they're going to come to the pit lane. They can't afford to drop off the lap.
No, the 2 Audis fighting very hard between them, Doble and Moffat. But the conditions have just about stayed the same. The heavens haven't absolutely opened. The conditions have stayed the same. They're just about keeping some temperature in the tyres. On board with Josh Cook.
It's James Dall in ahead. Who goes
look how the car is twitching. The car is twitching on the edge of grip all the time.
Race leader through. Aaron Taylor-Smith now has 7 laps to go. Ash Sutton second, and that is Max Buxton off the road over at Clearways. So he has looped it. This is Dexter Patterson, 10th he is now, bearing in mind Dexter started 20th, so Paul O'Neill's urgings on the grid have certainly paid dividends because he's got himself now into the top 10, and he's not done yet either, Dexter Patterson.
Definitely not. I'm just looking out the window to see whether Max Buxton can get the car going again, because He only arrived very gently at the wall there. Looks like he's trying to get it, and he can. That's good. That will mean no safety car.
And actually, you can roll it downhill there, can't you, because of the camber of that grass, so he can let gravity help him onto the road. Adam Morgan has also gone onto the wet tyre. More Carrera clearways, and it's Tom Ingram that comes off worse this time.
He just managed to save that from rotating with a prodigious boot of throttle on the front-wheel drive car, but that was very nearly Ingram round.
And look at this, Aidan Moffat and Mikey Doble both in the mix as well. To the inside line now, Aidan Moffat. Moffat started 17th and he's up to 4th.
Yeah, those Audis going very nicely, a bit like the Toyota.
That's Rainford going for it, up the inside, into the gravel, bit of help on the way. Charles Rainford's in the gravel, and that could be a safety car.
That will be a safety car. He won't reverse that out. Another car off at the top as well. We're going to see it in a second. There's another car off where Rainford went.
It's Osborne.
It's Osborne, that 100% safety car now. Well, the trouble with this is they're going to lose temperature.
Red flag.
Red flag.
Race stop. So whether we get a restart, we'll wait and see, but the decision has been taken, rather than the teams coming in and changing tyre, stop the race. So it's a tough call, that, for race control, because arguably the drivers and the teams ought to be making the decision, not waiting for race control to do it for them. But the argument will be safety. Lauren Taylor-Smith is just delighted, because if we get a checkered flag now, Aaron has won it. But there is time to go racing again. We're being told there won't be a restart, so it looks as though with 2 cars in fairness, the amount of time taken to move those out of the way would probably be more than we had laps for anyway.
Yeah, because we've already had some safety car laps.
Yeah, can't take any more on.
And it's very difficult to move 2 cars that close together.
Yeah.
Session will not restart. It is a result, and it is a win for Aaron Taylor-Smith. What a fantastic drive.
After a 10-year break, Aaron, he's done it. Fantastic. I think the pit lane will be delighted for him, because Aaron is a great character. Yes, they are delighted, certainly, at the Speedworks Motorsport Garage. This is the MB Motorsport Laser Tools Racing part of it, and Aaron's first win for both Speedworks and for Mark Blundell for MB Motorsport for the Laser Tools backing. But we know that Aaron is a character. Sometimes he's incredibly laid back, sometimes he's incredibly fiery, but he works incredibly hard at his racing, works incredibly hard with his sponsors, and always finds a smile on his face. He has done a really good job of plugging away, came out of the championship to go racing GT cars for a little while. He's come back into touring car racing, and that win after a 10-year break, has 10-year gap, has been very well deserved. And Lauren, his wife, can barely believe it. Craig Pawley, his engineer, joining in the celebrations, and you can see now just how much a win means. So now the drivers going through the ride height check, and all looking good so far. So Aaron Taylor-Smith clears the roller to check the ride height. Remember, the car's all on slick tyres, so they were set up for dry conditions. Although the conditions changed, the setting of the car hasn't, so they're not too panicky about that ride height check. But cracking job by Aaron Taylor-Smith. I don't think anybody in the pit lane will begrudge him that win.
No, I mean, I said it in comms, but those conditions are really, really difficult in any car, front or rear wheel drive car, because the grip goes away so suddenly. You're gripping and then you're suddenly not, and that's why you see the cars twitching around. So you have to keep the pace up to keep the warmth. You have to have a feel for it, and he did it the best.
Fantastic job, and you can see how delighted Aaron Taylor-Smith is. Lauren is there to congratulate him, and there will be plenty of people, I'm sure, going to say well done over the course of the next couple of hours before race 3. Aaron doesn't exactly know who to go to next in these celebrations, but that was a really well-deserved win. He didn't luck into that. He drove fabulously, and he absolutely deserved it. Round 5 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, won by Aaron Taylor-Smith. Ash Sutton second, 3.5 seconds nearly behind at flagfall. Ricky Collard third from Tom Ingram. Aidan Moffat taking 5th place, having started way back 17th on the grid. Mikey Doble 6th, ahead of Josh Cook, and then James Dorlin, Dexter Patterson 9th, and the top 10 of a really frantic race, rounded out by Darryl De Leon. In 11th, it was Nick Hamilton, a really good result for him, ahead of Chris Smiley. 12th, he was, after being on the grass and a spin mid-race. Dan Rowbottom, 13th, a lap down, going on to the wets. Dan Camish, Adam Morgan, likewise. We lost Tom Chilton. We lost Gordon Shedden, we lost Lewis Selby, Sam Osborne and Charles Rainford as well. And just a reminder of why we ended up with that red flag. We had dramas up at Druids, so Sam Osborne there. Does he get a bit of help? Oh, he does. That was Rowbottom, wasn't it, up the inside?
Yeah, Rowbottom on the wets, obviously coming through, but just a clip at the wrong moment there. It was under yellows though, so that's a bit of a naughty one because Rainford was already off.
Yeah, and could have just been opening the door ready to get out. I mean, that was a bit hairy, that. So yes, you can imagine it being looked at. 5 races into the championship, Ash Sutton is ahead of Ricky Collard with a 44-point margin. Tom Ingram is third, and it's Dan Camish fourth with Mikey Doble and Charles Rainford behind. Aidan Moffat 7th. Aaron Taylor-Smith's win puts him 8th with Dexter Patterson, and Gordon Shedden rounding out the top 10. And Mark Blundell goes to join the celebrations, and we'll let Aaron Taylor-Smith thank everybody, catch his breath, and we'll hear from him after the break.
I don't know either.
You're watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
So I'm Alex Watts, Managing Director here at Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. We're here today in Shoreditch in London at the bike shed, not for a bike launch, but for our car launch for the new chapter with 2 new Toyota Corollas.
3, 2, 1.
Obviously the big classic blue there that we're all known for. But yeah, it's been exciting times. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the liveries, the liveries were actually loaded last night, and Mikey, our head of digital media, does a fantastic job, but when you design it on a computer screen and then you try and apply it to a car, it's completely different. But we're super happy with the finished product, and hopefully everyone will agree, we think they look great.
My first impressions were they're going to struggle to keep it clean with with all the fingerprints on it, but no, that chrome just, I mean, it just jumps. It looks good, it looks fast. As I always say, if it goes as well as it looks, we'll be all right.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the Team Virtue livery reveal. We're going to have loads of people down here. It's going to be a great event. The cars are behind me. Tom and I will be revealing the new cars ahead of the 2026 season, and we can't wait to get going.
3, 2, 1. Okay, just reveal them. Let's get those cars off. I'll get out of the way.
To a fan, they'll be like, it looks like your car's the same, but underneath the bodywork, we've done a lot of work. Every year we develop. We can't not develop the cars because every single team is. Obviously, it looks like more have than others, but that doesn't mean we haven't.
So reliability is quite important to us rather than necessarily making dramatic changes. It's sort of incremental changes, because we want it to be that whatever we do, we go forward rather than making a change that's too dramatic and then we end up going backwards.
For us, with a known, with the improvements that we've made, with the tweaks and everything else like that, it puts us in really good stead. But how's that going to play out? We don't really know. We've all got to sort of learn these new tactics that are going to get thrown at us, and we're going to have to learn on the job.
So round 5 of British Touring Car got underway, and it was a good start from Ash Sutton, but it wasn't long before Ricky Collard was putting on the pressure and managed to move into the lead of the race. The track conditions got a little bit tricky. It got rather wet and a little bit slippy, and a nice big slide there from Ash Sutton. Further down the order, it was Aaron Taylor-Smith who was putting on the pressure and made a move to take the lead of the race. Lewis Selby, Chris Smiley, Charles Rainford all brought out the yellow flag after they went spinning off. Congrats to Aaron Taylor-Smith on the win of the British Touring Car race here at Brands Hatch. A very special one for him and the team. Let's go down to Lou to hear from him now.
Yeah, what a spectacular race, and what an incredible result. I saw Mark Blundell come up to you afterwards and say that was an incredible drive, and it really was.
No, thank you. I can't believe it. I'm just, I'm almost a bit emotional because I'm so proud of what we've achieved. It's been a hard few years, and without Mark and everyone believing in us, and all my partners giving me this chance, I wouldn't be here. I can't believe we did it. I feel like I'll only sink in, tonight, when I'm chilling in the motorhome, But most importantly, I've promised Oakley a big trophy back home, and I've finally got it done it for you. So that will be in her room tomorrow when I get home to her. I'm so proud.
Well, and rightly so. I mean, you look like you're kind of in a different race to the other guys.
I don't know about that. I was just hanging on for dear life, thinking like, am I going to actually do this? And then when I start driving away, I just was like, oh my God, I think I'm going to win. I think I'm going to actually do this. So it's a credit to what MB and Laser Tools have given me, because I'm the same driver I was this time last year, but now we can win races. I'm just so grateful of everyone for this opportunity.
Those conditions are the worst conditions imaginable, so slippery, but you just look like you had supreme confidence in the car.
Yeah, like I feel like that's where Craig and the team have come in. They've given me something that I trust, so I can kind of dance it around and not be a passenger in it anymore. Like it sounds silly, but the more you can switch off your brain, the easier this gets. And that was one of those races where I wasn't thinking. Probably a good thing. I'm not the sharpest tool in the box, so it probably made life a bit easier for me to just switch off and get on with it. But no, it's crazy. It's a credit to the team. Like, I did nothing. I just cruised around trying not to crash, to be honest.
I think you did a little bit more than that. It was absolutely brilliant. And when you're overtaking a multiple touring car champion, I mean, I've got to say, before we talk about your race, a word on that result, because you were one of the first people up to congratulate him.
Yeah, I mean, he come past me like I was standing still, and I was like, at the rate he was coming, I was like, you just crack on, Aaron, you deserve this.
You're going to crash.
Yeah, you're either going to crash or you're going to be rewarded. So, no, honestly, mega job for them guys. It's great to see. Obviously, the medium tires wasn't what we wanted, but yeah, you can see Aaron absolutely maximised everything.
Well done, well done. Well, let's have a look at a chat about your race as well, Ash. I mean, how tricky was it on those conditions?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, just then the medium tyre was like, it's not the tyre you want to be on in those conditions. You want to be on a soft. We were surrounded around everyone on softs. I think me and Ricky did a mega job to even hang in there. I mean, I had a fair few moments, a few scary ones over the start line with Rainford. I think one of them was my own moment at paddock. Ingram at the last corner, I lost count. It was one of those races that you need to watch it back just to realise what's gone on. But yeah, we're still here. We're still on the podium. Second. What more do I want?
You've jumped out yet again like you did with race one with a big smile on your face, but I'm getting the feeling it's an element of a smile of relief apart from a smile of, as opposed to a smile of, boy, that was fantastic fun, which is what the look was after race one. Am I right?
Yeah, there's an element of it was fun, but I'm just glad we survived. I mean, the red flag was needed at some point. It was just getting a little bit too sketchy. But yeah, I mean, again, me and Ricky, we just can't stay away from each other today. Awesome racing, door to door, fair play, but it's yeah, can't ask for much more.
Yeah, I feel a new bromance is brewing here.
I thought you were a gunner at one point, and then going into Druids right at the end. But yeah, look, we're going to race hard and fair, and we're going to bring some excitement. He was on form as always, and I'm just really happy for the other guys in Toyota to get a win. That's incredible for them. But yeah, look, we're going to just every time I get in this car, I just get a little bit better. I've never driven this in the wet ever. So I had no idea what to do with brake bias. We've got loads of different things we can adjust inside the race car, obviously, as you know. But yeah, I had no idea which way to go with these changes and these setup things. But yeah, another podium. And apparently am I like top 3 or something in the championship? I don't know, but I'm not even doing the full season at the moment. So I need to do the full season, but let's see what happens.
Okay, and we're just being pulled out of the way here because they're trying to get the cars out of the way. So
Maniac! Look at that maniac over there.
Right, I think let's go over to Nikki now and find out where everyone's going to be starting for the final race of the day.
Absolutely, thank you, Lou. And what a way to celebrate a win after 10 years. You've got your fishbowl moment.
Hasn't it? I somehow fluked that, but yeah.
It's not fluke.
I don't know.
Skill,
no, I'm just hanging on for dear life.
So
do I dive
completely.
in? Do I have a
go
go?
on.
I've never done this, so I'll probably mess it up. Okay.
Okay, so just mix them up. You basically want to pick out a 6 to get yourself in the best
so,
possible position. Let's take a look. What number have you got there, Aaron?
I'll take it. It's an 8. It's an 8. It's not awful.
That is not bad.
The highest I've started all year.
That puts Josh Cook on, or James Dornan. Actually, I need to have a look at the. Josh Cook, there we are, on pole position.
Nice.
So congratulations to Josh. And yeah, you'll be starting from P8. What can you do from there? Are you happy with that?
Yeah, well, I haven't started that high all year. I started, was it 15th or 14th on that one and won, so We'll see what I can do.
So are you going to be hoping that the rain continues, given that you actually did really well hanging on in that race?
I think we fixed something on the car that was a little bit off earlier in the weekend. So rain, hail, snow, dry, whatever, I think we'll be all right in this last one. So give it a blast, see what happens.
We'll keep
Finish
up
on
the
a 9.
momentum.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Thank
once
you
again.
very
Thank
much.
you very much to Aaron Taylor-Smith. Let's now confirm how the grid is going to look in the next race of the weekend here in Brands Hatch. So, as we said there, it's Josh Cook in pole position for Speedworks Carrera Racing. Just behind him on the front row, we're going to have Mikey Doble for Power Max Racing and his teammate Aidan Moffat just behind. Charles Rainford for West Surrey Racing will be starting from 4th on the grid, followed by the 2 Team Virtue drivers, Tom Ingram and Ricky Collard. Ash Sutton will be starting from 7th, with Aaron Taylor-Smith, our race winner, in 8th, with James Dorlin and Dexter Patterson 9th and 10th. Now, just behind Dexter, we've got Darren De Leon starting from 11th, Sam Osborne in 12th, Nick Hamilton, after that great race result for him, in 13th. Chris Smiley will be 14th, with Max Buxton, Dan Rowbottom, Dan Camish, Adam Morgan, Tom Chilton and Gordon Shedden finishing down there in 20th. And it's Lewis Selby who closes out the grid for Napa Racing in P21. I'm now joined by Jade once again. What a race!
Where do we start?
Where shall we start? The slides. There was a brilliant moment, which I hope we get a replay of this actually, when Ash Sutton just sort of slid across. But the skill to hold on to it, credit to all the drivers in those conditions on slicks. Slicks were built for dry race tracks, not wet ones.
Yeah, I mean, that was a sort of race where, as a driver, you're minimising how much you go off. Everyone went off to a degree at some point. We've got a few clips here. Yeah, there's Ash having a big slide. I definitely would want to be in a front-wheel drive car in these conditions. The BMW's there clinging on really well, but everyone had some form of off. It was just who clung on, and it was entertaining to watch from start to finish. I said on the grid that these are the conditions we love to watch as a spectator, but as a driver, I guarantee that is one of the most exhausting conditions you can have, because mental capacity, you are on it from start to finish.
Love it, love it. That's what they were born to do, though. We've got to say, what a moment for Aaron Taylor-Smith there. 10 years since his last race win, to be back on the top spot, it must mean so much to him, the team. It kind of just makes all that hard work worth it.
Yeah, I mean, you heard the roar from the garage. Speedworks and MB Motorsport, they've put a team together, and Gordon and Aaron worked very hard as teammates, and Aaron drove really well. These are the conditions that kind of suit him. It's grab it by the horns and go for it. And he deserved that win. Tricky conditions. We heard the cheer from next door. You can see them there all celebrating. Yeah, very happy camp.
Yeah, very special one indeed. Let's hope that momentum continues into the final race weekend. But before we do get to head into our last race, we've got a little bit of Caterham action. The Caterham 7 Championship will go green any minute now. So let's go to our commentary team of Richard, John Neal and Paul O'Neill.
Third race of the weekend for Caterham. This is the one and only, the first time and the one and only time this year we see the 310R Championship, and it's exciting, Paul. Good stuff.
Very exciting. Listen, I want to talk about this. That 81 car of Tom Willis, there's two different sets of tyres you can use. You can use the ZZS or the ZZR. One's a dry air tyre, which is what the poleman has got on, and that's why he struggled. Yeah, I just had a quick look, because the front tyres on that car have got less treads on than the other car that is alongside him, which is Will Chadwick. So this is an interesting race. You watch, look at the two different sets of tyre treads.
Oh yeah, nice.
The poleman is on a drier set. That's very ZZR, they're called Nova ZZR. So the S tyre, the ZZS, is a wet tyre. That is a massive call from your man.
It's a new tyre setup this year, isn't it? So I'm guessing Tom wasn't at Cadwell when they had a wet race, so he's in new territory here.
Yeah, but
he knows his Caterham racing, because he's come up, like many of the other drivers, through the academy, through road sports, and have been a champion in it as well. It's going to be interesting, and we'll have a look at how they line up and sort of talk a little bit more about the technical side of it, getting the extra green flag lap to just bed them in. So here we are, huge grid. Tom Willis, the double race winner this weekend, on pole position. Will Chadwick alongside, Ben Lopez, Appleton and Paul Goldstein on row 2. Charles Harris with Matt Shepherd on row 3. Then it's Peter Mott and Josh Jackson. Behind them, Harvey Lawrence and Tim Hardcastle. Row 6, Chris Buck and Sam Parker. Expecting Sam to do well in this one, being wet as well. Richard Coop and Adam West on row 7 from Craig Evans and Robert Lowe. Steve Lorriman on row 9. Next to him is Stephen Harris. James McCullough from Henning Eschweiler, Brian Errol and Gary Cross stepping up from the 270s this weekend. Andrew Johnston next up and Graham Finlayson completing row 12. 13th row, Scott Darling and Ryan Wilby, who was involved in an incident early on in race 2 and starts at the back therefore, as does William Harris and Lionel Tolmash. Andrew Murgatroyd involved in that as well, and finally Alex Vincent, who was involved in the first lap incident of the first race of the day, second race of the weekend. Alex, a quick racer, was very quick at Cadwell Park in the first round, coming from the back after qualifying. I can't remember what the issue was, but came through and I think got podia there. 3 wins at Cadwell Park for Will Harris, who starts off the back by virtue of the DNF in race 2. And he hasn't had the sort of look in on this one yet, but Tom Willis, who's very much a Caterham graduate, right the way through the ranks. He's starting graduates, going to road sports, 270R, 310R, and then the Caterham 420R, which we're going to see 3 rounds of later. So this is effectively the step below that. This is as far as you can go with this sort of base car, which can get developed through to this level. And we'll see the Nationals for 3 rounds a little bit later on. So it's a great introduction. Wonderful to have the 310Rs with us. And I've got to say, massive thanks to all the drivers for being so friendly and welcoming to us guys.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I love the Caterham series, all of the Caterham series. I've raced in quite a few as a guest. Caterham Motorsport asking me back in the day to go and race, I think it was Nürburgring, I think I did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I've done Alton Park. These cars are so difficult to drive, but so rewarding for amateurs. There's a car for everybody, and that's what I love about it. And I just want to say, I'm really looking forward to the lady on the right-hand side, 3 rows down, Sam Parker, with the pink front and the blue, number 7. She is a weapon of a driver, and it's wet. She teaches people how to drift in these cars, and Sam Parker is a good mate of mine from back in the day, and she is rapido. You watch out for her.
We will now, Paul. Thanks very much for that. Yeah, it's a quality field. Champions from all different levels of Caterham racing. And light sequence very nearly complete. We're almost ready to go. Yeah, good start from Willis, pole position. Will Chadwick gets away too. Ben Lopez Appleton looking up the inside. Paul Goldstein, really the top 4 roads there or thereabouts. But it's Lopez Appleton in P2. Chadwick trying to get around the outside in white, going very, very wide indeed. Chops back in, gets third. Now up the inside of Lopez Appleton to try and get into P2 and not lose sight of the leader.
Yeah, that was a great start from Willis. He obviously knows what he's doing. But that was a bit of a closer one, wasn't it? That was that Lopez Appleton?
It was, yeah, indeed.
Oh, still on track, so that's a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, is that Matt Shepherd coming up into third place and challenging second position. Now the driver in P2, actually a sim racing champion, hasn't come through the Caterham ranks, but won the Porsche eSports series recently. David Anderson pointed that out, and he used to do Mazda MX-5s, which I know you know a bit about. And he's in P2, but really delighted to be racing with the Caterham regulars and running again wide, looking for grip on the outside there, I think.
Wow, look at the leader, Tom Willis.
He's away. And you reckon he's got the wrong tyre on?
I don't know if he's got the wrong tyre on. I don't think he has. I was just very surprised at the backing yourself to use that tyre. But he was gone, wasn't he? What an absolutely storming start. I mean, he looks so fast. What do I know?
Well, he's won at different levels, and I think maybe go for a 310R championship campaign. So this is the first of, I think, 3 events he's doing this year. You can do a smaller campaign in Caterham's as well as the overall championship, a bit like Legends, where they have their Elite Cup over 3 rounds during the course of the season. There is Paul Goldstein in the gold-livered 70, currently in 3rd place. It was Matt Shepherd, wasn't it, in the 4th position, and then Ben Lopez Appleton right behind them.
Yeah, Will Chadwick, he's doing a good job here, isn't he? But they're all going to be chomping at the bit to get past. And Goldstein there in that number 12, beautiful car that is, round the outside. This circuit's been has been retarmaxed quite a while back now. I think it's a year and a half ago or something like that. And the circuit doesn't become just a wetline circuit overnight. It takes a while for the outside of the circuit to become an actual wetline circuit. So yeah, but sometimes you just got to figure it out, and you can see there with Goldstein's got loads of grip on the inside, isn't he?
He has taken the battle, isn't he, to Will Chadwick at the moment. Chadwick's a little bit...
Oh, did he just go straight on? Sorry, the leader.
Let's have a look.
Oh my word, the leader's off!
Yeah, well, good spot, Paul.
I just seen it. It wasn't retarding, it was slowing down. Is there something down? Because Chadwick in that number 8 with the green wheels, the white car, really looked nervous as it come out. That might be a safety car. It just looked like it was never slowing down. Has he gone off? Has he gone off just too fast?
Possibly.
Because he's flat out.
Yeah, so, down the bottom of Halewood's coming up into Druids. This is where we've got to watch him through the trees, see what happens.
Oh, he slogged up the front. Was it stopping? Yeah, he's just been trying. I don't know if there is anything down on the circuit, but he's stamping on the steering wheel with his hands, which sounds a bit weird. He's banging on the steering wheel with his hands. Yeah, but that to me says that he knows he's made a mistake.
Right, yeah.
Oh, look at him, he's devastated.
Yeah, and there's Red the Squirrel there, right of shot, which is his young lad's one. He's had that on the car for about 6. He said he probably needs a wash, but his young son's mascot that he gave his dad for good luck a few years ago when he was in the academy. But 2 wins. I mean, disappointing obviously for Tom and his family to see him in the gravel, but he's had 2 wins, perfectly timed wins this weekend.
I know that, but can I tell you, you don't want to be sat in a gravel with ITV Sport on a live. That's what he's gutted about.
Yeah.
Well, it won't just be that. Obviously, it's points, because I'm sure he's not one of those people who just loves being on the telly like you, Rich. But to be fair, I'm devastated for him, because did he need to try that hard? I really don't know if he did, but at the same time, he was getting on with it, and the amount of speed that he had, you would have just kept going at that speed, wouldn't you? So, yeah, it's a shame. There might be something down as well. You never know. There's a lot of cars on this grid, and if you've got a little bit of fuel leaking or whatever, because I did see it, there's a few cars nervous. That looks like Jason Plato, that. Broken nose on it.
Peter Mott.
I hope Plato isn't watching. Looks like Alain Prost / Jason Plato. Nose on it. Peter Mott.
You can see there from the graphic running with Williams Motorsport. The point is that the great thing about the Caterham Championship is that you can run with it. There are teams that are obviously specialised that can help you along, but equally you can run under an awning, and I don't like using the phrase ladder down, but you can run yourself. And that's what, Tom Willis, when I spoke to him this morning, literally an awning, a trailer, and that's it. And several other drivers like that. Will Chadwick actually is pretty much the same, the new leader. But you can go and race with Matt Blythe Motorsport, DPR, Team Parker Racing. You're talking about Sam Parker. There are lots of really good teams that can nurture you in, or if you're confident enough to just engineer yourself. And there's plenty of help all the way up the Caterham ladder to get you competitive through the various levels. If you move on from this, you do have to buy a new car. This particular car you can run in the Caterham Academy and learn, and then do the various upgrades, whether it's the ECU or the cam or the tyres or whatever it is. Small changes to make the steps up the various parts of the ladder up to here. And this is very well supported, so this is the top level with this car, but you have to buy a new car to move on to the 420Rs, which we'll see later in the season.
Yeah, and they are scarily fast. So, interestingly, we can't see it at the minute because they're going quite quickly, but the tyre tread thing, honestly, there's no way that could have just been him on them dry air tyres, that ZZR tyre, Tom Willis I'm talking about here. So you can see the treads on the front of the lead car. There's a lot of treads on that, a lot of treads on the second and third. Yeah, I'd say the majority of the grid look like they are on that wetter tyre. There's Jason Plato just gone past in the 96. That's a joke, by the way, anyone that's just tuned in.
Oh, has he gone out in the gear?
Imagine that. Nobody will want that. Oh, you can see, look at the damage on the back. That's where that's come from.
Yeah, do you know what? That might have been from the earlier race as well, because about here in race 1 of the day, Will Chadwick checked up, and David Addison was watching with me at the time, and he said, I think he might have missed a gear, and the carbon in the back, that's what caused one of the incidents in race 1. Might have been from that, but yeah, could have been from earlier in this one too.
There's Sammy Parker. She's definitely on the wetter tyre selection. Honestly, I can't wax lyrically enough about Sam. She's a presenter for the BARC. She's a great woman, but I just love the fact that anytime it's wet, I watch the Cadwell first round, and she just goes out as it large and just does everyone round the outside. She's brilliant. She's a good competitor. I like that. And her husband Stuart, who runs Team Parker, will be dead proud of her. Spot on.
Yeah, I was chatting to the son as well, who's got his car, not racing him, I was tuning him up to get into the Power Max Juniors. He needs to be spending a bit of money. I said, this is delaying tactics, you're not racing at the moment. Sam took it in good heart, I have to say.
That's why she's going so well. She's getting her racing done out the way. It's not what we want to see, is it? But
no, it's a shame.
Good that it's gone.
Yeah, but he's had a great weekend up to this point, and I think, not sure if he's going to Spa. These racers go to Spa for the next event in a couple of weeks. I was chatting to some of the younger drivers that are doing studies. We've got a couple of drivers here that are studying at uni. A lot of older drivers as well. You do tend to get a more mature driver coming through Caterham, so they like go out in the safety car. And was it? It was Will Harris that was telling me about. He's got studies, so he's got studying for exams. He's got university exams. Off to Spa for a little bit of a break, or to race and relax, and then come back and do the same again in terms of exams. So studies will be complete. These drivers will have been studying the wet circuit, and we're about to get going with Will Chadwick and Paul Goldstein. What we might get to see now, Paul, is what we saw yesterday, and to some extent in race 2. The swapping of the lead, lap on lap, might be a little bit more tricky in the wet, but that's very much typical of Caterham racing.
This is clever. The leader's going to go now, and he's gone. Look at that for a restart. Brilliant. Goldstein's got no answer. He's got to look in his mirrors now.
He has got to look in his mirrors because he's got Lopez Appleton right behind him. He's going to go high and wide into Kale Bend, a little bit too wide, very nearly, but manages to keep it all on, and Chadwick will go unhindered down at Halewoods and up Halewoods Hill towards Druids, all okay. Now, this is all about slipstreaming and timing, and I've got to say, I ask many drivers about how you time it here, because if you make the move on the last lap round the outside, when do you start the move? Because sometimes the move isn't complete by the start-finish line, so you've got to time it absolutely meticulously. But at the moment, though, Chadwick looks like he's in control and under not really a threat from Goldstein.
Yeah, like you say, these things are usually swapping places every 5 seconds, which that's Tim Hardcastle, is it, down the inside? Good effort, that is.
Yeah.
A real good effort, because I'm impressed with the number 88, Wilby, isn't it? Yeah, Wilby's a pretty feisty fighter, and
he's come through from the back.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
He's very did the same at Cadwell actually in the first race. Didn't qualify too well, but yeah, he's absolutely on a mission, isn't he? Good spot, Paul.
That's good stuff. That looked like it was going to be a lunge there, but it wasn't for P2. But let's talk about Hardcastle round the outside.
Will be up the inside.
Oh, he's thought about it, but Wilby's kept him out there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Makes the move, so all good stuff at the moment. Hardcastle's going to try and fight back. The 62-year-old from Worthing in Sussex, believe it or not. I said all ages here. Chadwick's a youngster. We've got people studying for exams, and you've got drivers that... A lot of drivers come into Caterham after sort of getting their working lives going, getting their businesses going, and then finding need a bit of R&R. As Goldstein now, I said he wasn't a threat to Chadwick a lap ago. That's all changed.
He's getting a good run, isn't he? Off Graham Hill Bend. And I've got to say, Goldstein is looking a little bit feisty. Maybe he's running the car a little bit softer than the leader. He gets a good exit and entry. Now he's picking up the toe in the number 12. So watch this now. He's going to have to defend this, the leader, but he might switch back. Or if he's completely stupid, he might try and go around the outside like I'd do.
We're going to pick favourites here because we've got a Northerner up front, a Wigan man out front, and a Billingshurst Sussex man chasing, and the Sussex boys having a go, north v south.
Well, he was having a proper go, and he just had to come out of it because he just got his nose chopped off, but he just squozed the door shut, didn't he, Will Chadwick? In that number 8 and Goldstein with a massive opposite lock moment coming out of Druids.
Charles Harris in 4th position. Don't discount him either, so he's looking pretty handy as well at the moment, as is Matt Shepherd in 5th. So you'd say at the moment the race winner would come from these. They probably need to bunch up a little bit more. The number 4 is the one of 3 of the Harrises here. We've got father and 2 sons, and this is the elder brother of the 2 in the number 4 car, busy having a workout. But back to Sam Parker having a race here with Lionel Tolmash.
So yeah, Sam with that pink nose, she's having a right old go. She's actually, I don't know whether that's a toe, but she looked like she was dropping back a little bit there. Tolmash is alongside her now, and oh, look at this. This is how close it is, and Sam is reveling in this, getting fully involved. Someone in the gravel. That's quite a big hit. I can hear more gravel in my ears, so I don't know whether that was a second car going in as well. But I think we're going to see a safety car for that. Definitely. It's in a dangerous place, we'll see. But yeah, big oversteer. 2 cars in there.
It's Adam West that's gone off as well. Do you know, I know it's Adam West? Did you see the logo on it?
Yeah. Oh! So, great call from the stewards again, because this is looking like, it just looks like there's something down. It's lot of oversteer from people. Let's just hope Sam's going to try and get it down the inside of Tolomash, but hopefully they see the flags now. Flags are waving. They've got perfect. Right, good stuff from everybody. The problem I have with all of this back in the day is the yellow flags are great, but do you remember when they used to just pull out a dirty yellow flag? You couldn't see it. Now they've got really clean ones, but even better, they've got LED boxes now. So we are so lucky to be racing in an era which is the safest it can possibly be.
It needed to, really, didn't it? I mean, all the cars are getting faster as well, so you have to respond to that from a safety precaution perspective. Adam's out of the car, and okay, she's good.
It's quite a big hit, that, isn't it?
Alex Vincent again. That's a shame for...
So what's gone on here?
It's a shame for Alex, the 42-year-old from Stockport. That's the second one of the weekend. It's not his day at all.
No, but he's rapid. I would have thought he'd have a better... See, that's why I think there's something down there. Because they were all locking up just for fun, weren't they? So... Let's probably see it now. There we go. I mean, that is some speed. That's as if they've touched a white line. Or it'd be interesting to see what tyres that they're on.
And thankfully wasn't collected.
Yeah.
People wonder why we do the, the safety cars, and you got two cars going off in pretty much similar space at a very high speed. And yeah, maybe, as you said, something.
Yeah, that's the wetter tyre for the 17. Yeah, they're both on the same wetter tyre. But I wouldn't be surprised if they say to me, the front left locked and I had nothing. So it'll be interesting to see if they... I'm just going to have a look outside the comms box. Usually you can see a different colour on the tarmac. When you're racing, you can see that there's been a fluid dropped. It's actually really interesting how many people don't see it.
Right.
And when I'm coaching, sat in a passenger seat, I tell them before they've seen it, and it's just an education.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, people just go over it flat out. Gutted, aren't they, them two boys? That's a shame, that. That's a shame.
It's a pity. Tricky conditions, and they were fast drivers coming through.
So does look to me like there's where they've gone off. See where the banners are, the Quick Fit, Goodyear Quick Fit. That to me looks like a difference in. There's a colour difference. I don't know whether it's more water density or is
other fluid,
or is it some other fluid? Yeah. I'm just trying to help the boys out because I don't want to. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Usually you would see, if it's an oil or a fuel, you would see like a rainbowy colour, which I'm sure I don't need to tell everyone at home how to suck eggs, but that's what you would usually see. But maybe it was just a coincidence and they've just maybe hit the brakes a bit hard. The only reason I say that is because I know how good Vincent is. I know how good he is, you know? So it's an interesting one. I'm just surprised to see Alex have an off like that.
Yeah, it is a surprise. But he'll be, as I say, he'll be fighting back at Spa next time out. Chadwick will lead them around. Paul Goldstein all starting to get going. Only 4 minutes to go. I wonder if we are going to actually get going again, because it's a big recovery.
It's two lifts. It's two lifts, and they'd be stupid to leave those cars there because something's not right, is it?
Yeah. We've already seen two go in, and these guys won't want their cars damaged either.
Interesting.
And it's a red, so that'll be it. Game over. Good decision tonight. It's a shame for the drivers, and a shame for our viewers, because we've missed a little bit of a treat. We will have some more Caterham racing going on with us a little bit later on in the season, and that's going to be the mega job of passing, repassing, slipstreaming. Yeah, really, really good stuff. Cracking races yesterday, I have to say, from the 310Rs. First time with us, and they've done well. And Will Chadwick was, I think, deserved of a win this weekend. So nice to see the Wigan man getting that. So well done.
What a pie eater! Good lad. I can say that because I live up the road. I think they had Wigan are obviously a big rugby league team, which Widnes are, where I'm from, and I think, did they ever get battered last night or win? I can't remember. I think there was a Challenge Cup semi-final. Anyway,
was there?
Yeah. Anyway, he's a pie eater, so good lad. Well done.
I think he called me that earlier on.
No, you said, "Do you ever stop eating?" to me. So I'm going to speak to our sound man Martin, who's the HR of this box.
So Will Chadwick then. So proof that, one of the few drivers that hasn't come through the Caterham Lander, as we said, very much a sim racer, very analytical about his racing, and was telling me in quite good detail yesterday about what you can do, when you can move it, and so on and so forth. And yeah, very good, but hasn't come through the Caterham ranks. Most of the others have, and it's worth pointing out that you can start at whatever age you want to start in the academy and move all the way up through to this level with that car and then on to the 420Rs. They've got a retention rate of something like 75 to 80% of drivers that stay with Caterham through their career. Incredible numbers.
Yeah, but that's because they're doing it right.
Yeah.
And the cars are great. They've got a fantastic product. And yeah, here's your results.
So round 6 of the Caterham 7310R Championship, sponsored by Vertex. Will Chadwick takes the win from Paul Goldstein. Ben Lopez-Appleton in 3rd, and a 4th different team in 4th place via Charles Harris. Matt Shepherd 5th from Ryan Wilby and Lionel Tolomash, and then Sam Parker up into 8th from Tim Hardcastle and Richard Coop. 11th was Harvey Lawrence from Will Harris. Will Harris from the back, incidentally, so a good drive from him. Chris Buck next from Josh Jackson and Craig Evans. Robert Lowe in 16th. Andrew Murgatroyd 17th from Steve Lorriman. The top 20 completed by James McCulloch and Stephen Harris. 21st, Ryan Errol, and then Graham Finlayson and Andrew Johnson. Henning Eschweiler next from Scott Darling and Gary Cross. Peter Mott in 27th. And issues, sadly, as we saw for Alex Vincent, Adam West, and earlier in the race, Tom Willis. So there we go, celebrations going on down in Park Ferme. We'll have a word with our race winner in just a minute. Please stay with us.
He wasn't slow, you know. Yeah, but he was. Yeah.
Not 11.
The Caterham 7 Championship race got underway in rather wet conditions. Unfortunately, it was leader Tom Willis who crashed out those tricky conditions, catching him out. He wasn't the only one, though. Both Adam West and Alex Vincent also retired from the race in the gravel. So William Chadwick inherited that lead earlier on and went on to claim the top spot on the podium and take home the win. It was Paul Goldstein who was the runner-up. We're going to go down to Lou now and hear from those winners.
Yeah, and after picking up 2 P2 trophies earlier on in the day, I think you're glad to finally get your hands on that winner's trophy, aren't you?
I'm ecstatic. It was a really tough race. The conditions are really difficult out there. And I'm over the moon to come away with my first ever victory in cars, never mind just first victory in Caterham's.
Well, and what a race to get it in as well, because those were not good conditions.
No, it's very difficult out there, very, very unpredictable. We had no wet running all weekend, so it was a very big learning process for everybody. As you saw, we had a couple of incidents, but Caterham racing's amazing, and we've had fantastic racing all weekend. It's a pleasure to be on this package.
You're saying to me that you'd watched some videos to try and learn where the wet lines were going to be?
Yeah, I tried to learn where the wet lines are going to be before the race, but they were exactly the opposite to what I tried. But that's part of wet racing. You have to find the grip, and I was able to get a grip with it a couple laps in, and yeah, it was difficult. Paul was very, very close behind me and giving me a lot of pressure.
Well, he was, wasn't he? I could see you, Paul, just coming out. You were about to start laying some moves on him when the safety car came out, weren't you?
I was. He was too good at defending, unfortunately. So I was very much better than him out of the last corner, which meant I gained down the straight. I tried to go around the outside, but I wasn't prepared to risk going off because these cars are too lightweight, and if you lose grip, you're going in the gravel. So I bailed, let him, and I tried to do the undercut, and he just chopped me straight off. And I was like, I can't. I've tried. That's the only two options I've got each lap, and I failed twice. I tried again the next lap, failed twice, and I'm like, he's too good. I need him to make a mistake now, and he didn't. So no, it's good.
I mean, obviously the race ended prematurely, but you'd had a few laps under the safety car before that as well. So were you kind of hoping that you might actually get back to green flag action again, or were you thinking, no, let's just keep the safety car here and we'll all make it home in one piece?
Oh no, I wanted to go racing again. I timed how long it took to get the first car off. So when I come round and saw there were two cars off, I knew we were out of time. Yeah. So we'd gone past 12 minutes. I thought they were going to red flag us anyway because we've done our minimum 12 minutes. They kept us on the safety car, and then I saw no tractors coming, and I was like, we're definitely safety car. They should just end it now, and then red flag came out. So yeah, no, I was expecting that to happen.
Well done, and congratulations to P3, Ben. I mean, how was that for you?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it was a bit of an anticlimax in that we didn't really get any heat in the tyres. We had two safety cars. I think we ran for 15, 16 minutes in total. So yeah, it was good, but it almost didn't feel like a proper race, if you know what I mean. The conditions were mixed. It was difficult to overtake with these guys, fighting against each other. I was just kind of biding my time for the little time we had. So, but yeah, no, I'm not grumbling. Third place, brilliant. Some top quality races here. So, yeah, fantastic. Lovely.
Let's be honest, you were waiting for us to hit each other and slide through, weren't you?
Yeah, of course, yeah. So it was a ticking time bomb. Yeah.
Listen, it's been great to have you here. I hope you've all enjoyed your visit to the Toka package. We've got some more racing coming up with the minis in just a bit, but first of all, we're going to have another break.
You're watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
So I'm Alex Watts, Managing Director here at Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. We're here today in Shoreditch in London at the bike shed, not for a bike launch, but for our car launch for the new chapter with two new Toyota Corollas.
3, 2, 1.
Obviously the big classic blue there that we're all known for. But yeah, it's been exciting times. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the liveries, the liveries were actually loaded last night, and Mikey, our head of digital media, does a fantastic job, but when you design it on a computer screen and then you try and apply it to a car, it's completely different. But we're super happy with the finished product, and hopefully everyone agree, we think they look great.
My first impressions were they're going to struggle to keep it clean with with all the fingerprints on it, but no, that chrome just, I mean, it just jumps. It looks good, it looks fast. As I always say, if it goes as well as it looks, we'll be all right.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the Team Virtue livery reveal. We're going to have loads of people down here. It's going to be a great event. The cars are behind me. Tom and I will be revealing the new cars ahead of the 2026 season, and we can't wait to get going.
3, 2, 1. Okay, just reveal them. Let's get those cars off. I'll get out of the way.
To a fan, they'll be like, it looks like your car's the same, but underneath the bodywork, we've done a lot of work. Every year we develop. We can't not develop the cars because every single team is. Obviously, it looks like more have than others, but that doesn't mean we haven't.
So reliability is quite important to us rather than necessarily making dramatic changes. It's sort of incremental changes, because we want it to be that whatever we do, we go forward rather than making a change that's too dramatic and then we end up going backwards.
For us, with a known, with the improvements that we've made, with the tweaks and everything else like that, it puts us in really good stead. But how's that going to play out? We don't really know. We've all got to sort of learn these new tactics that are going to get thrown at us, and we're going to have to learn on the job.
Back here at, Kent's version of the French Riviera Brands Hatch. Let's head back over to the commentary box, guiding us through the Power Maxed Mini Challenge. We have the dynamic duo of Richard Donneal and Paul O'Neill. Now, Paul, for some reason, I don't know why I can picture you posing on a super yacht in Monaco. Have you been before?
Do you know what? I've actually been to Monaco once in 2001, which was lovely. My sister took me. We went on a big yacht with Williams BMW, which was nice. But I just want to say that's the most excited I've ever heard you, Nicky. With the British Touring Car package, just talking about your other Formula E thing you do with all your posh mates. You come back down to earth with us working class folk, all right?
It's my right to reply.
And with that in mind, it's mini time.
It's mini time, so let's have it.
Yeah, I'll be off to Clacton soon. There we go. But yeah, minis now. We've had a cracking race. The touring car racing has been amazing. We've had some. It's been the epitome of what this package is all about, really, this weekend. Let's have a look how they line up for round 6 of the Power Maxed Mini Challenge. Pole position goes to Max Edmondson, 1 win under his belt already, and 2 podiums effectively this weekend. Harry Hickton next to him. Olivier Algieri next up from Alex Solly. Then it's Henry Howarth and Sam Gornall. Fastest lap in the last race for Sam. Harry Campy, 9th in the championship, has our onboard camera. Then it's Charlie Hand and Will Crooks. Cam Richardson on the outside of row 5. Joe Tanner and Owen Hillman completing the next row. 7th row, Archie Johnson and Ned Anthony. Ahmet Semel Sipa on row 8. Chris McKenzie looks like he's withdrawn. That's a shame. I haven't got the news why. We'll try and find out for you. Alex Brandon and Anthony Sullivan on the 9th row, and they are followed by Tom Ovenden, Nathan Edwards and Josh Porter, who were disqualified from qualifying, as you heard earlier on. Alfie Garford on pole position for the sport category ahead of Murray Richardson and Eden Spanswick, who completes our grid. So loads of news. Paul has even more.
Yeah, a little bit. So Matt Salisbury, who's the top man at Mini Challenge, topish man, we can't say he's the top.
No.
He's the media man. What would you call him?
You're going to say the mediocre man from him. He's definitely not mediocre.
He's our mate anyway.
He's a good lad.
So he's told me, because I've asked about the tyres, majority are on wets, but he can't confirm who, which is absolutely fine because that's not his job. But yeah, let's see what goes on. We won't be able to really see that much. I would say that people who are not weaving we're on wet tyres, and people who are trying to get heat in the tyres are on dry tyres. I would say most of those people coming through your shot, Richard, are on wets. Yeah. That now you can see them weaving. That's you need to get heat in a softer compound wet tyre. But you round the rest of the lap, you would have seen them really hard at it. But I'm sure we're going to find out now. You can see the spray coming off those tyres actually, so on Spanswick's car. So yeah, looks like most of them. You'd be brave, but it's not raining.
All things being equal, does a wettish track make it easier for the likes of Tom Ovenden, who's at the back, to come through?
Definitely, yeah. But you can. It's jeopardy, isn't it? Risk and reward, Richie. Risk and reward. Bit like being your mate.
Lights out. Nobody home. Well, there he's here. Here we go. Lights out just about coming here. And our third and final race for the minis is underway. Stay safe, everybody. Off we go. Algieri from third, up into P2, straight to the outside line, taking the battle to Edmondson. They're side by side as they go into Paddock Hill Bend, and the race is on straight away. Can Algieri can't make the most of the outside run, and it's Max Edmondson looking for a race double win. It was Algieri that had the pole in the first race of the weekend late yesterday afternoon, and he's got to settle into P2 with Harry Hickton in third.
Absolutely brilliant start from everyone. I would say everybody's on wets. There was a little bit of sliding in the middle of the pack, but great stuff from the leader, who has a little bit of a wiggle. What has Algieri had for breakfast? This lad is everywhere.
He is doing superb stuff. Good yesterday. Had a penalty in yesterday's race, but yeah, raced hard in the previous one with Ovenden just getting the better of him. Bit of a nap attack going on there. I know that there was frustration for Joe Tanner in yesterday's qualifying session, but raced hard. We've got, I'll tell you what, we've got Pro Alloys cars absolutely everywhere. Solly on the outside run there of the red mirrored car, which is Sam Gornall, had the fastest lap in race 2. So Gornall want to charge up the inside.
Oh, talking about inside, be careful, Henry Howarth.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a good effort. He's going to get that done as well, it looks like, on the way up to Druids. There is a lot of grip on the inside. Usually it's very, very slippy on the inside, but with this new tarmac down last year, it's still finding its way, this track, always evolving with every single race.
Gorner, who raced in the European Clios last year. I didn't realise the Clio's so well supported in Europe. They fill the grid up and they stop the rest of the cars from playing.
They're
incredible.
Proper. Yeah, absolutely proper. They're everywhere. I know some Japanese series as well with these cars. Different regulation, but absolutely fantastic. I did see Joe Tanner have a great little lunge on Charlie Hand, I think it was. But yeah, it got it done and there was no contact, so that's good.
That is good indeed. So the Pro Alloys, who've gone up from 2 cars last year to 5, I think 6 under the awning this weekend, really getting stuck in, and plenty of visibility for them. And it's one of their lads, Edmondson, that leads this one. 1 win under his belt, 2nd in the championship. Algieri is 3rd. Tanner runs wide.
That was a good effort. That big slide on the way in just over-rotated the car, as we say it as a coach. It's just too much speed in. Front axle grips, rear can't keep up. Not Rear who runs the championship, the rear of the car, but the 2 Pro Alloys guys getting into each other. Was that Gornall and Solly?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they won't be teammates for too long if they carry that on.
Yeah. Oh, that was a hip and then a shoulder. That was Gornall, who's got the move done. Coming out of Druids, a car off on the grass at the back. Is that one of our sport guys?
I was trying to work out who that is, because the touch of pink, you always tend to think it's Harry Hickton, but Harry's safe and sound there in 3rd place at the moment, ahead of the battling Gornall and Solly, and they probably need to get their heads down and maybe get stuck into Hickton in 3rd place.
Who was that? Yeah,
just looking, I
see the
think it wasn't Cam Richardson again, was it? I was looking for the no, it was Archie Johnson. That's a shame. 2 on the bounce for Archie Johnson. Off as well goes Joe Tanner, and that's that point that you were looking at in the Caterhams as well. That point of the circuit.
Yeah, and again, Joe had. Again, you're not expecting these people at the front to be going off, so I don't know, maybe just a part of the track that doesn't dry or becomes greasy before drying. So yeah, interesting. Solly again and Gornall, oh my word. The Pro Alloys boys and girls must be just covering their eyes up when them 2 go side by side. But yeah, anyway, Algieri in P2, and it looks like he's the yellow flags are out. Is someone off? Someone's off at the exit, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's Paddock-Hill. I thought that was Paddock-Hill Ben. That's Joe Tanner, isn't it? Safety cars out.
It is safety car. Great news for Tom Ovenden and Nathan Edwards, who are working their way through from the back. And Ovenden, how many laps have we had? Not too many. We only had 2 or 3 laps. I think we're on the 3rd lap at the moment. Ovenden up to 11th from the back of the grid.
If anyone at home had a Comcam available now, me and Richard were just looking at each other going, wow. It's a good effort, that.
It is good, but also for Nathan Edwards, who's got on the... I think he was a little bit unlucky with the traffic yesterday. Didn't quite fall as well for Nathan yesterday. Did make progress through the field. In this case, I'd say it's Josh Porter, who's in 14th, who hasn't perhaps had the cars full. But we've only had a couple of laps, so what am I talking about? They've got bags of time to make that move. There is Nathan in the 11-11 car, just chasing the race 2 winner we saw earlier on, Tom Ovenden, the reigning champion. And those guys, you know, battling with each other here and battling for the championship as well. Archie Johnson, I thought it was an 18. I was looking for the number earlier. I was thinking 18, but it's actually 10, isn't it?
That's the last thing I want to see from Archie.
Yeah.
So a little bit of contact, and then what happens then? That ain't good. So that was Owen Hillman.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite see what went on there, but you shouldn't really be making contact up there. This is Paddock-Hill Bend. Harry Campy, this is slowed down a little bit. Oh, and look at that. Just Joe Tanner. Yeah, just lost the rear. These cars are very...
you don't see Joe doing that.
You don't. It just looks... I honestly think there's something down there.
Yeah.
Because Joe and the 2 other lads in Caterham didn't do too much wrong. But there must be a part that just... I don't know, you know, actually, because he was on the brakes quite a lot going in. I could see the brakes flashing. I think he might have locked the rears. I don't need to tell people this all the time, but for new viewers maybe, there is a... If we go on board with Harry Campy, you might be able to see there's actually a rear and front circular thing on the dashboard, which is for the brake bias, so you can wind it as far to the back as you want to give you more rear brakes, or you can go as far to the front as you can. Weirdly, when I ever drove a mini challenge car, I found out the hard way. I'm used to going clockwise to go more front brakes and anti-clockwise to go more rear. That is an interesting one. I wouldn't put slicks on, would you?
So what Ned's done?
Maybe.
Ned Anthony.
Maybe
running
not.
Another of the Pro Alloys cars.
Well,
Yeah,
he's only
possibly
just
not.
made it out. Might have done. But sorry, as I was saying, I got every car I've drove, you go clockwise to the
Right.
front. Well, it was clockwise to the rear, and I put so much rear brake on, I turned into Pierre Tokyo Drift Lid, which was interesting. Why has he been held there? Because
the cars were coming through.
No. They
No?
weren't. I mean, that's not for me to say, but I thought he was well ahead of the cars.
No, I think the safety car, Scott, the safety car was imminent as he was coming
was
out.
he?
I
Sorry.
think, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I did see he was coming down the straight, but I thought he'll
did,
get out
yeah.
in front of them. Interesting.
So he'll be a lap down, but he might be at the head of everybody that lap down at the end of it. Ned's good. He's really, do you know what? I've said this before, but him being in Pro Alloys this year with loads of teammates, it's really raised his game. It's his second year, so you expect him to make a bit of progress as well, but very happy in his home, I think, with them.
Yeah, exactly. No, he's a good guy, isn't he? I think he's going to be a lap down now, obviously,
Yeah.
so that is a shame, because if he has put slicks on, it wasn't a bad shout. That's nothing to do with tyres. That's a shame.
We lost Anthony, didn't we, in race 2, the previous race that we saw for the cars, which was a pity, but he's back out. At least he got the car back out, and he'll hopefully get some more laps a bit later on. Are we looking for tyres? I can't see.
Yeah, I'm having a look at tyres. I mean, I can't see much spray coming off them, I'll admit, but you would think you would be trying to heat those rears up. So Harry Campy on board. That big silver knob there in the middle, that's the rear and the front bias. You wouldn't be pushing it now. But so starting 7th, Harry Campy. Can he get down the inside of Howarth? He has a look. I mean, that would have been a big lunge. But yeah, see the brake lights flashing. That is a left foot braker in front of you. There's no way you'd be able to be a right foot braker and do that as quick down the hill. But yeah, down the gears. No big contact at all. A little bit of pushing, a little bit of shoving. Nothing too fraught. But ooh, what was that? He just pushed a button. That might have been. It won't be the rain light. You won't be worried about that for now. That was probably something to do with the wipers, or you can have them set at different speeds and things like that. So a lot going on. But he kept himself out of trouble here. Hand got down the outside of him, but then does he try and get down the inside of him? You can see you would never, back in the day, have gone that close to the apex in the wet at paddock. But this new tarmac keeps you on a drier line because it's just got the same kind of grip. But yeah, that was quite a steady first lap, to be fair. There was nothing massive, no big bangs, and he's got someone coming down the inside of him. Oh, I did see in the mirror then. I thought I was in the car, Rich.
9th in the championship at the moment, Harry Campy. Really doing well this year, I've got to say, and he's so competitive this championship as well, you know, right the way down the order. I think we might now. There we go, here we are.
There we go. Oh, thanks, director team. Watch this car in that right-hand mirror. It's like, who's this? Is it Tanner? Oh, I'm going to turn into him.
Oh, it was.
Hi, Joe. That's a good effort, that. So where does Tanner... So Tanner gets down the inside, but he gets in front of Charlie Hand as well, in front of him, I think. But I don't know if it's on this lap. Watch this. Can we stay on board? Let's have a gander. Look at the traction he gets off. I think he has a look at Handy. He does. Look at that. Have some of that, Handy man.
Oh.
Have that one in your mirror and your door, lad. That's a good effort. Wow.
That was Scottish mini racing.
Yeah, Joe Tanner.
Tutorage from Joe.
Yeah, Joe's a multi-millionaire now because he's been painting everyone's helmets so he can afford the damage. But yeah, it's great stuff, this, isn't it? This on board is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Campy now up to 5th gear, and then you'll see Joe Tanner, who's 2 cars ahead of us. Watch Joe's brake lights. Joe goes inside. Ah, right. That could, well, lights are out, sorry, but that's what happened. He's gone in too fast, I think.
He has 9 minutes to go, so not too much more to do. You have to say, well, half a race for Max Edmondson and Olivier Algieri, Harry Hickton, and we are going to go racing again here. Let's hope that all is going to be well for the remainder of the race, and several of them break ranks. It's Edmondson leading. Algieri has a look to the outside. We've got a challenge on from Sam Gorn. Oh, big moment for Henry Howard through the gravel. Keep it going, Henry. Oh, goodness me.
Oh my word. Ovenden would have held his breath. I think it was Ovenden he cut across the front top, was it?
Has he got further up, Ovenden?
No, he's quite far behind now.
Yeah.
where is he? He's 11th. Yeah, I think it was Ovenden he cut in front of. Algeria's just proper stuck one on Harry Hickton, our camera car. But look at your man Gornall down the inside.
Here he comes down the inside of Harry Hickton, who's now having to defend from Alex Solly. Charlie Hand coming up into the mix as well. Hickton here is going to have to play a defensive game, and it doesn't seem to be working for him at the moment. He's dropping back, not what he wants. Are we potentially here looking at a Pro Alloys 1, 2, 3? This could happen, Paul, as we go side by side for the lead. Algieri's going to have something to say about that, and so too is Gornall.
The traction of that Pro Alloys car to do what it has just done, and speed what it has just done to Algieri, is unbelievable.
This is going to be interesting now, isn't it? Because if Edmondson gets caught by Gornall got fastest lap in race 2, and I don't recall at Donington seeing a race-off between the pair of them, so this is going to be fascinating. Another replay for you.
Yeah, so where is it then? Where is... this was just the restart then. That is a massive sideways. He did well to get out of that. Look at that. Absolutely sideways. Howarth keeps his foot in, fair play. But watch him cut across. Oh, Ovenden. Ovenden goes, I'll have a bit of grass. We'll have that.
Ovenden's still 11th on the clock, so he managed to gain up the inside there, but lose out, I think, a little bit further back, Tom Ovenden, as Hickton and Algieri scrapping over 3rd place, and they're going to have to be mindful of Alex Solly wanting to come up and play as well, trying to get this Pro Alloys shutout on the podium. That would be a big story. Is it going to happen? He's trying to deal with Hickton on the outside run at the moment. Let's see whether he can. Need to keep our eyes on Gornall, whether he can close in on Edmondson as well. It's got the line. He goes through, makes the pass there on Harry Hickton.
Yeah, great pass that was, and I really feel like Algieri is going to have his work cut out. But Hickton, our camera car, coming back at him in the 84. Great move, but it's not over yet. Look at the grip they've got, the Pro Alloys car. That's a great move on. Have some of that back. It might be in your door, but have some of that back. Brilliant. No touching. Love it. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, cracking stuff. Great place swapping. Exactly how we see racing unfold here on the Indy circuit at Brands Hatch in a classic manner. But watch Charlie Hand in the 55. Could be the spoiler, along with Harry Hickton's to the Pro Alloys party. At the moment, Algieri in front of that trio is the current spoiler. Gornall and Edmondson still there. 1.147 the gap between them. And this podium battle going on again, and just behind them Harry Campy with the camera car coming up, having a look at Charlie Hand as well.
Someone down his inside, or has he just had a little bit of oversteer, our camera car? No, he's not. He's all good. I tell you what, these wet tyres are now getting worked super hard. There was some windscreen wipers on some of the cars. Sometimes that's because they just haven't got time to turn them off and they just don't bother because you have to look down. Or it can be there is a little bit of drizzle coming on. But I'd say it looks like it's drying up a little bit. But these wet tyres will be getting worked so hard, and the good teams will have got the tyre pressures bang on.
They will, and it certainly looks that way for Pro Alloys. There was a car, I think, in the mirrors, and it was Cam Richardson, a nap attack on our camera car as Harry Hickton again comes under pressure from Alex Solly, who's going to try the outside run here. Is he going to ping back and maybe go for the cutback on the inside? No, he's going to hang on to the outside run for the moment and still putting the challenge in. All the time they're battling, of course, they're losing ground on Edmondson and Gornall. In fact, the gap's gone out. Max Edmondson has got the gap out to 1.2, so an extra 10th on that last tour to try and make it a double race win this weekend. Ovenden's progress has, where is Ovenden? 10th, so yeah, his progress is slowed up at the moment. Not the happiest of weekends. And Nathan Edwards is actually ahead of him, so Nathan, the fastest of the biggest progressor of the top 3 losers that we had from the disqualification in qualifying.
Harry Campy's little icon there looked like me if you put me through ChatGPT, proper AI. It's very much like me. I like that.
Maybe put you as a model.
Maybe, yeah. Nathan Edwards hasn't had the most amazing weekend, has he?
No, he's making progress, though. As I said, out of the 3 drivers that got forced to the back after quali, he's made the best progress in this one. He's actually ahead now of Tom Ovenden, and has caught, if you look at that, he's actually caught Charlie Hand, so he's not that far away from the front now.
Yeah, to be honest, he just needs everyone to check up. Maybe Sam Hickton stays wide, Solly. Them Pro Alloys cars have got a good setup in the greasy and wet conditions, and I would say they've got their tyre pressures especially bang on.
Do you know what? Oh yeah, here we go, back with Harry Campy. And it's a nap attack from Cam Richardson, who's going to make it through. Henry Howarth having a little nibble too, and I think that was Tom Ovenden in the mix as well. He's the number 1 on that car, telling us that it's Tom looking to get past the Campy's of Selby car. Let's see whether he can do it, other than picking them off one by one and gradually climbing up the points table here to defend his championship lead.
Yeah, he's just treating people with kid gloves at the minute, especially when it's in this condition, when you just don't know what kind of evolution the track is going to be in. But Campy fully involved, and it's going to be a nightmare for him now because his mirror's been bent back, and any right-hander he goes into, he doesn't know who's there.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for him indeed, isn't it? There is Henry Howarth. I don't think scoring points is okay for trophies, and if I read the regs right when he came into it, he's in the what was a vacant Jam Sport car. Other than a bit of touring car training there.
No wrong with that, unless it breaks your car. In the wet conditions, Richard, sometimes we can be watching and saying stuff. He's probably just understeered into him by accident. I know how it is. I've done it before, and you look back at it on telly and you're like, oh my word, who was that? And you're like, that's me. Look at that mirror there.
Yes.
He's got a lot of understeer in the car now, Richard, so he's turning the wheel as hard as he can, and he's got no front grip. So you turn the wheel more, you get a slip angle with the tyres, and the tyre just starts to be inefficient. Really, really, really difficult conditions. So watch braking into, we can see from the outside anyway, watching braking from 6th to 5th gear, and you'll see the front tyres are really starting to work hard now. They balloon in temperature, they balloon in pressure, and that's what happens. Some people get it right, some people don't. Porter gets it right.
Yeah, Porter making a nice move on the inside of Cam Richardson, so that will take him up into 12th position. Remember, right from the back, Porter's showing really good pace so far this season, and we've got the little mini carnivore at Stenson. Next time we'll have the Coopers out with us as well as the JCWs.
A mini carnivore, is that like a...
Carnival.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant like a dinosaur.
No, that'd be me, the dinosaur bit, Carnival. Here's our leader, though, and very nearly winner. He's pulled away, isn't he, from Gordon. Gordon got up into P2, but Max Edmondson's got the fastest lap.
He's been a bit good, hasn't he, Max?
He's been very good.
What? You know what's great about this? People sometimes peck my head a bit and say, why do you always say this about this person and that? And I'm like, because I know how good he is.
Yeah.
I know how good Max is. I've commentated on him before. You have, in different series. The kid is the real deal.
Whatever you put him in. Do you know what? And Pro Alloys, such a lovely bunch. You know, last year through to this year, like a stick of rock. Motorsport is through the veins of, right through the middle of the whole team. I was talking to their truckie. He's actually a clerk of the course for 750 Motor Club, Bob the truckie.
Really?
They've got Dave Marshall who races in Civic Cup. So many people actively involved in racing in that team.
That's interesting, because I was racing in 750 not so long ago, and I think he tried to do me for overtaking under a yellow.
Quite
and
right,
it wasn't me.
And his mentor was Bernard Cottrell, the late great Bernie Cottrell as well.
Cottrell.
Yeah.
Loved Bernie. Rest in peace, Bernie. Top man.
Absolutely right. So Edmonton on his way. It's going to be the last lap. Now, what are they doing at the moment? 56 is going to be nip and tuck, isn't it? We haven't got the last lap board out yet. Go on.
So they do have radios, but it's not two-way. So nobody can tell our leader to slow down and try and finish the race this lap. So that's going to be interesting. He might just get another lap out of this that he doesn't want. Ooh, go on, Howarth, round the outside.
Henry Howarth. And we've got Nathan Edwards involved as well. Now, Nathan won't get points for passing Henry Howarth, but he will do if he can challenge Charlie Hand in the 55. Good to, thus far, see Charlie Hand surviving the meeting. Regular visit to the podium. Howe's going to have a look. Got the better of Archie Johnson. This one sad to lose Archie earlier on, but these two drivers renewing their rivalry at Jam Sport. I think it's Henry's turn to win this year. What's an
this is going to be so close. What do they do? He's done it.
Do you know what? I was looking down at the gantry, and the checkered flag was ready. The officials were there.
But what else did they have out, Richie?
Last lap board ready as well.
Exactly that, yes. And you should always, as a driver, there you go. If you're not too sure, you go flat out till the end. You lose your rhythm and you are off. You've got to only take it down to 85-90%. Otherwise, Max Edmondson will just drift off and go off.
Yeah, Max is there. Look at that super stuff from him. 2 seconds to the good now over Gordon. It's a 1-2 at the minute for Pro Alloys. Nathan Edwards gets into the back of Charlie Hand, backs out of it. Now he's going to come back, but inadvertent contact there from Edwards. Everything, of course, will get looked at, but Hand has a little knock on the back there from Nathan. Certainly doesn't make the most of that. He's got right behind him at the moment Tom Ovenden, but down to the flag comes our race winner, double race winner, Max Edmondson from Sam Gornall. It's a 1-2 for Pro Alloys. Olivier Algieri with another podium. He did it in the reverse grid race. He's done it in this one as well. That is a marker as well for the future rounds. We're in for a real treat. This is the second of 7 events that we see the JCWs. Solly was 4th, 5th position, Harry Hickton. Our top 6 completed by Henry Howard.
Great stuff, that. Congratulations, Max Edmondson, again proving that he is well worth his weight in gold. And to me, he looks like the proper package now. This is going to be an interesting championship, and it's going to be up and down, but I really think this kid wants it, and it's really good to see.
I met his sponsor yesterday, and he said, I've got to thank Paul for mentioning it last year, for saying that Max was struggling for budget. A lad called Terry who used to race in the MG Metros, which would be our SEC now, and he lives locally here. He's not even local to Max's team, but he wanted to get involved, and he was here enjoying it. And he said, I want to thank you for that opportunity, because it's been so good to get involved. And I said, well, thank you for supporting Max and supporting a young driver, and plenty of young drivers that could be supported on this package, and well worth getting involved, as Terry's story told me. Let's have a look at how they finished then. Round 6 of the Power Max Mini Challenge, and another win for Max Edmondson, second of the weekend for him. Sam Gornall battled his way through to second from Olivier Algieri, with Alex Solly in 4th, ahead of Harry Hickton and Henry Howarth. Charlie Hand in 7th, Nathan Edwards 8th from the very back of the grid. Out was Tom Ivenden. Harry Campy, our camera car, putting in a sterling job to come in 10th place. Will Crooks was 11th, ahead of Josh Porter, again through from the rear of the field. Cam Richardson 13th, ahead of Alex Brandon. Then it was Semel Sieper in 15th. Alfie Garford continues his clean sweep of wins in the JCW Sports category, ahead of Eden Spanswick, who gets another 2nd place. Murray Richardson completing that podium. Issues in the race we saw, sadly, for Owen Hillman and Ned Anthony. Similar problems for Anthony Sullivan and Joe Tanner. Archie Johnson, of course, we lost early doors as well, along with Mr. Tanner, which was a great pity. As we head to Snetterton, it's Tom Ivenden now, the lead down to 11 points. Max Edmondson is chipping away at that, though, in 2nd place. 3rd is Olivier Algieri from Harry Hickton and Sam Gornall. Olivier leading the Rookies Championship from Sam Gornall and Will Crooks, with Semel Sieper in 4th and Archie Johnson in 5th. In the sport category, Alfie Garford with a decent lead over Eden Spanswick, who's now up to 2nd, ahead of Murray Richardson, with Chris McKenzie in 4th, and the JCW Sport Rookies, again headed by Alfie from Murray this time, with Eden Spanswick in 3rd place. Congratulations to Max Edmondson. We'll be having a word with him in just a moment. Please stay with us.
You're watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
So I'm Alex Watts, Managing Director here at Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. We're here today in Shoreditch in London at the bike shed, not for a bike launch, but for our car launch for the new chapter with 2 new Toyota Corollas. 3, 2, 1.
Obviously the big classic blue there that we're all known for. But yeah, it's been exciting times. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the liveries, the liveries were actually loaded last night, and Mikey, our head of digital media, does a fantastic job, but when you design it on a computer screen and then you try and apply it to a car, it's completely different. But we're super happy with the finished product, and hopefully everyone agree, we think they look great.
My first impressions were they're going to struggle to keep it clean with with all the fingerprints on it, but no, that chrome it just jumps. It looks good, it looks fast. As I always say, if it goes as well as it looks, we'll be all right.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the Team Virtue livery reveal. We're going to have loads of people down here. It's going to be a great event. The cars are behind me. Tom and I will be revealing the new cars ahead of the 2026 season, and we can't wait to get going.
3, 2, 1. Okay, just reveal them. Let's get those cars off. I'll get out of the way.
To a fan, they'll be like, it looks like your car's the same, but underneath the bodywork, we've done a lot of work. every year we develop. We can't not develop the cars because every single team is. Obviously, it looks like more have than others, but that doesn't mean we haven't.
So reliability is quite important to us rather than necessarily making dramatic changes. It's sort of incremental changes because we want it to be that whatever we do, we go forward rather than making a change that's too dramatic and then we end up going backwards.
For us, with the known, with the improvements that we've made, with the tweaks and everything else like that, it puts us in really good stead. But how's that going to play out? We don't really know. We've all got to sort of learn these new tactics that are going to get thrown at us, and we're going to have to learn on the job.
So in the final mini challenge race of the weekend, it was Max Edmondson who took the spoils on the top step of the podium for Pro Alloy Racing. He had a 2-second lead over his teammate Sam Gornall. Let's go down to Louise now with the winner interviews.
Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, a second win for you, Max. And more significantly as well, you've really closed the gap to the championship leader in that one too. So good result for you.
Yeah, obviously I knew after whatever happened in qualifying yesterday, I just knew I had to capitalise. Obviously I did my best in that race. I knew it would be tricky because I didn't know, but I knew that the track would be either getting a lot wetter or it would dry out quite quickly, and it did towards the end. But luckily, obviously I've driven these in the wet before, and I knew that the tyres would overheat quite quickly. So that's why obviously under the safety car I wasn't really getting any tyre temp because I knew I'd just be pure understeer towards the end.
Yeah, looked like you had a few nervous, twitchy moments out there though.
Yeah, obviously when you're in them conditions, you're the first one into every corner really. So obviously every corner is like a building block basically. So you're just building on your confidence every corner, every lap. So I was just building, and yeah, I got a bit confident towards the end.
Yeah, well, it was a nice controlled win in the end, wasn't it? Which is kind of how we like them.
Yeah, I mean sometimes obviously you want to battle for it, but sometimes you'd prefer to have just a peaceful win like that.
Well done, congratulations. Where's Sam? Bring him in. How was that one for you? I mean, P2, it's a good result, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really good. I had a hard start to the weekend with a DNF and then having to come back from the back in race 2. But to come away with P2 in the last race after a tough weekend is amazing.
Tell me about the move to take the P2 as well.
Overtake for seconds, going into the last corner, Olivier left the door open and there was just enough room for me on the inside, and I just managed to squeeze on through and take second.
Good stuff, well done. I think Olivier's, here he comes in. Again, hello again. You've had a good weekend, haven't you?
Yeah, pretty good weekend if you bar the track limit penalties we had yesterday, but I knew it was going to be a tough race. Obviously, Pro Alloys did a mega job to get them two up the front, and we tried the best we could. I think it just went off slightly in the middle of the race, and that prevented us from having a good chance at a win, but nonetheless, I'm happy.
Do you think the win was on the cards at one point?
Yeah, when I got off the line, I got off the line really well, and me and Max went side by side into turn 1, and a couple laps in, obviously the safety car, so everything cooled back down, and then we just didn't quite have the legs towards the end of the race, but the next 3PL Mini was faultless all weekend.
Well, good stuff. Congratulations. It's been a really good weekend for you. Well done. I think we are going to go for another break now, but when we come back, I can hear them making their way out to the grid already. It's the F4 cars, so make sure you join us for that.
You're watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
So I'm Alex Watts, Managing Director here at Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. We're here today in Shoreditch in London at the bike shed, not for a bike launch, but for our car launch for the new chapter with 2 new Toyota Corollas. 3, 2, 1.
Obviously the big classic blue there that we're all known for. But yeah, it's been exciting times. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the liveries, the liveries were actually loaded last night, and Mikey, our head of digital media, does a fantastic job, but when you design it on a computer screen and then you try and apply it to a car, it's completely different. But we're super happy with the finished product, and hopefully everyone will agree, we think they look great.
My first impressions were they're going to struggle to keep it clean with with all the fingerprints on it, but that chrome just jumps. It looks good, it looks fast. As I always say, if it goes as well as it looks, we'll be all right.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the Team Virtue livery reveal. We're going to have loads of people down here. It's going to be a great event. The cars are behind me. Tom and I will be revealing the new cars ahead of the 2026 season, and we can't wait to get going.
3, 2, 1. Okay, just reveal them. Let's get those cars off. I'll get out of the way.
to a fan, they'll be like, it looks like your car's the same, but underneath the bodywork, we've done a lot of work. Every year we develop. We can't not develop the cars because every single team is. Obviously, it looks like more have than others, but that doesn't mean we haven't.
So reliability is quite important to us rather than necessarily making dramatic changes. It's sort of incremental changes because we want it to be that whatever we do, we go forward rather than making a change that's too dramatic and then we end up going backwards.
For us, with a known, with the improvements that we've made, with the tweaks and everything else like that, it puts us in really good stead. But how's that going to play out? We don't really know. We've all got to sort of learn these new tactics that are going to get thrown at us, and we're going to have to learn on the job.
Hello and welcome back to Brands Hatch, where our 8th and penultimate live race of the day is about to get underway. It's the Wera Tools F4 British Championship. So it's time now to head up to our comms box. Let's join Phil Glue and Richard John Neal.
We should be in for another treat here. We've had 2 really good races so far this weekend, and we hope it's going to continue. Don't want to jinx it, but Adam Al-Azhari had pole position in the second qualifying scores. This is the feature race of the weekend, as it were, and the grid set by each driver's fastest time from the 2 qualifying sessions that we have now, because we split the grid into 2 groups because this is quite a tight circuit, so everyone had space to explore the track for the first time. Really good move by Motorsport UK and the Wera Tools F4 British Championship to be able to do that. But Al-Azhari had pole in the first race of the weekend, but Ethan Jeff Hall managed to outgun him to grab his first win, and Ethan won a reverse grid race last year, but I did love the line that he said in the interview, which he said, yeah, I'm pleased to get my first proper win. I.e. off the front, you know, and working hard. Not that reverse grid wins aren't earned, drivers take them, you know. But anyway, probably enough said about that. I know people get fed up with me banging on about those. Here's how they line up, round 6 of the Wera Tools F4 British Championship. Adam Al-Azhari on pole. Ethan Lennon, reverse winner at Donington, is alongside. Lewis Werrell next up, one of our top rookies. Then it's Ethan Jeff Hall, Tommy Harfield and Theo Palmer completing the 3rd row of the grid. Behind them, it's Timo Jungling from Dries van Langendonk, then Joseph Smith and Jabba Al-Sabah. Cash Felber, who had a podium in race 2, is next to Jarrett Clark, who was our race 2 winner. Alfie Slater on row 7, still looking for that elusive championship point. Hani Sadiq next to him, I think he's in the same boat. Mate Copperhidze and Cameron Nelson on row 8. Cole Hewitson and Ethan Carney completing row 9. Our top 20 on the grid, completed by Skotkin Lindblom and Roman Felber with work to do. George Proudford-Nolder and Vegard Clementson on row 11. The 12th row, Henry Mercier and Daniela Sutton. 13th row, Kit Bolofsky with Jackson Wolney. Then it's Leon Headfors and Autumn Fisher, new name to the championship. Sun Anju next up from Chiara Batig. So, as you can see from the shot that we just had, very blowy out there in terms of a bit of breeze and a little bit of a lottery conditions-wise, Phil.
I tell you what, this is going to get exciting. I've just noticed that everyone's coming to the pits on the first warm-up lap, so they're all going back to slicks by the looks of it. I thought it was declared a wet race, but it's rain lights on, I've seen on the screen, but they're all coming in for slicks. That's the Virtuoses and the Argentis, who, they're all going to start from the pit lane, so we are going to see a very different grid to what you've just seen on the screen.
It is going to be very different, isn't it? And if we, as we've had in most of the other support races today, and indeed in the touring cars, if we end up with a safety car, it's going to make things very interesting indeed for those drivers coming out of the pits.
Yeah, 100%. So, you got the Vortex as well. I actually saw quite early on that Bolofsky was sitting in the pit lane quite early on, so he hasn't got any heat in his tyres. And then you've got Hartfield, you've got the XC, you've got Dries van Langendonk in the McLaren colours, he's there as well. Now, if you look at the grid, it's going to be, it's going to be hard for some of these drivers to line up on their correct grid spot because they've not got the same car in front of them.
Yeah, they don't, because you could use that as a reference, couldn't you? The marshals will help, but it's going to be frustrating if you get an out of position penalty now. We won't even talk about that because we know the organisers are absolutely top notch and they will make sure that everybody is okay. Round 6 of the championship, weather conditions potentially showery, very blowy out there, so the track could dry if it is. Otherwise, we get away. Al-Azhari leads away from Ethan Lennon in P2. Up into third place comes one of the XL cars, but we get away. Decent start from Al-Azhari this time, already under the pressure from Lennon.
Yeah, he has got a lot of pressure. Jeff Hall as well got a good start, but you can see there is a line forming. Now, as all the cars have now gone past the end of the pit lane, that's when all the rest of them out the bits can be released. So they are going to be hot on their heels very soon, especially if this track keeps drying the way it is.
They've got a heck of a lot of work to do, and it's only the top 10 that get championship points in this race, so they're going to be relying on their decision to work, and maybe some changes, maybe a safety car or two to get back into the mix of things, to be absolutely sure. It's going to be difficult, but Adam Al-Azhari here makes a very, very good start.
Oh, someone on the grass there, crikey. That was close. As we came down the start-finish straight, as you can see, Lennon all over the back of Al-Azhari there, trying to get past him, going into paddock, and it's all about probably trying to find the grip where the dry bits are, but also not overheat your wets. So Jeff Hall trying to go on the outside there. Won't work on this occasion, but look at them sliding around and bouncing over the exit curb.
Yeah, that really is going to, or potentially, dishevel Lennon, who, being in P2 here, had the reverse grid win at Donington Park, as we mentioned, so he's used to being at the front. That's the great thing about those races. It does give drivers a chance that, if they haven't had it before, to be up front and just soak up that pressure. And psychologically, it is different, isn't it, being up front to being mid-back?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So 23 minutes left here. Let's see if any of the guys on slicks can start catching. You can see further back, there's Dries van Langendonk with their... You've got the XL and Virtuosi car right behind him, so that's he's at Hewitson and Proudfoot Nalder.
Yep. Yep, good shout. Those guys trying to work their way through the field as well at the moment, but Al-Azhari, Lennon, Ethan Jeff Hall next up. Wera again in a really good point-scoring position. Top rookie again. Youngling's second rookie. Theo Palmer again. Palmer's been so consistent, Phil. He's in P5 here.
He certainly is, yeah. We've got moved down the inside there with Palmer. Palmer's just running wide. He needs to stay on the track as he comes back on. You've also got Jungling there who's trying to get through on the inside. But yeah, let's see also the lap times that they're all doing. All bit of contact there between Palmer and Jungling as they're going down the start-finish straight, trying to squeeze each other. And we've got one in the wall. We've got Sadiq in the wall.
Yeah, I was going to say Jungling through on the inside. Is Jungling like a verb? You know, he's jungled through. He's Jungling through. It's a bit like wombling, but you probably don't remember wombling.
Oh, safety car. The slick boys and girls are going to be up there. Let's see what that does. Obviously 22 minutes of the race, see how long the safety car is going to be, but that is fantastic for some of the boys and girls on slicks. Let's see what lap times they're all doing as well. We've got 48.9 is a wet tyre time, and I'm thinking that
the dries aren't biting yet, are they?
Well, Harfield is on a 49.4, so it's not really much. It's half a second.
They're not there yet.
Yeah, but half a second off the best. It's not far at all.
Yeah, so we'll see. It's still very dark and cloudy outside, so what's going to happen?
Yeah,
but
it's a very dry track, though.
I'll put you on the spot. What would your decision have been tyre-wise?
I've done this recently with a driver, and I've done it.
I mean, does it depend where they are on the grid and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, yes, very much so. Yeah, you want to do what the others are doing at the front, but if you're starting further back, 100% you go slicks.
Right.
100%, and that's exactly what we did with a driver actually who raced in F4, Reza Seaworthen. He was at Spa doing GB3, and he was starting further back, and we decided let's go for it. Let's go for slicks. And he came through from the back and finished on the podium. So it was the right decision on that occasion. Sometimes it doesn't work like that, but on that day it was great. And the guys, I don't think it's going to rain again. I think the track's dried heavily here. I think the guys on slicks, they're going to be coming through, and a slick tyre will win this race. That's my prediction.
Okay, we'll see how that pans out. 20 minutes still on the clock. And the longer we go without rain, of course, you can see the Lotus is using its wipers. Just looking at the various cars that are there. We've got, don't know if people are a lap down, do we? You saw Daniela Sutton going through. We think the first car on slicks might be a lap down.
How's that possible? Unless because of the two laps that they did at the start,
they wouldn't have counted.
No, they wouldn't have counted.
No, they're green flag laps.
That doesn't make any sense. They've come into the pits as the race started. when they all went past the end of the pit lane.
Then the other cars came out,
Yeah,
so there's no way they're 2 laps down, is it?
I've got a feeling that there might be something wrong with the timing screen here.
Well, we'll catch up on that. No news from F4 on our communications. There's a replay of them going out. Very clearly, they're not 2 laps down.
The teams would not have done that
if they were going to get a penalty.
No, exactly,
for doing it.
exactly. Yeah, that is confusing. You are. Yeah.
And now we get a pit stopper. Just saw a car peeling off and going into pit lane. The drivers are going to get some more idea here about what they need to do. So it's the safety car that's picked up the wrong car, isn't it? That's the issue we're looking at
okay,
here.
okay.
So it's picked up Cara Batic.
Oh, I see.
And that was throwing me a bit because we were seeing Daniela at the front. I'm thinking Cara and Daniela weren't at the front of the field.
Okay, that's what's happened.
So yeah, safety car's kind of gone out the wrong place.
Yeah. Hopefully they can. Oh dear.
So there's a bit of sorting out to do.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Batic at the moment is 14th, so the safety car has picked up the 14th place car. To be fair to officials and everybody, it's such a short track, and when you've got all the starters in the early stages of the race coming out of the pit lane, it's a very elongated field, and it's going to be very difficult for the safety car to pick up the right machine.
Yeah, certainly is. Yeah, they are going to. I think they're going to have to red flag this and start again. I can't see how. What else can you do here? The safety car has got the wrong car.
The other thing we can do, which I've seen in some endurance races, wave them through until you get to the race leader, so that might be an option. But Kieran Salmons is the navigator in the safety car. He'll be getting the messages from the clerk of the course, Andy Butler. So Andy's probably got a lot on his plate at the moment to sort out, but he'll take a decision, pass that on to the safety car crew and implement whatever they need to.
The pass around is definitely a thing. It's definitely a thing in endurance racing, but we have 18 minutes of this race.
Yeah, it's not an endurance race.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a bit unfair for some of the guys. Well, with everyone, it needs to happen somehow, or we need to restart this race. But it's it's not ideal. But let's focus on Al-Azhari, who's done a great job to lead this race.
Yeah, just coming into shot now. He's just gone out of shot, Adam Al-Azhari, the race leader.
Yeah.
Jeff Hall. So yeah, about half the field, isn't it? He's picked up around about halfway down. So a bit of a shame, but as I said, I think easily done on the Indy circuit.
It is, because like you said, the safety car comes out at the exit of turn 3, which makes sense to a certain extent, but maybe we need 2 safety cars, one that can start at the end of the pit lane, and one maybe that can join at the exit turn 3. But we don't have that luxury. We've only got one.
And if you get,
we've got the pass around.
Yeah, that's great. The other instruction is, what do you do if you're a safety car driver? And they say, pick up the blue car.
Yeah. Which car is he going to pick? Hopefully, Al-Azhari realises that he is the leader of the race and parks it behind the safety car.
Yeah,
there we go.
That's
job. Made me feel a lot happier. I was getting very anxious there and very annoyed.
I can see the hairs on the back of your neck. Your hackles were up.
I'm happy now. Now we can have a race.
Yeah, we can sort it. Well done to the officials, and well done to Scott and Kieran for sorting it out. Andy Butler, the clerk of the course. Yeah, they keep it all fair for everybody. Now the questions are: firstly, has everything been recovered and safe? And secondly, will there be a little bit of an extra weight for the cars that have passed to enable them to catch up with the group, to give them a sporting chance?
There needs to be. A couple of things. Obviously, the safety car can now back off a little bit, go a little bit slower. And the guys that are on slicks that are now have gone past the safety car, they can actually crack on and get some heat in the tyres. So at least then they've got plenty of heat for when they join the train again and ready to race. So they're going to be having a bit of an advantage, unless, of course, it starts raining again.
Let's hope we don't get the Americanism of yellers breeding yellers, which means, baby safety car following safety car. I do actually hate that phrase, to be perfectly honest. They're all busy trying to catch up, getting up to speed. And they've still got around about 2/3 of a lap to catch up, this group.
I think we're going to have one more lap of safety car, which the lights are still on, and then we should be good to go racing. So as you can see, they're aggressively trying to get heat in the tyres. These aren't all the ones on slicks, actually. There are some on wets.
Yeah, Tommy Harfield's in that group. He's going to be a little bit gutted, isn't he?
Yeah. I don't know. He's going to be, he's working his tyres hard. I think he's going to be one to watch here. So Harfield's in 17th at the minute. I think we keep a close eye on that purple CDR car, because he's going to be coming through hard.
Leader's still on wets as well, so the longer we go on and the drier the track becomes with the wind and lack of rain on the circuit, there'll be a tyre degradation as well. as you can see now, quite a few of them are on.
Yeah, a lot of these. So Slater came in. He was the one that came into the safety car and put slicks on. I saw him. He's on the timing screen, so he's going to be one to watch here as well.
Yeah, and he's up with that group, isn't he? Yeah, so that'll be interesting. Jared Clark goes through in 55. Jackson Walling in the 96. Scott Lindblom, and there, as you can see, the first of the slick shod cars. So it could be a very well timed thing. The Bayliss and Harding car could well start to make some moves here. And
the only thing is, it does actually say he's a lap down on the screen now. So
because of the stop.
Yeah, I think maybe he has missed a lap, so he might be.
So he's the first one on track, right? He's
yeah, because he's 29th on our timing screen. So yeah, a lap down, unfortunately, whereas the others have now caught a lap up.
There's no points for Alfie again.
We could have gone green there, I think.
Very nearly there, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're going to do one more lap, so it's probably a little bit fairer for the chasing group.
Yeah, this is unusual, isn't it? We've had our first split qualifying of F4, which was very exciting, very good, very clever thing to do. It's something that we do in FIF3 as well, at Monaco and at Monza. They split the qualifying. There's 15 in each group, and then the quickest group, that's the pole side. So that'll be first, third, fifth, and the slower group will be second, fourth, sixth, and so on. So yeah, it's definitely a good way of doing it, and obviously Al-Azhari was the man of the moment, getting the pole and the quickest time over the two groups, with Lennon getting the quickest group in the second session, which actually, we must say, his teammate, Dries van den Langendonk, he gave him a tow for the whole of qualifying. So he needs to thank his teammate for that, Lennon getting pole. But here we go, safety car lights are out. We've got a bit of an incident already.
Youngling, that is, off the...
Yeah, I think we've just slowed down a bit too much there, Al-Azhari.
Can you get told off for that?
Yeah, you can. It depends whether he's hit the brakes. You can't hit the brakes after you've sort of gone, but, you know, he's probably slowed a bit too aggressively. But anyway, I think everyone's safe now. Let's go racing. Come on, guys.
Harfield is the first driver on slicks. Thanks to our assistant director for letting us know that. Here we go then. Getting a little bit sideways there was Ethan Lennon as he came out of Clark Curve, but the restart is done by Adam Al-Azhari, multiple race winner last season, and he leads this one away. Are the tyres going to hold up? We've still got 12.5 minutes of British F4 racing to go, or have we? Will we get another safety car? Jackson Walney in the Fat Racing XL car all over the dirt, but gets it back on the tarmac.
He does, yeah, we're all okay, we're good. Harfield going through there on Bolofsky down the inside, but everyone's got through there. But let's keep an eye on these two, Harfield and Dries van Langendonk.
Yeah, they're going to be the ones that, well, there are a lot of hard chargers out there, but, you know, championship-wise, Harfield managed to edge into the top 6 of the championship earlier on in this meeting, so he's going to be working hard. Joseph Smith there down the inside of Werrell, so battling that out for 4th position. So good stuff from Joseph Smith.
Yeah, Smith did get a penalty in the last race. He's obviously got a new tub for this race, but he's fighting hard at the front. I just saw Clark, the race 2 winner. He ran a little bit wide coming out of the last corner. Timo Youngling has got the fastest lap. So Youngling he's one of the guys on wets in P6, but I think the slick guys are coming.
So yeah, Tommy Harfield making 4 places up on the previous tour, so you know he doesn't need to get too much persuasion to move on, because he's got Van Langendonk right behind him as well. But here's one of the moves, past Kerabati.
Yeah, round the outside, going into T1. Big moment there on the brakes, but managed to get it stuck. And you can see there, Dries van Langendonk trying to go down the inside of Harfield. They touched, but they're still going. There's someone in the gravel as well. There is going to be another safety car, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the case. That's a very prone position car as they run side by side. Harfield has got the position at the moment.
Oh, Dries could not. He got blocked. He couldn't get through. Oh, no, and Harfield's all over the back of...
Was that Al-Sabah?
22, yes, it is.
Oh, no, Nelson, yeah. Cameron Nelson, beg your pardon.
Oh, he's hit him again. He's got broken front wing. Harfield's broken his front wing. And there's another broken wing as well. Oh, Harfield, you should have taken your time, and now there's a safety car. He's going to have to pit for a new nose.
Yeah, that is... oh, dear. Yeah, bad news for him. And Werrell as well is one of our top rookies off there in the number 10. Very, very sadly. Good news for Al-Azhari and Lennon out front. 10 minutes to go. And, yeah, car in a very prone position. You can see they're just the right of shot. So absolutely the right thing to do for Andy Butler. But, you know, too many safety cars with different conditions. This has been a bit of a muddle for these guys, this race, hasn't it, really?
It has, but it's quite exciting. It's different.
Well, it is, you know, that's the sort of thing that all the drivers are going to get thrown at them at some point in their career. This is about learning.
Yeah, you can see he's realised he's done it. It's what a shame. He's still going to stay on the lead lap, I'm sure of it, but these guys at CDR are going to be quick enough to change the front nose and get him out, and he'll be at the back again on the slicks. Let's not count him out. We've got one of the XL cars. That's Kabagidze. He's also had a broken front wing. I think that was at the same corner. I think they all sort of closed up.
It was very bunched up, close racing, wasn't it? Going back to Harfield, you know, one of the drivers we fancied for the championship, his top seeded driver returning, he was third in the championship last year. I see a serious challenge, even this early stage, with the luck that they've had, the incidents they've had. It's dropping away very quickly. You need to be scoring consistently high, particularly with 30 cars. It's only the top 10 in races 1 and 3 that score points, and they're just not there at the minute.
No, exactly. With all this going on, I've missed Jeff Hall getting past Lennon. So we know Lennon was P2. Jeff Hall is talking about people who are consistently getting points.
Yep.
Jeff Hall is one of those. Here we go again. What a move there. Down the inside of Slater. And then you can see Van Langendonk as well tried to get the move done. He probably didn't need to do that, but obviously if there's a gap, you've got to take it. And this is where we saw Youngling spinning in front of them all, going into the gravel. He managed to get out himself, I think, so I don't think we're going to have much longer before the safety car lights are out. They're still on at the minute.
That one was Werrell having a spin.
Oh, that was Werrell, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In number 10. Youngling's got the green.
Yeah, number 2.
With both JHR.
Yeah, Youngling is in P5. Yeah, sorry, that's my bad. Oh, there's another one here. That's Headforce, isn't it?
Yep.
He's had a moment, and yeah, unfortunate for him. He's not having.
This is going to wind up being a one-lap dash if we get any more, I think.
Yeah, my prediction might be out the window here. I was saying a slick will win this race. If we had some racing laps, I might have been right, but we've not had many. So I don't know. Maybe we can. I think we'll get more than a lap. I think we'll get maybe a 5-lap dash at the end.
The person sort of winning points-wise here is Jeff Hall, isn't it?
Yes.
He's got a 3-point lead. He was lost a point, or his 4-point lead from race 2, having taken the lead in race 1 of the weekend yesterday, but now sitting there in P2. And he's going to be looking back. Van Langendonk's in 10th. Could maybe get up an extra point with fastest lap, but he's really busy in traffic. He's got Nelson in front of him, Kin Lindblom in front of him as well, Sabar right behind him, and they've all been quick. So he's got a big ask at the moment. He's just going to maybe have to settle for that 1 point in this one and regroup and come back at Snetterton and hope that the Rodin team can be on form or better form relative to the other teams at Snet.
He actually was a bit steadier in race 2, because when he got put on the grass by Smith going up to T2, he collected a load of grass in the radiator, and that slowed the car down a bit. He didn't quite have the same power as others, so he did look a bit slower than he normally is, and yeah, that was unfortunate for Dries. But I think he's the top slick runner, isn't he?
He will be now, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I'm still expecting, you know, him to come through, especially with how dry the track is now. If he can keep enough heat in those tyres, and the other guy, if you watch, Dries is trying to keep heat in the tyres. All the guys in front of him on wets are trying to cool their tyres. They're trying to drive through all the wet patches to try and cool them back down again, so the wet is still effective. Because as soon as those things start melting, it's game over. The car will slide around too much and you won't have any grip. Whereas obviously Dries is doing the opposite. He's trying to keep the heat in them. Lights out.
Yeah, we're going to go racing again. To be fair, if there's any more big drama, it will be red flags and end of race, because we're that far done. So the guys at the front want to race to the flag. Everybody does, and nobody really is going to benefit from any more incidents, particularly on track. But Al-Azhari ready, not checking them all up as much as he did the first time, but again, just going left to right, looking for the moment, looking at his mirrors at Jeff Hall, looking for the right moment to break away.
When's he going to go? Exit. He's gone.
Yeah, there he goes.
Good start.
Yeah, decent start, wasn't it? And of course the others can react to that as well, and it's not too shabby from the chasers, to be fair. Jeff Hall, Lennon and Smith are next up. Youngling in 5th, Jarrett Clark next up, and we are racing. It's close. Lennon putting the challenge in. Joseph Smith in the black car back in 4th position. Youngling running well in P5 as well.
Oh,
Dries van Langendonk coming up the inside now, trying to get through on Cameron Nelson, the Welshman. He's done it, yeah, does put the move on him, and Scott King Lindblom in front of him now. He's going to put the move here. Again, a potential championship battle. Just thought about having a look up the inside.
Clark and Palmer are coming together, so Palmer's run wide there. Dries is now up behind Lindblom. He's made another couple of places. Is he going to make a move down into clearways?
Yeah, two championship battlers we're watching there with those two, the Red Bull car and the McLaren, so shades of F1, and Van Langendonk makes that one stick as Al-Azhari goes across the line with Jeff Hall really putting the pressure on him. Good battle for the lead here, good battle for third place as well.
P6 for Langendonk now, so I still think it's going to be a slick that wins, but he's got to stay out of trouble. He's trying to go around the outside there of Lennon. Is that going to work? It looks like it. He's got the grip. The track seems to be a lot drier than we think, so he's making moves every corner now, down the inside there. Oh, it runs a little bit wide, gets hit from behind as well.
This is real close. Look how he's left Lindblom now. Look how far the Red Bull car is. They were together barely a lap ago, and Dries van Langendonk...
Oh, there's Proudfoot Nalder. That's going to be quite a big hit. Oh, into the wall. That's going to be another safety car. He's made one more place past Smith now, but I think we're going to get a safety car. That was a nasty hit.
Yeah, that was a shame. But believe it or not, Proudfoot Nalder had the fastest lap. Maybe that's why. He was just carrying a little bit too much speed. Goes off. Big shame for him, but if he can stick with the fastest lap, that will be a good little line for his racing CV. Will we get the safety car, or will we go the remaining 3 minutes? Decisions for Andy Butler to make.
Yeah, can he make a move before the safety car comes out as well on Jeff Hall, his championship rival, as he's trying to go around the outside, going into, there's big contact!
Oh, they do touch. How's he going to play out now? Ethan Jeff Hall's got the inside run, yellow flag zone ahead, and Dries has got it done.
He has.
Van Langendonk into P2. Can he now hunt down Adam Al-Azhari and use the clear points of the track to get past the race leader? It looks like your prediction is very much on.
It's looking likely, isn't it? Double waved yellows at the last corner. That's what they're going to stick with, because I think the car is out of the way. He goes to the outside, going over the start-finish line. He's already got the move done. He's in the lead of the race.
Dries van Langendonk, I doff my cap to you and to Phil Glue for calling the tactics there and how this was going to unfold. Van Langendonk, what a drive through the field, looking for only his second win of the season. This is going to help the championship-wise, the points-wise. This, I think, is potentially going to put him back into the championship lead. Replay of the last couple of moves.
Yeah, you can see he went for the outside, going into T3 on Jeff Hall. There was a little bit of contact. It was risky. You can see the smoke coming off the tyres there, but he's had enough momentum, enough grip with the slick tyre to get past Jeff Hall, and that puts him in P2 before he manages to attack Al-Azhari.
10-point gap between first and third in the way they score, so it's going to be championship lead back for Dries van Langendonk. He will leave the second meeting of the season still in the championship lead.
So we need to look at this now. Belovski is P2 in the Vortec car. Al-Azhari still third. No, it's an Excel car, so that Schuertsen is third now. Then you've got Lennon, then you've got Carney. All the slick guys are coming through now.
Ethan Jeff all down in sixth. Very definitely Van Langendonk with the championship lead. Provisionally, as we leave Brian Sack. Belovski, what a cracking result for him.
Yeah, that is brilliant. Yeah, great for Forte, great for Belovski. P2 and then Hewitson with the Excel in P3 as well. So, yeah, it really does show now that the slick time. Look at Harfield coming through.
Tommy Harfield, well, he's got into the points, isn't he, Harfield?
Yeah.
And that's despite having the stop to change the tyres and the new nose on the car, and he's busy challenging Joseph Smith here as well.
He should be flying. He's got around the outside there. He's pushing hard. He's got a minute left. Can he make up some more places? He's got Jeff Hall in front of him now, who was P2 not long ago.
Belovski with the fastest lap. He's in P2. He's 3.9 seconds down on Van Langendonk. We're going to see, I think, the young Belgian take another win as we look at Lindblom now, who is a little way down the order at the moment in 10th position, but still in with a chance of a championship point here. But coming under pressure from Roman Felber is Lindblom behind them.
Look how much they're struggling on the wet tyre now. They've just got no grip. The car is sliding all over the place every time they turn in. Even down the straight, it'll be hard to keep in a straight line because the tyre and the blocks on the wet tyre is just melted. So it's almost impossible to drive. They'll just about get to the finish here, but yeah, the guys on slicks have definitely made the right decision there.
Clementson on the outside of Al-Azhari. Slick passes wet-shod car makes up a position. Joseph Smith down behind them. Quick reminder, the top three, Van Langendonk, Belofsky. There is Van Langendonk, Belofsky second. Cole Hewittson's going to get a podium here, made up for him after the rotten luck he's had this weekend.
That's true, I didn't actually see what happened to him when he was parked up in the inside of T1, but in one of the other races. But it's great to see him now come back strong and finish third. But I think that's it.
It is it. Here we come down to the checkered flag. Dries Van Langendonk makes it win number 2 of the season, 1 win apiece at each of the opening 2 meetings, and gets the championship lead back as we head to Snetterton in a couple of weeks' time. Kit Belofsky gets his first podium, a champion in other areas in F4, and Cole Hewitson, the personable young South African, taking third. Ethan Carney in 4th place. Tommy Harfield came through for 5th. I'd written off his points hopes in that one. How wrong was I? Well done, Tommy. Clementson 6th, gets some points on the board at last. Kiera Battig gets in the proper points too, in 7th position. Well done, Kiera. Kopahidze 8th, Adam Alazari 9th, and the points finishes completed by Joseph Smith.
What a race. That was well exciting. I'm so chuffed to see some of the guys make that decision, because it was a drying track. It was a bit interesting watching them all come into the pits on the warm-up lap and go for the brave decision of going to slicks. But yeah, absolutely fantastic, great viewing.
Fantastic to have new drivers on the podium as well. So 5 new podium drivers, I think, in the last 2 races in F4. You know, we say it time and again just how competitive it is, and yeah, we've had drama, we've had storytelling, and absolutely mega stuff. Belofsky is going to be made up with that after a frustrating weekend. So too is Hewitson, and it just goes to show how fortunes can change meeting to meeting, race to race. But this guy, who'd have thought after race 1 that he would be leading the championship again by the end? You just don't know.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Jeff Hall and Dries Van Langendonk, like I said, are going to be fighting for this championship all the way. But yeah, that is a big hit on Jeff Hall's points, but fantastic for Dries and the Rodin McLaren driver.
Let's have a look at how they finished here at Brands Hatch. We'll be back on the GP circuit later on in the season, but for the Brands Hatch Indy round, it was Dries Van Langendonk winning from Kit Belofsky and Cole Hewitson. Ethan Carney in 4th from Tommy Harfield. Vegard Clementson ahead of Kiera Battig and Adam Alazari. Matti Kopahidze in 9th from Joseph Smith. Just outside the points was Sun Andrew. His best result, he was unlucky not to get a point there. Roman Felber 12th from Ethan Jeff Hall and Scott King Lindblom. Cameron Nelson 15th from Ethan Lennon and race 2 winner Jarrett Clark. Jabba Al-Sabah 18th. Autumn Fisher was 19th, and a best finish 2 for Daniela Sutton in 20th. 21st was Jackson Walney from Alfie Slater, then Theo Palmer, Timo Jungling in 24th ahead of Cash Felber. We're into the drivers that had issues. Henry Mercier, George Proudfoot Nolder, Lewis Werrell, Leon Headforth and Harney Sadiq. They'll all be back at Snetterton in a couple of weeks' time to battle for more points once again. As we head to Norfolk, it is Dries Van Langendonk who heads the table now by 23 points from Ethan Jeff Hall. Tommy Harfield in 3rd, Scott King Lindblom 4th, Joseph Smith in 5th ahead of Theo Palmer, and the top 10 completed by Kit Belofsky, Jarrett Clark, Adam Alazari and Lewis Werrell. The Rookie Championship, 42 points clear now. Dries ahead of Jabba Al-Sabah with Lewis Werrell in 3rd place. Mate Kopahidze next from Cameron Nelson and Timo Jungling. Leon Headforth 7th, then Jackson Walney. The currently absent Peter Oriofsky and Sun Andrew in 10th. So there we are, down into Parc Fermé, and Dries Van Langendonk will take the congratulations of his fellow competitors here, and we'll be able to grab a word with him once the celebrations are complete. So we're taking a quick breather. Please stay with us and we'll have a word with our winner in just a moment or two.
You're watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
So I'm Alex Watts, Managing Director here at Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. We're here today in Shoreditch in London at the bike shed, not for a bike launch, but for our car launch for the new chapter with 2 new Toyota Corollas. 3, 2, 1.
Obviously the big classic blue there that we're all known for. But yeah, it's been exciting times. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the liveries, the liveries were actually loaded last night, and Mikey, our head of digital media, does a fantastic job, but when you design it on a computer screen and then you try and apply it to a car, it's completely different. But we're super happy with the finished product, and hopefully everyone agree, we think they look great.
My first impressions were they're going to struggle to keep it clean with with all the fingerprints on it, but no, that chrome just jumps. It looks good, it looks fast. As I always say, if it goes as well as it looks, we'll be all right.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the Team Virtue livery reveal. We're going to have loads of people down here. It's going to be a great event. The cars are behind me. Tom and I will be revealing the new cars ahead of the 2026 season, and we can't wait to get going.
3, 2, 1. Okay, just reveal them. Let's get those cars off. I'll get out of the way.
To a fan, they'll be like, it looks like your car's the same, but underneath the bodywork, we've done a lot of work. Every year we develop. We can't not develop the cars because every single team is. Obviously, it looks like more have than others, but that doesn't mean we haven't.
So reliability is quite important to us, rather than necessarily making dramatic changes. It's sort of incremental changes, because we want it to be that whatever we do, we go forward, rather than making a change that's too dramatic and then we end up going backwards.
For us, with a known, with the improvements that we've made, with the tweaks and everything else like that, it puts us in really good stead. But how's that going to play out? We don't really know. We've all got to sort of learn these new tactics that are going to get thrown at us, and we're going to have to learn on the job.
Yeah, I mean, tricky race. Made the right call on the green flag lap to come in. I saw Tommy in front of me go in as well, so I knew, yeah, it was the right call, as we saw. So, yeah, a little help from the safety car in the beginning. Obviously, after that, didn't want too many so I could overtake them. But, yeah, just right call. And although it wasn't easy with some contact in a few places, it still managed to come through nicely and grab the win.
Yeah, it was a beautiful move. How did you find the ever-changing conditions?
Yeah, pretty dry at the end. It was a bit tricky rolling out with cold tyres when the track was like that, but yeah, no, at the end it was fine, and yeah, just enjoying that out there.
Well, congratulations, well done. We'll see you in a few weeks. Kit, come and join us. Congratulations on the podium, your first podium.
Yeah, my first podium for the season. It was quite a difficult one. I started 26th, I did, and then come into P2 in the end.
So pretty unexpected to be on the podium then, well done.
No, wasn't really expected much, but I got told by a driver coach, she was watching out, looking up the tower, I'm pretty sure. He's looking up the corners, like, I think we should go pit for dries before I even was on the track I was. And it was after a bit of debation, we went in on before the green flag lap even started, and we was teed up one on the pit lane. And yeah, it was the right call in the end.
Well done. Right tyre strategy and a brilliant performance there. Congratulations. Enjoy the podium celebrations. And let's have a quick word with Cole as well, who put in a solid result there as well. I think you started from the race back on row 9.
E17, yeah. Wow, that was a really exciting race. I saw the track was drying out on the formation lap, made the call to come in. The team did a mega job in the pit stop. Well done to the boys at Excel. Jumped 7 places in the pit lane, and then from there was history.
So how would you reflect on this weekend of racing here in Brands Hatch?
First 2 races wasn't the best. Third is always the best.
Excellent. Finish on a high. Well, good luck and enjoy those podium celebrations. Very much well deserved. Right. Now, after the break, we have, of course, our third and final British touring car race of the season. It's drying up, so we cannot wait to get going. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
You're watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
So I'm Alex Watts, Managing Director here at Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. We're here today in Shoreditch in London at the bike shed, not for a bike launch, but for our car launch for the new chapter with 2 new Toyota Corollas.
3, 2, 1.
Obviously the big classic blue there that we're all known for. But yeah, it's been exciting times. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the liveries, the liveries were actually loaded last night, and Mikey, our head of digital media, does a fantastic job, but when you design it on a computer screen and then you try and apply it to a car, it's completely different. But we're super happy with the finished product, and hopefully everyone agree, we think they look great.
My first impressions were they're going to struggle to keep it clean with all the fingerprints on it, but no, that chrome it just jumps. It looks good, it looks fast. As I always say, if it goes as well as it looks, we'll be all right.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the Team Virtue livery reveal. We're going to have loads of people down here. It's going to be a great event. The cars are behind me. Tom and I will be revealing the new cars ahead of the 2026 season, and I can't wait to get going.
3, 2, 1. Okay, just reveal them. Let's get those cars off. I'll get out of the way.
To a fan, they'll be like, it looks like your car's the same, but underneath the bodywork, we've done a lot of work. Every year we develop. We can't not develop the cars because every single team is. Obviously, it looks like more have than others, but that doesn't mean we haven't.
So reliability is quite important to us rather than necessarily making dramatic changes. It's sort of incremental changes, because we want it to be that whatever we do, we go forward rather than making a change that's too dramatic and then we end up going backwards.
For us, with a known, with the improvements that we've made, with the tweaks and everything else like that, it puts us in really good stead. But how's that going to play out? We don't really know. We've all got to sort of learn these new tactics that are going to get thrown at us, and we're going to have to learn on the job.
One thing people don't know about me is I'm Scottish, because I hide it really well, and you can't tell at all. My first car was written off. It's a BMW 1 Series Coupe. I love racing because the highs, there's so many lows that the highs are so much more special, and it's the people around you celebrate them together. A track I would love to race at that isn't on the calendar is Portimao in Portugal. A great track and nice beer and golf courses for afterwards, so we can make a long weekend of it. Favourite sports team outside of touring cars is Man U, so unfortunately it's been a stressful few years, not just for racing but also watching them try and play football. Driver I would call if in a tricky situation would be Josh Cook. I don't think he'd offer me any help at all, but he'd probably make me laugh and lighten the mood a little bit. Which drivers most likely to pick up the tab? Oof. I've been trying to find the answer to that, I've still not found it, and I've been doing this for 12 years. I don't think there's much of them. Go for Josh actually, he's only because I actually go for food with him, so sometimes he treats me, sometimes I treat him. Away from racing, I work 6 days a week, so I don't have lots of hobbies. I like to play golf, but I am terrible at it. Although I did beat Mikey Doble once, it winds Mikey up, so if everyone could know I beat him, that would really ruin his year. My ambition for 2026 is not to want to retire after 3 meetings again. And it'd also be nice to win some races.
So that is a little insight into the wonderful world of Aidan Moffat. I mean, he is just such a character, isn't it? We love the fact that he's been part of touring cars, I think 13 years now. When he started, he was the youngest driver on the grid at just 16 years old. I mean, he's matured as a driver, but maybe he also hasn't. I mean, you know him well, Jade.
He doesn't know any different than British touring cars. I know him as a friend away from the circuit as well, and I love him. He's just full of character. He loves his racing. He actually prefers the racing than he does anything on the Saturday in terms of qualifying and stuff like that. But he's just a fun guy to be around. But equally, you don't want to get on the wrong side of him. He gets his elbows out and he stays strong. But we love Aidan. He's good fun.
Yeah, absolutely. He is a serious contender at the moment. I mean, he's leading the independents at the moment. So very much one to watch for this season.
Yeah, he's obviously had a bit of a tough day yesterday, but he's moved forward today. He's in the mix in all of the races, and he starts this one P4.
Yeah.
So he's enjoying the new car that he's in. He's enjoying the team, and he obviously is having a good day in these mixed conditions. So he'll be one to watch for this one.
Yeah, lovely opportunity starting from the second row of the grid. Let's take a look at how the drivers are going to line up in this third and final race of the weekend at Brands Hatch. So on pole position, it's a real opportunity there for James Dorlin for Restart Racing. Alongside him, Josh Cook for Speedworks Corolla Racing. Then we got Mikey Doble in third, Aidan Moffat, as we mentioned, in fourth. Tom Ingram next to his teammate Ricky Collard in fifth and sixth, with Ash Sutton, our championship leader at the moment, in seventh. Aaron Taylor-Smith, after that win earlier, in eighth, with Dexter Patterson in P9, and Darryl DeLeon for West Surrey Racing will be starting the race from 10th. If we take a look at the second half of the grid, we've got Nick Hamilton there, a really solid start for him in 11th, Chris Smiley 12th, Dan Rowbottom in 13th, Camish Morgan, Rainford, Osborne, Buxton, Tom Chilton in 19th, and Gordon Shedden down there in 20th. And last but by no means least, we got Lewis Selby with a lot of work to do down there in P21, hasn't he, Jade?
Yeah, he's got this is race 3 though, so although we saw a very action-packed race 2, normally this is where all the action is. But one thing I do want to point out, you see Dan Camish just over here. He's got a bit of oil on his grid slot, which is unusual. It normally means that a race prior has had an issue. So they've actually given him, I think, permission there to start a little bit further back. But that's the sort of things that drivers are always having to adapt to throughout the day. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets away, because obviously there's a little bit of oil down. They've put dust on it, but it also can add to trying to optimise his start, knowing he's got that sort of slight disadvantage just there.
We've also got the Caterham car of Dan Rowbottom in front of us. Again, a bit of a tricky weekend for those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think we only see it as a tricky weekend because they had such a strong Donington. You know, they're a brand new team, and it is hard to come straight out the box and do as well as they did. And they've always lured us into that sort of false sense of security in terms of success on the first round, which is brilliant. But you know, they are new. They're coming to circuits that they maybe haven't tested as much. And I spoke to Adam Morgan, and they said they're just sort of struggling to find that optimum window. Round here, a tenth of a second is 4 or 5 places. So that little bit of time is massive around here. So they'll get there. Yeah. But, you know, it's hard to build a new team and build a new car and go out all guns blazing straight away.
And I'm sure if anyone can do it, Jason Plato can rally the troops, that's for sure. Let's go down to Lou, who is on the grid. Who are you with, Lou?
I am with our pole sitter, James Dorlin, who had a bit of a tricky start to the weekend. A few issues with the car meant you really didn't get any track time at all in through practice. But it's well, talk us through your weekend. It's come together quite well, hasn't it?
It has now, yes. Yeah, as you just said, Saturday was a disaster. We didn't do any laps in free practice with an engine failure on my out lap. So we've been on the back foot the whole time, but throughout the day today we've edged forward, and a bit of rain helped us. Now I could really do with some, but yeah, we're starting the race from the front row, which is really good.
Well, yeah, you're alluding to the fact there that you're starting the race. Good news on the front row, on pole. The possibly not so good news, you are alone up here and being on the medium tyre with I don't know how many people on the soft tyre behind you. So, as you say, you'd quite like a little bit of rain to come down in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it was chaos in that last race, but the whole idea with the soft medium was to try and get up the grid, and at least if we're at the sharp end, we could try and defend. But it's going to be really hard on a medium tyre, the slower tyre of the two today, when pretty much everyone behind me, certainly in the top 10, is on the better soft tyre. So all I can try and do is get off the line as best I can and try and make it the widest car I've ever driven.
Well, you say that, well, we've seen some really good results on the medium tyre earlier today, so there doesn't seem to be as much of a difference between them as there sometimes can be.
Yeah, no pressure then, yeah. Yeah, I think compared to other circuits, yes, definitely. In these conditions, when it's cooler, you will switch on the soft tyre better than the medium, but well, you've said it now, so I've got no excuse, have I?
What would a good result look like for you? Because I know actually in many ways your main focus is on the Jack Sears across the season, isn't it? So I guess it's that you're wanting to bag a whole heap of points in.
Yeah, that's certainly in the back of my mind, but you know, I'm a racer. I want to be winning races overall, and although this is going to be a tough one, we're in the best position to start off, and I'll give it everything.
I have no doubt you will. Good stuff. Right, let's go over to Paul now. Who have you got with you, Paul?
Thanks, Lou. Yes, with Tom Chilton. Tom,
one of my very good friends from a long time ago. Gutted to see you down here, mate. I can't remember such a unlucky start to a year as you've had this year, and the car looks so fast.
The car's great. Just rotten luck for me and Tom Ingram. We've had a lot of bad luck this year. I got a positive out of this weekend. That race 1 today, 15th to 5th was brilliant. And the last one, it was tiptoe stuff. There's no grip on track at all. Or it takes someone to just lightly touch you and you're off. And I got hit a few times. It was very messy, that race too. But then I got cooked at the end, which damaged my front right. We were just coming out of Druids and then down the straight, in a straight line, he just turned hard left into me on purpose to break my car. I couldn't make it around the left, and that was it. I had to end my race. I tried to do another lap, but the front right had broken, which then put me into a big drift. I don't know if anyone saw on TV, a big drift down paddock. That's because the front right suspension had failed. So it was game over. I'm at the back. I shouldn't be here. I am fast, as you know. But we now got the medium tyre starting last, so I've got nothing to lose except go for it.
I did see you looking at your notes when you were just sat here on your own, gathering your thoughts. There's a lot of things on there, but you're starting so far back. I thought Tom Chilton would just get in it and send it. What are you actually looking for on that? Is it that much of a chemistry thing?
To be honest, it's working out where people are going to be strong and weak at different points of the race. Because obviously we are a long way back. There'll be a lot of traffic to start with. It's working well, where we can overtake, where we shouldn't overtake. We are on a medium, so the softs have an advantage at a certain point in the race, and we've got an advantage at another point in the race. I've got quite a good tyre temperature after warming up the tyres, so hopefully I won't be too bad out of the box.
Wow. Right, well, I'll leave you to it. I've got to say, your team are the best at letting the air jacks down. I didn't even know they were coming down. I thought I was just getting bigger. Nice one. Have a good one, Tom. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you very much. I am down on the grid now with Josh Cook. Well, in fact, I think we thought, first of all, there was a shot of a bunch of His Majesty's finest armed services, armed forces gents who are, which is a Josh, I'm messing this up, so I'll leave it to explain. I'm just talking about the fact we've got a lot of guys from the Army here on the grid, which is, you've got a connection with them this season, haven't you?
Yeah, got a partnership with Speedworks and Toyota. I think it's great, got some of the guys here supporting us today, and they've got a stand over on the outer paddock, so if anybody here wants to go and have a little visit of them, it's good to go over there.
You got that out a lot better than I did. All right, let's talk about the racing. So front row start here. I mean, it's a bit like last time out at Donington Park. A tricky start to the weekend, but you've made your way forward across the day.
Yeah, it's been it's been a tough day, but again, we just hold hoping that we've got, we keep in the faith that we've got a quick car. So, race 2, the car is very fast, but it's very edgy. It's very difficult to drive on the limit. The back end's very loose. So those race 2 conditions are probably the worst I could have asked for. But no, I think we're in a good place. It's nice that we've worked our way forward, starting dead last at the beginning of today to be on the front row. We're on the right tyre. We've got a good amount of TTB to use. So yeah, I'm feeling racy, but we'll see what we can do.
What are the conditions like out there? I mean, you just had a lap to the grid. The F4 cars, we could see, it's pretty dry out there now, so that's going to work in your favour, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's the same for everybody. It's as I said, the car's good, it's quick, it's a bit edgy, but it's better to be starting at the front with some nice clear track ahead of you. So I'm confident. I think the guys and girls at Speedworks have put in so much effort. And we always talk about this as drivers, but they've been working so hard. They put their life and soul into it. So I just really want to reward them with a decent result in this one.
Good stuff. I hope it's a decent result for you as well. Right, that final race of the day is going to be coming up after this quick break.
You're watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
So I'm Alex Watts, Managing Director here at Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. We're here today in Shoreditch in London at the bike shed, not for a bike launch, but for our car launch for the new chapter with 2 new Toyota Corollas.
3, 2, 1.
Obviously the big classic blue there that we're all known for. But yeah, it's been exciting times. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the liveries, the liveries were actually loaded last night, and Mikey, our head of digital media, does a fantastic job, but when you design it on a computer screen and then you try and apply it to a car, it's completely different. But we're super happy with the finished product, and hopefully everyone agree, we think they look great.
My first impressions were they're going to struggle to keep it clean with all the fingerprints on it, but no, that chrome it just jumps. It looks good, it looks fast. As I always say, if it goes as well as it looks, we'll be all right.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the Team Virtue livery reveal. We're going to have loads of people down here. It's going to be a great event. The cars are behind me. Tom and I will be revealing the new cars ahead of the 2026 season, and I can't wait to get going.
3, 2, 1. Okay, just reveal them. Let's get those cars off. I'll get out of the way.
To a fan, they'll be like, it looks like your car's the same, but underneath the bodywork, we've done a lot of work. Every year we develop. We can't not develop the cars because every single team is. Obviously, it looks like more have than others, but that doesn't mean we haven't.
So reliability is quite important to us rather than necessarily making dramatic changes. It's sort of incremental changes, because we want it to be that whatever we do, we go forward rather than making a change that's too dramatic and then we end up going backwards.
For us, with a known, with the improvements that we've made, with the tweaks and everything else like that, it puts us in really good stead. But how's that going to play out? We don't really know. We've all got to sort of learn these new tactics that are going to get thrown at us, and we're going to have to learn on the job.
Well, we're all set for our final race of the day, round 6 of the British Touring Car Championship. It's James Dorlin on pole with Josh Cook alongside him. But let's see what Ash Sutton can do, starting from 7th. Talking us through all the action are your commentators, Tim Harvey and David Addison.
We're ready to go then for the last race of the day here at Brands Hatch. James Dorlin on pole position for Restart Racing. And as we know, Tim, in race 3, anything can happen.
And almost certainly will. The disadvantage we already referred to it is poor old James Dorlin's got a medium tyre on and everybody around him has got the soft, but he has got more laps with boost. The full allocation of 14 laps out of the 24, so let's see how long he can hold them off for.
Josh Cook with him at the front, 12 laps of boost. And the soft tyre, Josh could be a man to watch here for the win. 10th and 7th his results during the day. There is Josh Cook making his way down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. And before we go racing, let's grab a word with Ash Sutton. Ash, really good day this, a win and a second, a real back raid for points, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I want to come away with some decent results in this last one, but we've had a fantastic day so far, but if the opportunity arises, I'll always go for it.
The pace that you and the car have had over the weekend, what are you expecting out of this? Because not having that much boost hasn't really been a handicap for you, has it?
It hasn't, but at the same time we've got to remember clear air is just as important, so that last one was about survival as well in those conditions, not really down to the pace of the car. So yeah, let's see what we can do. I want to try and go forward. Let's see if the opportunities arise.
Excellent, good luck. Cheers, Ash. Ash Sutton there making the valid point that Ford Focus does go very well in clear air. Get it into the traffic in a pack of cars, it's not quite so happy. So yeah, it's always a car that likes being up front or in clear air.
Yeah, it's always an issue of engine temperatures. When you're in traffic, they go up, you get less power, and also you want the aero to be working perfectly, and it works better obviously in clean air.
2 formation laps, 1 done, so the lap that they start will bring them round to the grid. James Dorlin starts round 6 on pole position. Josh Cook with him at the front of the grid. It's going to be Mikey Doble who starts 3rd, and his teammate Aidan Moffat is alongside. Starting 5th, Tom Ingram, who's had a pointsy day but not a stellar day. Ricky Collard has had a strong day and he's going from 6th on this grid. And the 4th row is where you find Ash Sutton and race 2 winner Aaron Taylor-Smith. Then Dexter Patterson starting on row 5. Darrell De Leon for company. On the 6th row, there is Nick Hamilton and Chris Smiley lining up alongside ahead of Dan Rowbottom and Dan Camish. The 8th row, Adam Morgan and Charles Rainford, who've had mixed weekends thus far both. Sam Osborne is on row 9 with Matt Buxton for company. Tom Chilton has Gordon Shedden alongside him. Lewis Selby rounds out the grid. 24 laps are ahead of us. Only 5 drivers on the medium tyre: James Dorlin, Chris Smiley, Charles Rainford, Sam Osborne and Tom Chilton. In terms of boost, 14 laps for James Dorlin, 12 for Josh Cook, 10 laps for Mikey Doble. And you go all the way back to Aaron Taylor-Smith then as the race 2 winner on just the 4. So let's see what he can do in all of this. The majority of the field on that softer, quicker tyre. So James Dorlin, as he's been saying, just needs to try and get up front and make the car as wide as possible.
Yeah, but we've had one Toyota Corolla win already for Aaron Taylor-Smith, so I'm sure Josh Cook will be looking to add to that today and get his first win of the year.
Yeah, Josh perennially unlucky, it seems, and it's been tyres that have blighted him at Donington and also here as well. I mean, getting a tyre drama on the way to the grid for race 1, I mean, the guy can't catch a break, but this could be it. Let's see, there is the Speedworks Corolla Racing entry, the red and white car on the outside of the 1x1 staggered grid, the front notional row, and you're riding here with Ash Sutton as he pulls up to 7th on the grid. You can nowadays have one team member on the pit wall ready to guide that car into its grid box. Then the mechanic in question has to leg it from the pit wall before the race starts to try and get round the problems of people just parking slightly in advance of the box like they did at Donington.
Dan Camish there starting in the middle of the road because there was oil on his pit box, so he's been given permission to start alongside that regular starting position, but no further forward.
Yeah, it wasn't his oil in that grid box, it was from one of the earlier support races, the F4 race. So green flag is waved at the back. Round 6 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship is ready to go. 5 red lights will be on. When the lights go out, we go racing for the last time at Brands. The best start made by Tom Ingram potentially as he tries to get up between the Audis. Josh Cook tries to go defensive against Mikey Doble. James Dorlin leads, and round the outside storms Ash Sutton, who is going to be able to take the race lead, is he, from 7th on the grid. Ash Sutton's up to 2nd. There's drama in the background as Osborne is off the road. Sutton to the outside of Dorlin. He's not quite done it. There's drama behind him, and Sutton is just inches away from being collected by a sliding Audi. Dorlin and Sutton side by side down to Graham Hill Bend. A mega start by Ash Sutton. He's going to go round the outside for the race lead here.
Well, side by side for all the way round the track. I think that's Hamilton off in the background. Dorlin finally claims it. Both the Audis were sideways but managed to not spin. And Ingram up the inside, pushes Sutton wide. This is all kicking off like a typical race 3. Collard's in there now trying to squeeze his nose in the inside of Sutton.
So what looked like Ash Sutton for the race lead, he ends up 3rd at the end of the lap, and Tom Ingram's going to go round the outside of James Dorlin for the lead. He's on the outside line. Sutton's trying to just about get in front of Collard, and he has done it. Now Ash Sutton to the inside. Dorlin defends from him. Ingram goes round the outside into the lead. Cook's gone backwards in the first few corners, and he's in about 6th-ish place, running up alongside the next to the Audis of Mikey Doble, and it's still kicking off as they come down to Graham Hill Bend. Ingram has now hit the front. 2nd is Dorlin, and you're on board with Josh Cook. That's Ricky Collard getting back onto the racetrack.
Yeah, Ricky got a little nerf there from Ash Sutton on the exit of the Graham Hill. That stymied his, and he's off again now at Clearways. Just manages to regain it.
Aaron Taylor-Smith was close by. There's a field dragged onto the circuit. Dexter Patterson is there. Dan Rowbottom is going nicely in the first of the 2 Mercedes as they head up towards the line. This is Dexter Patterson's view, but it's Tom Ingram leading the way. James Dorlin 2nd, and he's also leading the independents. Sutton is 3rd, 4th is Doble, Cook 5th, Taylor-Smith 6th. But there's plenty more to shake out of this race, and through the pit lane and just rejoining Nick Hamilton, who's been in strife once again.
Yeah, when he was off, wasn't he, at Graham Hill on the first lap, probably got a radiator full of grass, but this race has kicked off like a pinball race.
Down through Graham Hill Bend, Dexter Patterson's car you're looking back from, but Ingram now is checking out, isn't he? He has hit the front, he's getting away. Remember that Tom Ingram, a 3rd and a 4th during the day, 7 laps worth of boost, and he's on that soft tyre, but James Dorlin coming back at him under braking there.
Yeah, great first lap, worked out well. First couple of laps worked out well for Ingram, but it looked like it was going to be Sutton, didn't it, off the line, but he got boxed out. Everyone was playing hardball, and they're lucky all to still be going, quite frankly.
But Ash Sutton from 7th on the grid to be vying for the lead at turn 1. He had no business being there.
No, not really, but round the outside worked, at least initially. Look at Dorlin, right up behind Ingram with that medium shod Hyundai, but of course he's using all that boost. He's got more boost than the others. He's had 14 laps to start with. He's used 2 already, and we're only on lap 4.
Aidan Moffat's start is going to be investigated after the race. James Dorlin has done the fastest lap of the race, and that, I think, is Ricky Collard in trouble. So it looks like he's got some grass in the front of the car as well, but Ricky Collard's strong day is coming to an end.
Yeah, he went across the grass, didn't he, after first being nerfed out by Ash Sutton and then across the grass at Sturties and Clearways. I think he's probably got an overheating engine.
Fastest lap of the race now, Josh Cook, who goes through, and he's on the tail look of Mikey Doble's Audi as they head up the hill then. You've still got Sutton on the attack as he tries to clear Dorlin. Tom Ingram is edging away, but he's certainly not pulling away.
No, it just shows the boost is quite effective. I mean, Ingram has got 6 laps left, which is, he only used 1 lap of boost so far.
And drama coming down the hill involving Chris Smiley and also Lewis Selby. Tim said at the start of the day, Lewis had told him he was going to be more aggressive. Well, he's lived up to that bill matter, and Chris Smiley won't take kindly to being roughed up like that either. Chris felt rather hard done by Toyota's ganging up on him in race 2, and
to be fair, they came out of the corner side by side, didn't they? I wouldn't really apportion too much blame. Sutton trying to get... Oh, no, sorry, that's
Mikey Doble going for second place round the outside, and Mikey Doble's going to do it. He's cleared Sutton. He's alongside Dorlin. The Audi is a very rapid car. All of this is playing into Ingram's hands. He is now getting away, but Mikey Doble on the outside of Druids has the inside for Graham Hill Bend. He's going to be third. But Sutton's on the outside, Cook's there behind them. James Dorlin on that medium tyre, struggling now to fend them all off. Who does he defend from? Is it Doble on one side, Sutton on the other? Cook joins the party as well, but Doble is ahead of Sutton, at least for now.
It's a great race, this. And Aaron Taylor-Smith, race 2 winner. Look, he's getting stuck in as well.
Tom Ingram then over the timing line. He's building that gap all the while. There he is. Now he's checked out. Big gap over Dorlin second. He's up to 2 seconds. You've got Doble third. Fourth was over the line Sutton, then Cook, then Taylor-Smith sixth. Going nicely again. This is Dexter Patterson's view. He's 7th. Dexter's had a good day.
He's had a very good day. I mean, all the Audis running very strongly, as we've seen, but James Dorlin is doing a mighty defence job here. Yes, he's let Ingram go, don't blame him for that, but he's doing a mighty defence. All these cars behind him are on soft tyres, literally all the way down to Chilton in 13th place.
And the battle that James Dorlin is now in with Mikey Doble is not only for second place, it's for the independent class lead. So doubly important that the black and blue and red Restart Racing Hyundai fends off at the Mikey Doble driven LKQ Euro car parts with Power Max Racing Audi A3 as across the line comes Dexter Patterson, but he loses out there to Darrell De Leon, who clears him and goes through into Paddock Hill Bend, and then behind them in 9th place is Dan Rowbottom, who's had a good run here, up from 13th on the grid.
Well, you were on board with De Leon up at Clearways, and there was just the tiniest of rubs on the back of Patterson's car, which was enough to just ease him wide, and then De Leon got through on the straight.
And Rowbottom losing out to Adam Morgan, so the teammates switch places. So up to 9th goes Adam Morgan, rebuilding after, of course, a decent qualifying and race to pole, but then the accident in race 1. So he now goes to the head of that inter-Nissan Mercedes battle. Behind Dan Rowbottom is Charles Rainford. And I just thought for a moment Rowbottom was heading for the pits. He had a really tight line coming out of Clearways, but he stays out on track as now through to second place goes Mikey Doble, and into the lead of the independence class goes Mikey Doble. Has that opened the floodgates, I wonder?
Well, they used his boost there on a lap that Dorlin wasn't using it, and that was enough to see him sail past.
4th it's Sutton, 5th it's Cook, 6th now is the BMW of Darrell De Leon, who's got himself up and past Aaron Taylor-Smith. As you look at Sutton, you're on board with Josh Cook coming out of Graham Hill Bend, so Ford ahead of Toyota.
Yeah, of course, Sutton and Cookie go way back in their touring car careers to being teammates. Oh, a late lunge up the inside, but beautifully held by Sutton. He got that car stopped without breaking, locking up or running wide, and he's now finally opened that gap on Dorlin, but Dorlin's coming back down the straight. Will he get his nose in front as De Leon swoops past?
Here's Sutton, he's still on the inside. James Dorlin tries to close the door, but Ash Sutton's got his nose in front midway around Paddock Hill Bend. James Dorlin has to let him go, so Sutton is up into 3rd place. Dorlin down to 4th, and 5th is about to be De Leon. Josh Cook, who we thought might be on for a race win looking at the grid, not really being able to convert the front row. Still something not quite right, one feels, in the way that car is set up. It's just not quite working as well as Cookie expected.
No, definitely not, definitely not. De Leon, this is the best opportunity that they've had. Remember how strong the BMWs were last year around this circuit, but that was in hot conditions, and now he's back on the soft tyres with boost. He's going very nicely indeed.
Absolutely right. So Ingram, Doble, Dorlin, Sutton, De Leon and Cook the top 6 at the start of this lap. They come over the line with Sutton up to 3rd and Dorlin 4th at the end of it, and another move is on the cards there. Look, Adam Morgan to the inside of Aaron Taylor-Smith. Those Mercedes both showing good pace, aren't they, in race 3? Both the cars running pretty much together, and Morgan is the one, if you like, now forcing open the doors. He has cleared Patterson, he's cleared Aaron Taylor-Smith as well. Rowbottom has now got to do likewise.
Yeah, I really think once we get, this isn't a great circuit for that car, but the information they've gathered will certainly help them, and I think that Mercedes will go much better when we get to Stetson for the next race.
Aaron Taylor-Smith then in that Laser Tools with MB Motorsport Toyota, fending off Dan Rowbottom's Caterham Plato Racing Mercedes. Behind them you've got Aidan Moffat storming along. We've had a change for 4th as well. This is the replay of Darrell De Leon having a go at James Dorlin.
Well, if there's half a gap, make a whole gap is what I'd say to that.
Similar to the move on Ingram yesterday in the race to pole, and it worked better today.
And Cookie goes through as well, taking the opportunity of a slowed up Dorlin on the exit of Graham Hill.
Dorlin still the best of those on the medium tyre, but he's now dropping further and further down the order as Tom Ingram now is on quite a comfortable Sunday afternoon drive. 2nd is Doble, leading the independents. 3rd is Ash Sutton, who has done the fastest lap. And now you've got Adam Morgan trying to go all the way around the outside of James Dorlin. Nicely done.
Oh, good pass. Dorlin was very gentlemanly there, not leaning on him, but Adam Morgan's having a storming 3rd race.
Absolutely right. Great speed out of that car, and Adam Morgan, I think, has had a very good start to the season. Perhaps a lot of the attention has been on Dan Rowbottom after that race to pole win, but Adam's had certainly a strong weekend here in terms of pace. Mows the lawn on the inside of paddock to fend off Dexter Patterson, but Adam now is into the top 6, going nicely.
Josh Cook gets the warning flag for track limits already.
And another one has gone the way of Tom Ingram, incidentally, the race leader. They come down the hill. This is lap 13 in a 24-lap race. Fastest lap to Ash Sutton, and he is, as we've seen, all over the back of Mikey Doble for 2nd place, but Tom Ingram continues to build the lead. This is Sutton's view.
On board with Sutton. Give you an update on the boost laps available. Sutton has 3 laps, and Dorlin has 4 laps for Sutton, 5 for Doble.
And Tom Ingram, the race leader, on 6. So he started with 7, he's used 1, and he's got plenty in reserve should he need late race, as the cars again dive into Druids. Now getting a track limits warning flag to Adam Morgan, by the way, as downhill comes Ash Sutton, trying to work out where he can make a move against Mikey Doble. It's not just happening for him yet, but a demon first lap by Ash Sutton. And if he can go away from here, having come in with the least amount of boost for qualifying in the race to pole, and to come out of that with a race to pole win and a win, a 2nd and maybe a 3rd out of the 3 races, I mean, that's a mega weekend.
It's a superb weekend, really is. Coming down the hill here, Dexter Patterson on Dan Rowbottom. Are they going to make some contact at the end? Yes, they are.
And that opens the door, does it not, for Aidan Moffat to get ahead of Rowbottom. So Moffat is 9th, Patterson stays 10th, Gordon Shedden's up to 11th, and Robo pushed back to 12th. So that won't go down awfully well with him, but he can fight back, no doubt, as Ingram continues to lead. You can see there Gordon Shedden sitting on the back of Dexter Patterson as he tries to work out where a move might be makeable as they come into Graham Hill Bend now. Lap 15. Tom Ingram's advantage, very nearly 4 seconds, 3.8 last time around. And still Mikey Doble is keeping Ash Sutton at bay. You're looking back from Dexter Patterson's Audi. Gordon Shedden right behind him in the Toyota, looking to try to find a gap. He might have to make his own gap first, though.
He may well have to. As you say, the lead for Ingram, a very comfortable 3.7 seconds. He's just gone past Nick Hamilton, who's come back out after the visit to the pits to clear the grass out.
And now Shedden's on the attack, going up towards Druid, but Patterson defends, so Gordon has to think about the outside line and then try to duck up the inside coming out of the corner. Rowbottom is there behind them as well. Then you've got Chilton 13th, Charles Rainford 14th. Bad weekend really for Charles, had such a good banker weekend at Donington, 2nd in the championship coming here, but he really has been shoveled down the championship standings after a tough weekend. But he will bounce back at Snetterton, no doubt, next time out. But it's not been as good a weekend for BMW on the Indy circuit this year as last, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. But Stetton's another circuit that does suit them. The traction off all the corners, good for the BMW. But They're facing increased competition this year from a lot of saloon front-wheel drive cars that are quick in a straight line, as off goes Max Buxton. That's coming onto the pit straight, so that's on the exit of Clearways.
Yeah, he's got away with it, but he's a long way back now, sadly, is Max. Dan Camish up into 17th place. Dan's having a difficult race. He got penalised early on in race 1, but here he has gone backwards from where he was on the grid, and that car's never really come alive, has it, sadly? He's on the medium tyre, though. So the race leaders are, again, over the timing line, into Paddock Hill Bend, and Tom Ingram on his own, utterly dominant in this race now. Second and third, Doble getting away from Sutton once again, and then in fourth place, Daryl De Leon, who's worked his way out from 10th on the grid. He's had a good run.
Yeah, and Adam Morgan in 6th, best result for that team today as well. Nice that they can at least go away, hopefully, with something from this weekend.
Yeah, Adam Morgan a retirement and a 15th. His results of the day hitherto. Dan Rowbottom a 15th and a 13th. So, yeah, to get the car into the top 6, that will be quite a boost for the team. A tough weekend for them. Rowbottom busy in a battle here, as you can see, because he's got Charles Rainford behind, Tom Chilton ahead. Rowbottom on that soft tyre, having been roughed up at Graham Hill Bend a couple of laps back. So there'll be 6 laps to go next time over the line for Tom Ingram, who is heading towards the line now. And as he goes by, the advantage continues to stretch, and that's Max Buxton out of the race. He's parked it coming out of Druids, and Max Buxton's day is done.
Yeah, he's in a nice safe place though on the inside, so good thinking by Max to pull the car off in a safe place. There you see it on the left, just behind the graphic, so no danger of any safety cars or anything else for that.
Now Sutton, look, has got a little bit nearer once again to Doble, and now there's a crucial tipping point has happened in that Ash has more laps of boost available than does Doble, so now he really can push.
Yeah, so he's been pushing Doble into using his boost for defensive purposes, so that now he has 1 lap more advantage. He doesn't want to go into the last lap with both of them having a lap of boost together, so he's got to get past before the last lap.
Here they come, nose to tail. Sutton makes the move now. Look, he gets the run, gets the toe, comes over the timing line. He's on the outside up towards Paddock. He's used the boost. If anybody can go around the outside, it's Ash, but he wants to get the undercut. He's way up the curb on the inside, positions the car for the inside line up towards Druids. The move should be on here for Ash Sutton to go second. He brakes as late as he can. Beautiful.
That is an absolute classic Ash Sutton manoeuvre. Go to the outside, cut back as close as you possibly can to the rear bumper of the car in front on the apex, and get the overlap immediately so that the car can't shut it down before you get to the next corner. Perfectly judged manoeuvre.
So, a win and 2 seconds could be what Ash walked away from Brands with, which would be a stellar performance.
It is a stellar, and you have to make hay while the sun shines. While his car's been working really well at these first 2 races, he's been absolutely banking the points. But it just shows that this car is very much, certainly in Ash Sutton's hands, the equal of Ingram and the Hyundai. Watch this, we'll see if we can see the gap as he cuts back. He knows what he's going to do. He's waiting for Doble. Now there's inches between the 2 cars, using a little bit of inside curve as well. There's no way that Doble could come back inside him and cover him off.
He used the boost just ever so briefly on the run up towards Druids to make sure the move was on. Incidentally, as there, Aaron Taylor-Smith and Gordon Shedden are busy battling there with Aidan Moffat. Sam Osborne is on his last warning for track limits in the other Napa Racing UK Ford that had been going really well in race 1, but was in the gravel in race 2. This, in the meantime, Dexter Patterson's view, as he is still running in 11th place. He's had a really strong weekend, as Dexter.
Yeah, really good. All the Audis seem to be just working well, and they look like they're going to work well at all the different circuits as well. They're in for such a strong year as 2 MB Motorsport Toyota Corollas come into Paddock Hill side by side, with Aaron Taylor-Smith just in front of Gordon Shedden.
Absolutely, and both wanting to be top dog in that team, seemingly. Down the hill they come. Behind them you can see there's Aidan Moffat, then Dexter Patterson, then Tom Chilton in 12th place. Josh Cook still the best of the Toyotas, albeit 5th and 2nd on the grid. And we've currently got Tom Ingram working lap 22 out of 24. It's been a dramatic race as expected, although Ingram has had a relatively easy time of it for the lead of a race 3 touring car race.
Yeah, I think the only drama was he got a track limits warning, but he certainly had enough in hand behind him to just temper any running wide at different corners. Side by side again into Paddock.
And this time around, Taylor Smith and Shedden still running close to one another. Accelerate towards Druids. Taylor Smith hanging on to the place, Gordon Shedden behind. Ash Sutton, remember, has done the fastest lap of the race, so there's the bonus point for that, and he's on target for second. Tom Ingram is on target for the win, and he is heading towards the timing line, ready to start the last lap, as the Toyotas are nose to tail.
Yeah, the only difference between those Toyotas is that Aaron Taylor Smith has no laps of boost left, and Gordon Shedden has 2.
And he's going to be able to use the boost coming up towards Clark Curve. Look, tightens the line, gets up the inside of Aaron Taylor Smith. Remember, Gordon Shedden's huge experience and success in this championship will stand for something, and he goes through on the inside, and he's already on the lights there to try to terrorise James Dorlin out of the way. Last lap, Tom Ingram leads by 4.5 seconds.
Yeah, Dorlin has no laps of boost left either, and on this last lap, Shedden has 1, so he may well be able to pass him, but Ingram is going to take this victory. It'll finish his day on a high note.
It will be career win 41 for Tom Ingram then. The Team Virtue Hyundai comes through Clark Curve. He's already on the lights to celebrate. Been a tough start to the season for Tom, but he's going to bounce back. Tom Ingram wins race 3 at Brands Hatch. Over the line he comes, delighted with the win. Ash Sutton second at the end of a fantastic day for him for points. Third, Mikey Doble, he wins the Independents. But here, look, James Dorlin still battling with Gordon Shedden, with Aaron Taylor Smith. Fourth was De Leon, Cook fifth, Morgan sixth. Seventh up towards the line is going to be Shedden, Dorlin 8th, 9th Taylor Smith, Aidan Moffat 10th, then it's Patterson, Chilton, Rainford, Osborne, Selby 15th, Camish 16th, and Rowbottom has fallen back into 17th place.
Yeah, so just on that last lap, a great move by Gordon Shedden to get up the inside of Dorlin at the very last corner, but it's all celebrations in the Accelerate team.
Bruce Ingram, Tom's dad, there delighted as he stands on the pit wall. Tom will be very happy as well. Yeah, the pace at Donington went unrewarded, what with the exclusion from one race with overboosting and alternator failure in the other. We expected him to be the man to beat yesterday in the race to pole. That didn't happen. It never quite clicked earlier on in the day, although that first race was on the medium tyre. So finally Tom must think, oh, at last I've done it.
Yeah, and he's going to have strong weekends like Ash Sutton has had in the first 2. They will definitely come. Stetson next time out is a circuit he goes very well at, and I'm sure he and Team Virtue will be putting all efforts into getting some maximum point weekends.
Well, Tom Ingram then takes career win 41. He will be delighted with that, but we tongue-in-cheek talk about the book of superlatives for Ash Sutton, but he really has proved this weekend why he is regarded so highly, because that's been an outstanding weekend.
It has, and you've just seen that little bit of difference now that having the car that is ultimately competitive makes, because he was over-delivering last year for the car. The car wasn't really capable of matching Tom Ingram, and Ash Sutton had to be very creative, didn't he, in his strategies and his racecraft to try and keep the points battle alive. This year he has the car underneath him.
Tony Carosa, his engineer, will probably say, don't forget my part in all of this, you know, helping to build a car that enables Ash to go so well. And it is a great double act, as there Tom Ingram will go through the technical checks, the ride height, the weight of the car. As he does so, let's look at the result of round 6 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Tom Ingram is the race winner by nearly 4 seconds from Ash Sutton, and Mikey Doble taking third. Darrell De Leon 4th. 5th to Josh Cook, ahead of Adam Morgan. Really good charge up the field, that from Adam, ahead of Gordon Shedden. James Dorlin, 8th from Aaron Taylor Smith, and the top 10 rounded out by Aidan Moffat. 11th to Dexter Patterson, Tom Chilton 12th, and then Charles Rainford, Sam Osborne and Lewis Selby round out the point scorers, with Dan Camish 16th, Dan Rowbottom 17th from Chris Smiley, Nick Hamilton, but we lost Max Buxton and we lost Ricky Collard as well. So Brands Hatch in its 100th year has witnessed a great day of racing, with Ash Sutton now leading as a championship leader by 47 points from Tom Ingram. Mikey Doble 3rd from Ricky Collard, then Dan Camish and Aidan Moffat. Aaron Taylor Smith 7th, Charles Rainford, Darrell De Leon and Gordon Shedden round out the top 10 overall. Let's also just try and pick up where we stand in the independents, because Mikey Doble's had a good day to lead that from his teammate Aidan Moffat. It's actually a switch there at the top of the independent standings. Darrell De Leon 3rd, and then Aaron Taylor Smith 4th. Gordon Shedden and Charles Rainford round out the top 6 in the Independent Drivers' Championship. Next stop, of course, will be Snetterton.
Shout out to Gordon Shedden from 20th on the grid to 7th. That was a result.
So, Tom Ingram out of the car, a very happy man indeed, and Tom knows how to do all of this for the cameras as much as for his own enjoyment. But yeah, that's been a long time coming, that win. So, straight across to the team, to Chris and Leslie Hansford, long-time supporters and sponsors, and then to his dad, to Bruce. Sandra Humphries is the next one in the queue for a hug, and then the rest of the team standing on the far side in the BRDC cap, Marvin Humphries, the team manager, who has been there, done it, got just about every t-shirt going. All the engineers are congratulated. And Tom Ingram it is then. Race winner in race 3 here at Brands Hatch, a 41st career winner. We'll hear from Tom Ingram after the break.
You're watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
So I'm Alex Watts, Managing Director here at Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. We're here today in Shoreditch in London at the bike shed, not for a bike launch, but for our car launch for the new chapter with 2 new Toyota Corollas.
3, 2, 1.
Obviously the big classic blue there that we're all known for. But yeah, it's been exciting times. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the liveries, the liveries were actually loaded last night, and Mikey, our head of digital media, does a fantastic job, but when you design it on a computer screen and then you try and apply it to a car, it's completely different. But we're super happy with the finished product, and hopefully everyone agree, we think they look great.
My first impressions were they're going to struggle to keep it clean with with all the fingerprints on it, but that chrome it just jumps. It looks good, it looks fast. As I always say, if it goes as well as it looks, we'll be all right.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the Team Virtue livery reveal. We're going to have loads of people down here. It's going to be a great event. The cars are behind me. Tom and I will be revealing the new cars ahead of the 2026 season, and we can't wait to get going.
3, 2, 1. Okay, just reveal them. Let's get those cars off. I'll get out of the way.
To a fan, they'll be like, it looks like your car's the same, but underneath the bodywork, we've done a lot of work. Every year we develop. We can't not develop the cars because every single team is. Obviously, it looks like more have than others, but that doesn't mean we haven't.
So reliability is quite important to us, rather than necessarily making dramatic changes. It's sort of incremental changes, because we want it to be that whatever we do, we go forward, rather than making a change that's too dramatic and then we end up going backwards.
For us, with a known, with the improvements that we've made, with the tweaks and everything else like that, it puts us in really good stead. But how's that going to play out? We don't really know. We've all got to sort of learn these new tactics that are going to get thrown at us, and we're going to have to learn on the job.
It was lights out for the final BTCC race of the day, and another superb start for Ash Sutton as he rocketed his way up the field from P7 to almost the front of the race. It wasn't long though before Virtue driver Tom Ingram was showing form and putting the pressure on. James Dorlin taking the lead, and there we had Doble moving into second. But Ash Sutton wasn't letting Doble out of his sights, also moving up into second. Then we saw a 41st career win for Tom Ingram. Ash Sutton managed to follow behind in P2, with Mikey Doble closing out the podium in third. Let's go down to Lou to hear from the race winners.
Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, maybe a 41st career win, but it's a first win of this season. Dominant one at that, 4.5 seconds.
Really pleased. Yeah, really pleased. I obviously felt like I've had a couple of wins already this year, but not quite, because I got taken away. But really pleased, really pleased. We knew that we had to try and recover something from the weekend because, like Donington, we just got a bit unlucky. A little bit in terms of today, we just sort of been either wrong place, wrong time, or slightly out of position, or anything else like that. So, yeah, we've not had the start of the season that we wanted. So we've got to try and start maximising now and start banking the big points. And I'm not going to say the word. I won't say it. Yeah, we've done well as Team Virtue. We've sort of knuckled down this weekend and worked hard and got the rewards right at the end of the day.
You were off up the road once you managed to get into P1, but I understand we didn't see it on camera, but according to my spy, Paul O'Neill, you had a bit of what he described as a huge moment at Surtees. Is that right?
I don't know what you're on about. No, it was all plain sailing. I turned into Surtees on the first flying lap, and where everything here is a right-hander, the two left-handers that we got, that right rear tyre remains really cold throughout. So you can turn in, and that's why you see so many of us having moments at those two, because it's the first real corner you get to. So I sort of pitched into Surtees fairly hot, and when I was then looking out the side window, I was thinking, that is not an ideal way to use my first lap of deployment to try and create a gap. So yes, not too much mess in the suit. We've sort of got away with that one. But yeah, not a good way to sort of start your first flying lap to try and build a lap. But after that, scared me a little bit, so just had to sort of rein it in a bit.
Well, you came into this weekend P8 in the standings. You're leaving it P2 in the standings, so that is a good result, isn't
it? Yes and no, because whilst we came into this weekend 8th, 30 odd back from Ash, we now leave second 50 points back or whatever it is. So I've now also got the disadvantage then for the next few rounds of the TTB. But look, Ash has proven that they're very quick without TTB. We're just got to make sure that we can try and do the same thing.
Well done. And let's go and grab a word with Ash. And I have to say, I mean, at the start there, from P7 on the grid, it looked like you were going to be in the lead at one point. That was a mega start.
I thought Fruxton last year was a good start, but that just blew that one away. So yeah, I thought about it. I just had a little moment on the entry phase, which obviously kept all in there. So I just had to sort of play it safe from that point onwards. But yeah, 7th to 2nd off of the line is pretty damn good.
It was really good. Just tell me about that move on Mikey to take PT, because you sold him that one absolutely perfectly, didn't you? Were you grinning inside the helmet?
Yeah, obviously it was a nice switchback, but it was just trying to be clever with the deployment. I knew he had more than me, so I almost had to waste one over the start line just to get a run, set him up into turn 1, and then the switchback move, get up the inside, and then luckily a yellow flag come out not long after that, which covered me. So yeah, it was good. It was a bit scrappy, that's for sure. It got argy-bargy. We come away with a bit of steering damage, which wasn't ideal at the beginning, but yeah, pleased with the result.
Fantastic weekend overall, really.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have asked for much better, could I? Obviously, winning the quali race, essentially putting it on pole, a win, and then backing it up with 2 podiums. Can't ask for much more.
Good stuff. We look forward to seeing you at the next one. And let's bring in our P3 finisher, Mikey Doble. You've had a good day as well, haven't you?
Sure have, Louise. Couldn't have asked for much more. Set out for 3 top 10s today on a podium, and we survived the dramas of the first couple of races with the weather and everything, but that race was just a great way to end the day and to show the raw pace we have in this car in the dry against 2 of the sport's best.
And the fact that you are in, we've said it before, but it's a brand new car. I mean, you extracting so much speed from it pretty much straight out of the box.
I didn't expect the car to be bad when we started the season, but a lot of the setups have been transferred from the Vauxhall last year, and I think it surprised us all. I mean, probably not Adam. He knew he'd build a good car, but the car is great. We're nowhere near getting the best out of the car yet, so we've still got a 10th or 2 to really challenge these 2 here, but we'll get there.
Well, how much work can you do before we get to Snetterton, to the next round?
Well, we can only really go over data and sort of work out a plan if we want to try something new with the car for Snetterton. We won't be doing any testing or anything, but hopefully this will motivate the guys at the team to really dig deep and try harder than they've ever tried before to try and get us further up the championship.
Good stuff. Well, we will look forward to seeing you at Snetterton in a few weeks' time. Let's go back to Nikki.
You're watching the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
So I'm Alex Watts, Managing Director here at Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport. We're here today in Shoreditch in London at the bike shed, not for a bike launch, but for our car launch for the new chapter with 2 new Toyota Corollas.
3, 2, 1.
Obviously the big classic blue there that we're all known for. But yeah, it's been exciting times. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, the liveries, the liveries were actually loaded last night, and Mikey, our head of digital media, does a fantastic job, but when you design it on a computer screen and then you try and apply it to a car, it's completely different. But we're super happy with the finished product, and hopefully everyone agree, we think they look great.
My first impressions were they're going to struggle to keep it clean with all the fingerprints on it, but that chrome it just jumps. It looks good, it looks fast. As I always say, if it goes as well as it looks, we'll be all right.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the Team Virtue livery reveal. We're going to have loads of people down here. It's going to be a great event. The cars are behind me. Tom and I will be revealing the new cars ahead of the 2026 season, and I can't wait to get going.
3, 2, 1. Okay, just reveal them. Let's get those cars off. I'll get out of the way.
To a fan, they'll be like, it looks like your car's the same, but underneath the bodywork, we've done a lot of work. Every year we develop. We can't not develop the cars because every single team is. Obviously, it looks like more have than others, but that doesn't mean we haven't.
So reliability is quite important to us rather than necessarily making dramatic changes. It's sort of incremental changes, because we want it to be that whatever we do, we go forward rather than making a change that's too dramatic and then we end up going backwards.
For us, with a known, with the improvements that we've made, with the tweaks and everything else like that, it puts us in really good stead. But how's that going to play out? We don't really know. We've all got to sort of learn these new tactics that are going to get thrown at us, and we're going to have to learn on the job.
Well, what a day it's been at Brands Hatch. Phenomenal racing. Congratulations to our race winners. It kicked off with Ash Sutton taking the spoils. Then it was Aaron Taylor-Smith in round 5, followed by Tom Ingram, our defending champion. Has finally taken an official win. So congratulations to him and the team. Let's take a look at how the championship standings look after round 6. So we've got Ash Sutton there, a really strong start from him. 47 points up on his rival Tom Ingram. Mikey Doble, after the win last time out, he's on 68 points with Ricky Collard. A solid effort from him with podiums today in 4th. Dan Camish in 5th with Aidan Moffat alongside in 6th on 57 points. Aaron Taylor-Smith after today's win on 55 points. And Charles Rainford just 1 point behind in 8th. Jade, Paul, it has been, a chilly day of racing for some. Most like to wear jackets with sleeves, Paul. But it's been a brilliant day, hasn't it? And we've got to kick off talking about Tom Ingram, because finally he's got the win. He's managed to keep the win. And he's here ready to defend a championship title.
Massive win that for Tom. I think sometimes, not people like Tom, but some people can stop believing and think that the bad luck is going to follow them all year. I think it was a great result for him, but just a fantastic first few laps, got the job done. And I thought this was brilliant. This is a race 3 where you've got to get things done early doors and try and crack on. And what he did round the outside of Dorling for this move, you've got to believe and you've got to trust in people you're racing against. And to be fair to Dorling, he's in the same car, different team, but still, he knows what that car can do on turning, and you've just got to use your head sometimes. I thought it was great. The team needed it, Tom needed it, and Jade is freezing.
Well, we better talk quickly then. Let's talk about Ash Sutton, because again, what a phenomenal start to his season. I think he's been in P1 or P2 in all 6 races, 3 race wins, 3 runner-up positions. Wow.
I spoke to Ash on Friday and asked him about his weekend, and he went, I probably, with the boost, I probably won't feature until race 2 on Sunday. He is a little liar, honestly. So he's either surprised himself or he's tricked us all this whole way through, but you just can't fault it. He's got, let's face it, he's got a quick car. They've built an amazingly quick car, so he's got the machinery underneath him. You can't fault him for that, but he's doing the moves to back it up as well. So, you know, fair play to them. But yeah, that Napa car is rapid.
Is that one of the best starts you have seen in a front-wheel drive touring car, Jade? Because I was astounded. I know he started the trend of starting in second gear, and that seems to get the traction down, but there is some proper clever people on this grid, and yeah, his engineer's one of them, but I've got to say, mate, that was some start, and that move he did on Doble was exceptional, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I think we've seen actually today that the rear-wheel drives used to have an advantage over the start, but now they have the initial jump, but then don't necessarily have the traction after that. So actually now the gameplay between front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive is back on.
Do you think Ash Sutton has just got last season in his mind and he's not going to let Tom Ingram get away with another title?
What I will say, and I was thinking about it, do you remember the year that he used to beat everybody even if he was on medium tyres and everybody was on softs? That's how good his car was and the advantage he's had. I don't think he's got that much of an advantage, but I will say there's going to be some people asking questions about how quick his car is, and Jade is nodding her head, because honestly, that pit lane are going to be like, well, you pegged us back before, so you better peg him back. Let's see what happens with that, because it'll be interesting.
And we got to quickly mention Mikey Doble again. You know, great to see him back on the podium and now leading the independents.
I want to, Mikey Doble absolutely is driving very well today and this season, but I want to make a shout out to the team. You know, they're not the biggest budget team. They've not got the biggest sponsors around and the best of financials. They have built 3 cars over the winter and they are firmly in the mix. So huge shout out to the team that built 3 cars in a shed, essentially. But yes, Adam Weaver, well done.
Yeah, big thumbs up and a huge congratulations to them. Now, if you do want to relive any of the BTCC action from the course of this weekend, watch our highlight show. It's coming up on Friday at 6:30 here on ITV4, and then we'll be back at Snetterton in 2 weeks' time for rounds 7, 8 and 9 of the British Touring Car Championship. That is the 24th of May. Put it in your diaries now. 10:45 on ITV4. And as usual, qualifying and the race to pole is live the day before at 1:55 on our YouTube channel. Well, thank you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We've absolutely loved being at Brands Hatch. See you in 2 weeks at Snetterton. We go again.